This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good morning from sunny Santarem and welcome to the next instalment of Liga Grizzly Division 1 and the matchup between Lisbon Capitals and Punjab CC Amadora. The news from the toss being that Lisbon Capitals won it and elected to bowl. That's why we can see the dashing turquoise kits there of the Capitals in the field, and Punjab CC Amadora will have to get runs on the board with Sawa and Golia out there in the middle looking to score some early Sunday morning runs. You can see there from the signal from umpire Andy that some penalty runs have been applied, and that is because of the late arrival of Punjab CC Amadora. So whatever happens in this first innings, Lisbon Capitals will start their run chase with 10 runs on the board, or effectively Punjab CC Amadora starting their game on -10. But of course, the way the scoring system works means that Lisbon Capitals will have 10 runs on their score before they set foot on the field for the run chase. First run there scored off the bat of Rana Sawa, with Shahidul Rahman opening the bowling for the Capitals. It's a very balmy early morning here in Santarem, about 20 degrees, 8:15 local time. It's great to have you with us wherever you are in the world. I'm Tina Goff and I'll be talking you through today's action, or at least the first two games before Shoban will help out in the final game. Looking forward to listening to him again after he did such a great job yesterday evening in the Division 2 matchup. Golia watchful on his first delivery there, with Rahman coming left arm over across the right-handed batter. That's exactly the ball he's looking for. Just getting Golia there to nibble outside off stump. As we start off what promises to be another intriguing 3 games here from Portugal, starting off with this one, which sees 7th place against 3rd place. The Capitals currently in 7th in the table. Punjab CC certainly playing with the big boys up near the top of the table in 3rd place. And the lunchtime game today sees Marlow take on Lisbon Super Giants. Marlow in 2nd place and LSG in 6th place. Before Shoban takes you through the final game of the day, which will see the Fighters CC take on Werewolves. Fighters in 8th place, Werewolves in 5th place. So 3 what promise to be interesting contests here. I'm looking forward to accompanying you through the day. You'd say Punjab CC Amadora go into this one as favourites just based on the record of these two sides so far in the division. That one's top-edged and it's going to race away to the boundary in front of here in the Embassy. And despite one of the fielders in close contention there, Sunil Kumar Patel, he can only bring the ball back in from beyond the rope. So the first boundary there, not quite off the middle of the bat from Golia, but he won't mind. Rahman there considering himself slightly unlucky. He's been bowling probing lines early on here. But that one goes the way of the batter. Final ball then of the first over. Rahman looking to seek revenge here. Again, it's a top edge and a chance for a catch, and it is taken, and revenge is a dish best served cold there for Rahman, as the first edge flies over the top of the keeper for 4 runs, but the second one nestles safely in the hands of the fielder at backward point, and it is the first wicket to fall early on. Lisbon Capitals break the opening partnership, and it is Kuldeep Golia who has to go. A nice catch there early on in the field by Rana. Not easy, especially, it's still pretty much bedtime here, 20 past 8 local time. But that certainly woke up Rana as Narinder takes the grab. Kuldeep Golia has to go. So 5 for 1, Punjab CC Amadora, after just the first over here at the SCG. New batter for Punjab is Parveen Singh. Of course, he'll be starting at the non-striker's end. That was the end of the over, with Sunil Kumar Patel coming in to bowl the second for the Capitals. Just a brief reminder about the format of this division. So it's 8 teams who all play each other across 19 match days. And we're well into the business end of the season now, with this being the 40th match to be played out, 56 in total. And it's all very much still to play for, as Patel comes steaming in here, right on the money, very first ball. Awarish currently streaking clear at the top of the table. They've won 8 of their 10 games so far. Marlow in second place, 6 wins under their belts. And as I was saying, Punjab CC Amadora probably coming into this one as favourites, with a record of 6 and 3 in comparison to Lisbon Capitals, who are, well, the opposite, 3 and 6. With the brief opening exchange this way, this game probably have gone the way of the Capitals with that early wicket. So one off the bat from Sarwar brings Parveen Singh in to face his first delivery of the day, the left-hander. Has, of course, scored a hatful of runs so far in this division. Got a century to his name as well, 101 not out in his 362 runs scored across 9 innings so far. So very much a key wicket here, and showing just how good form he is in with that lofted cover drive. Very first delivery, doesn't take any time at all. Almost creates a wide for himself there as he dances down the track, but almost goes down the wrong line, but just throws his bat at it and brute forces that over covers for his first boundary. Lucky escape next up, as that ball just chased him from that around the wicket angle from Patel. Had Parveen Singh scampering for safety, and it hit the pad and almost rolled back onto the stump. So a lucky escape there for Parveen, who's looking to notch what would be his 3rd half century of the division, but a long way to go. As for Lisbon Capitals, they have a few bowlers that they could turn to. Rahul Huda himself, the captain, he's streaking away in terms of his team's wicket taking. 18 wickets in his 9 games so far, which is a brilliant rate, including a 3-for. Samarth Patel, who just strayed on that occasion down the leg side, and will in fact go for 5 wides. Very wide misfire from the right arm round bowler. He's got 10 wickets to his name in the 9 games he's played, and then 9 apiece for Sunil Kumar Patel and Shahidul Rahman. So they have wicket-taking options, do Lisbon Capitals, but they really can't afford these freebies, especially against a side with the batting power of Punjab CC Amadora. So that one again goes aerial over the covers, but it will just plug, and it should be cut off in the deep there by Narinder Rana. Get to the end of the second over, the 17 runs on the board for Punjab CC. That was a productive over there. 12 runs coming off it, helped of course by those 5 wides thrown down by Sunil Kumar Patel. As we take a first look at the glorious countryside here surrounding the Santarem cricket ground. You can see a few fluffy clouds in the sky, but it seems like it will be burning off again for another glorious day in the Portuguese sun. Shahidul Rahman then back in for his second over, unsurprisingly, given that he picked up that wicket at the very end of his first over, went for just the 5 runs as well, looking to get his second scalp of the morning. Rana Sarwan strike, probably slightly disappointed with his output with the bat so far this season, averaging just a touch under 19. His high score's 47 not out, so looking for his first half century. He's only scored 131 runs across his 8 innings. So room for improvement for Sarwat, as he's been watchful early on here in the opening couple of overs. That one's guided away to third for a single. I think it's an opportunity to wish everyone in the chat a very warm welcome. I see Paolo in there, Nick's in there as well. Saw Helix and Derek there earlier. Hope you're all having a lovely Sunday wherever you are, whether it's morning, afternoon or night. Luckily here in Portugal it's early enough that I can have the window open in the embassy to let some of that wonderful breeze in. By the time it gets to about midday, we're battening down the hatches to keep all the sun out, but for now, enjoying the view and enjoying the cricket as well. Right off the cue end of the bat there, reaching for it once more is Parveen Singh. He loves advancing down the pitch, but he kind of indiscriminately advances down regardless of the line of the ball. So sometimes can get himself in a touch of trouble if it's wide outside off stump and he comes charging down the leg stump line, but he gets away with that one. Early tester for the wicket keeper there. It's Amir Dar with the gloves for Lisbon Capitals. Just died a little. Still some early morning dew out there, so the ball might just get a touch heavy. Certainly more challenging conditions in the morning game in terms of the underfoot conditions compared to in the afternoon, where it's more the overhead conditions and the heat that you have to deal with. Genuine edge, flies away and should be stopped by Sunil Kumar Patel. So slightly streaky early on from Punjab CC Amadora, who we're used to being so powerful with the bat. They're kind of riding their luck at times here. I suppose the one thing you can say about them is when they do go for it, they swing the bat hard, and that does create their own luck. Genuine bouncer there from Rahman, maybe slightly frustrated that he's not picked up another wicket for his endeavour so far. That will be the one for the over. Parveen trying to plead the case that it was over his head, but I think that was as good a bouncer as you'll see in terms of the length. It just whistled past the eyebrows there of Parveen. Good over there from the bowler, Shahidul Rahman. A few half chances, but keeps it nice and tight as get to the end of the third over. 20 for 1. Sawa currently 4 off 6. Parveen runner ball 7. Samath Patel then will continue from the embassy end. As Punjab come into this game in a bit of a rocky patch, given that they won 5 of the opening 6 games, only losing in quite convincing fashion to Awerash in that second game of the season. Then they went on a 4-game winning streak. In fact, in every game there, they batted first. So I don't think it's the worst toss to lose for them this morning. I think they're more than comfortable putting runs on the board. But then they came back up against Awerash and lost that one. And then were the wrong side of a bit of a drubbing by Marlow, who put 191 runs on the board, and in response, Punjab were only able to muster 112. But they are coming into this game on the back of a win against Werewolves, where they chased down the Werewolves total of 184 with relative ease, with more than 2 overs to spare. That was back at the start of July. They've had a bit of a break since then. They're looking to start August in winning fashion against the Lisbon Capitals here. Here comes the lofted cover drive once more. It's not the first time we've seen that. But Sawa will pick up his first boundary of the morning. It's a controlled shot, and well, you can kind of see the difference there between when Sawa hits it over the covers and Parveen. Parveen charges down the pitch a bit more aggressively, where Sawa just stood and delivered as a safe shot, knowing that if he gets it over the covers, it was going to run away. Especially, remember, still in the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring. One of them currently at deep mid-wicket and the other down at third. So anything over the inner ring on the offside will go away. And if you crack it through, it will go away as well. That's back-to-back boundaries there for Sawa. The first one aerial, the second one on the ground. Both of them good value for their 4 runs. Again off the Q end of the bat, not the first time we've seen that, but it will be stopped out in the deep for a single to end the 4th over. 29 for 1 on the board for Punjab CC. Steadied the ship after losing that early wicket. Golia going in the first over of the day for 4. Rahman picked up a wicket caught at backward point by Rana. Of course, this isn't the only cricket happening on the European Cricket Network today. Over in Switzerland, Phil G taking you through day 2 of the action there. It's 5 match days of ECS, 6 teams, with finals day coming up on Wednesday. Already on day 1 yesterday, we had almost 1,000 runs scored across the games. Just the 3 games and over 100 maximos. All-out action there, including 100 as well. Malyas Sinakzi scored 119 not out off just 34 deliveries for the Zurich Mavericks against Basel Afghan. That was match number 1, so the whole series started with a bang. As Zurich Mavericks in that game managed to notch 180 runs off their 10 overs. Zurich Mavericks had a good day out. They won their 2 games. Basel Afghan, meanwhile, lost their 2. All still to play for over there with the first match just starting right now, about 1 minute ago, with Zurich Mavericks, Garwal, batting first against the Sports Club Roche, with Sports Club winning the toss and deciding to bowl. So worth second screening today with those two tournaments happening here in Portugal and over there in Zurich. And of course, tomorrow we turn our attentions back to the ECS in Hornchurch in England, which goes into its second week of action, culminating in finals day on Friday. Looking forward to hopefully joining Rico for that one over in the east of London, as that one's cracked away. Slight bit of width there on offer from Rahman, and Sawa tucks into that one. It does just roll away over the boundary despite the slightly slower outfield this morning with the moisture underfoot. Just sat up there to be hit, and Rana said thank you very much. Lisbon Capitals have had a bit of a roller coaster season themselves. They didn't win any of their first 5 games, kind of fearing that they might be the league's whipping boys, having gone down quite heavily to the likes of LSG, who chased down their total in 12.3. That was the first game of the season. Earlier, the matchup between these two sides as well, Punjab CC Amadora put 223 on the board. The Capitals did manage 184 in response, but were always behind the chase there. So it's an interesting call, as we said about the toss, the Lisbon Capitals having won the toss, deciding to bowl, but that's maybe why, because they back themselves to pick up wickets, and Rahman picks up his second here. Big wicket as well. Parveen Singh just clubs that one straight to cover. Again, the one thing you could maybe be critical of him is that he's not really been moving his feet out to the ball, just kind of standing and slapping. In fact, that one chased him down leg side as he tried to open up the offside. The ball just kept on following him, and it was an easy catch in the end for the skipper, Rahul Huda. So second wicket does fall here for Punjab CC Amadora. 34 for 2, still 1 ball left of the 5th. Ankush Kumar walks out to join Rana Sawa out in the middle, who's on 18 off 16. And this is exactly why the Capitals wanted to field. They wanted to get the early wickets, maybe catch Amadora off guard on this sleepy Sunday. Of course, as I was saying, they've got a bit of revenge to mete out after going down in that game on the 17th of May against Punjab. That was the third of 5 successive defeats. Marlowe as well scored over 200 against the Capitals, so they have been on the wrong side of a few heavy defeats, but kind of turned their season around after that as Kumar faces up his first delivery here. They then went on a 3-match winning run, did the Capitals, end of the 5th, 34 for 2. Rahman there picking up his second wicket. Great figures from him so far. 2 for 13 off his 3. The Capitals then had a very productive June and July, beating Gorka, beating Fighters, and then beating LSG. The latter two both putting runs on the board first. Especially that drubbing of Fighters. Lisbon Capitals scoring 184, and in response Fighters didn't show much fight at all and was skittled for 93. But the Capitals are coming into this one on the back of a defeat a couple of weeks ago. Werewolves posting 171 against them, and Capitals falling 29 runs short. Into the final over of the power play we go then, with Sawa on strike and Samarth Patel bowling his third. So the power play will be bowled just by the two bowlers, Shahidul Rahman and Samarth Patel. I'm assuming as soon as the power play is over, we might see changes to the bowlers. Maybe Rahul Huda himself will come on. is the joy of being captain, that you can make sure you don't have to bowl in the power play, and as soon as 5 fielders can go out, then that's your time to come in. Chase is on here, and it's a good piece of fielding there in the deep. Good fancy footwork. Make sure to keep the ball the right side of the rope. Just making sure when he comes back in, he keeps everything on the right side, and he does. They do run through for 2, but 2 runs saved there in the deep. Cracked away, and a tough opportunity there is not taken by Davol Kumar. It was along the deck, but he had the chance to stop that going for 4. Bounced right in front of him though, and the power of the shot there from Sawa meant that it just broke through Kumar and went to the rope. Probably just a touch too wide there from Samarth Patel. He does have the protection out in the deep. Just needs to straighten up his lines. That's a much better line to bowl. And he's unfortunate there because it goes through Mitul Patel at mid-on. You can see that the double teapot comes out from Patel, the bowler. That was a decent enough delivery. It didn't deserve to be misfielded there. A flourish to end the power play for Punjab CC Amadora. The end of 6 there, 44 for 2. That last over, a productive one going at 10s. I'm assuming we will see a change of bowling here. It looks like Sunil Kumar Patel is positioning his troops. Now that the power play is over, 5 fielders can go out on the boundary rope as we take in the sights of the local area. Great work by Conrad, who's up on the gantry today, doing the camera work. Of course, umpires out in the middle. Crew and Andy doing great work as always. Worked away to deep square leg, but protection is now out there. It's a deep square out, a deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and deep covers. Probably the most conventional 5 fielder constellation you'll see out in the deep. In fact, now with the 1 fielder moving from mid wicket to covers, there's nobody in the ring on the leg side. Kumar Patel here backing himself to keep it one side of the wicket, which is what he does. decent start here from Sunil Kumar Patel with the ball. Just keeping his line quite consistent. I mean, he has to with the field that he's set. He's backing himself to keep it on the offside and almost force the Punjab batters here to drag it to leg. That brings up the 50 for Punjab CC Armadora, 50 for 2, 1 ball left of the 7th. So not the demolition job we saw against Lisbon Capitals last time out for Punjab CC, where they hit over 220 runs. The expected score at the moment, just around 150, as that one will be 4, clubbed away. That will help the Punjab cause get to the end of the 7th then, 54 for 2. But maybe just symptomatic of Punjab this morning, slightly chaotic start from them. They turned up late. As a result, Lisbon Capitals will start their run chase with 10 runs on the board, signalled by umpire Andy before the game, but will only be enforced then in the second half, with Lisbon Capitals getting a slight head start to whatever the run chase might be, which at the moment is predicted to be around 150, 160. We will have a double change then in the bowling with the Capitals skipper Rahul Huda bringing himself into the attack. Huda just making sure everything is just so. Looking for what would be his 19th wicket in this league, so averaging 2 wickets every game. There's a decent enough economy as well, about 7.5. Starts off with that teasing line outside off stump. Ankush Kumar, for a split second, was tempted to slash at that one, but decides to let it go through to the wicketkeeper Amir Dar. Down leg side. I think maybe they were asking for caught behind, but the ball does fall loose from the gloves of Dar anyway. If they were asking for LBW, then they wouldn't have had much luck either. Certainly drifting down the leg. Mitul Patel out here in the deep in front of me, long off doing the fielding. What a great day we had in the Division 2 of Liga Grizzly yesterday as well, with a lot of intrigue, good amount of chaos and high scoring as well in the opening game. This time yesterday, I'll get the wicket here. Come back to yesterday in a bit. This one goes straight through Sawa. And Huda, as is so often the case, makes the breakthrough, picks up the wicket, his 19th of the division so far. Just a rash shot there from Rana Sawa. I think the look of disappointment there is palpable. You don't need a body language expert to work that one out. He got himself well set, 35 off 27. Was looking good, including 6 fours. But just goes for one rash shot, and it's not the kind of shot you want to play against Huda, who's always going to target those stumps. And the Capitals skipper wins that battle as Punjab CC Amadora lose their third, 55 for 3, which brings Simranjeet Singh out to the middle. Lisbon Capitals certainly relishing the underdog tag in this game so far. As again, just a teaser from Rahul Huda brings his first over to an end, and it's an excellent one as well from the Capitals skipper. 55 for 3 after 8. So in the morning game yesterday in Division 2, EU Pack Friendship easily chased down the 138 runs put on by BDCC. That was also thanks to a helping hand of a 20-run penalty because BDCC turned up too late to the party. That's why that match was reduced to 18 overs as well. So a big win for EU Pack Friendship on that one. And then into the lunchtime game, Team Tigers Portugal against Lisbon Spartans. Again, pretty much one-way traffic. TTP putting 209 on the board. And the Spartans never looked likely to get close to that. And they, in the end, fell 57 runs short. So that one just almost takes the top edge and creates an opportunity as Kumar knocks that one around the corner, or tries to, ends up knocking it almost straight behind him. So Kumar Patel bowling his second over here. Cracked away through cover point. There is a fielder out there in the deep. So they do run back for 2, and it's going to be a tight one. A direct hit would certainly have been interesting, but they played the odds there, did Punjab CC, knowing that the long throw came in and Simranjeet Singh putting on the afterburners, making sure he got home safely. Positive running, though, from Punjab CC, who just need to kick-start this innings somehow because it's just been a bit of a meandering 9 overs so far from them. Not hitting as many boundaries as we're used to seeing from them. 8 so far, 6 of which came off the bat of Rana Sarwat, who fell in that previous over, fuming with himself as he just swiped across one from Rahul Huda. That one, though, should go away to the boundary, and it will. There's 2 fielders interested out there. But nice placement from Ankush Kumar to pick up his first boundary of the innings. Just bowling touch too straight, too much on Midland leg here. Sunil Kumar Patel needs to get it back outside that off stump. He's got 3 fielders in front of the bat on the offside lurking. End of the 9th, 64 for 3. Just finishing the recap from yesterday then. Probably the biggest drubbing of the day was then in the final game, which saw Falcao play against Lisbon Kings 11. Lisbon Kings putting 266 runs on the board. And what was an absolute display of power hitting. And in response, Falcao never got going whatsoever. End up being rolled for 98 with a good few balls left. So a good day out yesterday for EU Pack Friendship, Team Tigers Portugal and Lisbon Kings 11 all picking up the wins. Of course, today we turn our attention to the Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1. Plenty of action coming your way. Rahul Huda continues into his second over here. That one's lofted towards long off, who's charging in. There's an opportunity here, and it's a good effort by Mitul Patel. He went all in on the catch. In the end, gets not quite near it. Ends up steaming about 10 meters beyond where the opportunity was. It's right in front of me here, and to be fair to Mitul Patel, he set off straight away, committed, knowing that if he missed it, he might have to throw it in reverse. But again, Rahul Huda, he's the one that's creating opportunities for his capital side. No fielder inside the ring on the leg side. It's down to Amir Dar to do the fielding there as wicketkeeper. There is a 45 in place. Samarth Patel, but no one in front of bat on the leg side. Again, it's aerial. It's not quite where Simranjeet Singh wanted it to go, but he won't mind as that one flies away for 4 runs. Slightly fortuitous there for Simranjeet, but that will be his first boundary of the innings. So a nice little partnership building here after Sarwar departed at the end of the 8th over. Rare misfire from Huda there. It's the 7th wide of the innings so far. Again, probably a few too many for Lisbon Capitals, especially given the experience of these bowlers. Get to the halfway mark, then 74 for 3 on the board for Punjab CC Amadora. Halfway mark brings about a bowling change again, with Shanto Khan coming in as the 5th bowler for the Capitals. You can see, I was talking about the boundary rate, and that's exactly why on the right of your screens, Punjab CC Amadora sitting pretty at the top of the table, averaging about 6 maximos per innings in the moment. Not a single one added to that collection. Lisbon Capitals featuring at the wrong end of that table, averaging more about 3 maximos a game. Left arm orthodox spin of Shanto Khan then. Shanto's played 6 games so far for the Capitals. Has picked up 7 wickets, and that's nicely played away. It's the first bit of invention, really, by either batter, and it's full reward there for Ankush Kumar. Goes on the reverse. Worth seeing this one again. Picks out perfectly the gap there between point and backward point. Well, I hope that batter's going to practice a bit of fielding before he comes on. Goes straight through his hands. As you can see, their final day for this division. It's 13th of September. Back-to-back boundaries there for Ankush Kumar, who's clearly looking to target Shantu Khan. That time he's watchful and respectful in defence. Again, just worked away into the 45, and probably a sign there that Shanto Khan's bowling a touch too straight, especially left arm orthodox. Around the wicket to the right-hander, you have to kind of aim for that off stump or fourth stump line. Try and get a bit of turn away from the batter. Anything too straight will just be knocked away. That's a better line. And it's fielded well there at backward point by Samarth Patel. End of the 11th. 84 for 3 on the board. The scoring rate is just notching up a tiny bit here from Punjab CC. The last 3 overs going for 10, 10 and 9. It's just been probably a few too many overs that Punjab CC have let get away from them. Just looking at that one over from Rahul Huda, his first one that went for just the 1 run, and he picked up a wicket. Shahidul Rahman, his second over, and he went for 3 runs as well. So there's been a couple of occasions where Amadora have just been slightly bogged down. Huda continues here. Wouldn't surprise me if he bowls himself through here. It's an important part of the game in the middle overs. And the skipper is keeping things tight so far, going for just 11 off his opening 13 deliveries. That one almost nicked through the defences of Simranjit Singh. One straight and true, and there are 2 fielders there. One of them does the fielding. It's a good pick up and throw there from Shanto Khan. Both long on and long off interested in that one. Shanto gets a rebels and high five from his long on teammate Samarth Patel. Clubbed away into the leg side. It'll be landing safely because everyone on the leg side is out in the deep. Ankush Kumar looks to press the accelerator here. He's going at a run of ball just a touch over, as is Simranjit Singh. So both of these batters have seen enough now to try and accelerate. But the bowling here from Huda is always so difficult to get away. That's why the Capitals captain is so high up in those bowling rankings. Goes for the reverse, and that's a beautiful shot from Ankush Kumar. And Punjab CC Abador not afraid to get a bit funky. That's a funky way to end the 12th over. Gets it right at the middle of the bat, just lofted outside off stump. Gets full reward for that one. Probably the shot of the day so far from Ankush Kumar. 91 runs on the board for Punjab CC. 8 overs left. Huda's got 1 over to play with. Just used the 5 bowlers so far. Shanto will continue there as the cows are taking a leisurely start to this Sunday morning. I'm pretty sure they were there yesterday morning. I don't know if they've not moved. Are they real cows? Guess we'll never know. It's just a beautiful setting here, the Santarem Cricket Ground. Peaceful and quiet, although there was a party going on last night and this morning at 6 a.m. this morning. The music was pumping. Somewhere here in the countryside. Maybe the cows were having a party. That one's stroked away, and well, there's only 1 fielder out in the deep on the offside. And he was nowhere near that one. There is a long off out as well, I suppose, but through the covers, not too much protection, which I'll maybe just question this from Shanto Khan. If he's bowling a decent line outside off stump, might be worth bringing in one of those leg side fielders and bringing more protection out to the offside. Although you can see by the open stance of Simranjit Singh, he's favours that leg side, and that's exactly what he does on that delivery. Just clubs that one away. So maybe the 3 on the leg side are there for less bad bowling and more the fact that the batters are trying to hoik it over, even if it is outside off stump. Gets away with that one, does Shanto. As it's fielded well on the 45. Probably should have been dispatched by Kumar, but only manages to get the single, which gets Simranjit back on strike. Quite an important partnership here with the 2 out there, Simranjit and Ankush, 2nd and 3rd respectively in the Punjab CC batting rankings. Simranjit's top score in his 5 innings so far, 82, averaging over 50. Certainly someone that Punjab CC want at the top of their batting order, and Ankush Kumar as well. He's played 8 games, high score of 72. Averaging just a shade under 25, so Ankush going above his average and so far 27 off 22, and Simranjit going along nicely now, and that's kind of the shot where I feel like Shanto Khan deserves a bit of protection out there. Those wides and the 4 do bring up the 100 as well for Punjab, 104 on the board after 13. I just don't think he's got the field quite right here, Shanto. Probably not an over that deserved to go for 13 runs. Yes, there was 2 wides in there, but 2 of the boundaries were hit through the covers, where usually you'd say, well, it's a good delivery and should have protection out there. Maybe just Rahul Huda and the bowler missing a trick there in terms of field placements. But Ankush Kumar and Simranjit Singh won't mind at all with their partnership now building nicely. It's worth 49, so 1 run away from their half-century partnership. Rahul Huda, unsurprisingly, will bowl out. The skipper trying to tie up the one end. It's going at just 6s so far. He's got a fifer already on ECN in that ECS earlier this year. Barring something miraculous, I don't think he's going to pick up a fifer here. And well, 4 of the most frustrating runs there as that one's knocked into the covers, and the fielder out in the deep gets his feet and legs all in a tangle. Huda, you can see what he thinks of that one. Kumar then moves into the 30s, 31 off 23. That one will race away as well. There is a fielder interested, but again, Huda just overcorrects on that occasion. Bit of a drag down. Kumar helps himself to what is his 6th 4 of the innings. And a very good morning to Chris Smith in the chat. Hope you're well on this sunny Sunday. Or at least I hope it's sunny where you are. It's glorious here in Santarem, just past 9 o'clock local time. 21 degrees and getting hotter. Goes on the reverse, but this time Huda has the last laugh. And that's exactly what he thinks of that shot, as Kumar goes funky 1 time too many and has to depart. Punjab CC Amadora lose their 4th 112 for 4. Just gets himself in a bit of a tangle there. Ends up seeing his leg stump clattered into. 35 off 26, Ankush manages before he has to depart. Huda then picking up his second wicket alongside the two that Shahidul Rahman picked up earlier in the piece. Jay Parkash striding out at number 6 to join Simranjeet Singh, who's going along nicely on 21 off 16. A bit of a brainless shot there, in all honesty, from Ankush Kumar. The partnership between the two was going well. Had he continued, both of those stayed out there in the middle, they could have certainly tried to get the score up to maybe 180, 190. But one rash shot too many, and Kumar has to depart. Interestingly, the average on this ground is 161 in terms of scores, and while they're not going to get there if they continue like this, because Jay Parkash has to go for a golden duck. Huda gets one straight through. Parkash just didn't look ready for that whatsoever, and again shows just how much of a frustrating shot it was from Ankush Kumar, because his moment of attempted creativity meant that his wicket fell, and the next ball, Jay Parkash has to go as well. Rahul Huda picking up his third wicket. Just rewards for plugging away in the middle overs, and Jay just gets nowhere near that one. I think maybe pleading that there was something in his eyes, but there's no mercy here. The cricketing gods send him on his way. Fahim Khan comes out to face the hat-trick ball. Rahul Huda. Well, you can't get the fifer. Did mention it earlier in the over, but you can still get a hat-trick and end with a 4. Final ball of his spell, final ball of the 14th hat-trick ball. Fahim Khan to face up. He floats it up, Rahul Huda. Rueful grin on his face. He misses out on the opportunity for a hat-trick, but finishes with outstanding figures. 3 for 27 of his 4 overs, including 2 in 2 balls, which has turned the game back in the favour of Lisbon Capitals after Punjab CC Amadora were just threatening to really push the throttle. 113 for 5 then after 6 overs left. Huda has bowled himself out, and it looks like he'll turn back to his frontline bowler, Shahidul Rahman. I think the Capital skipper, realising that this is a key moment of the game, wants to put Punjab CC Amadora to the sword here. Simranjeet Singh still out there. He's 1 off 16, but he's seen his batting buddy Ankush Kumar depart and barely had a chance to say hello to Jay Parkash before saying goodbye. He will still be at the non-strikers end as Fahim Khan picked up a single on his first delivery. Just a change of helmet here for Fahim Khan. Probably didn't expect to be out so quickly while the partnership was building between Ankush and Simranjeet. And Jay Parkash didn't stick around either, but Fahim now facing up to Shahidul Rahman, who's going into his 4th and final over. 2 for 13 so far for him. It'd be interesting to see if Huda brings back Samarth Patel at the other end as well to go back to the 2 openers. Samarth hasn't had quite as much success this morning, going at just over 10 is quite expensive for his high standards. Other options being Sunil Kumar Patel, who still has 2 overs left, and Shanto Khan also got 2 overs, unless he turns to a new 6th bowler before this innings is out. Simranjeet Singh clearly deciding that the best form of defence is attack here, trying to wrestle back the initiative, which they've lost Punjab in the last couple of overs. Cause of catch it, but maybe if someone's lurking in the bushes, they can catch that one because that goes all the way for 6 runs. It's the first 6 of the innings as well. It's taken to halfway through the 15th. Finally, a big shot in anger there from Simranjit Singh. You can see it there, bouncing off the road all the way into the bushes. I think it'll be difficult to find that one again. But the Capitals are on the Grizzly hunt. Well, that one's being chased. We can maybe have a look at what's happening over in Zurich, and Phil G taking you through the action there. I think Blowers is on a day off today. We've been working him hard the last couple of days. And wowza, just turned on the stream. And Stanik Zai, who scored 100 yesterday, is currently on 175 of 39 balls. Zurich Mavericks 217 for no loss after 9 overs. An absolute festival of runs there. So I wouldn't blame you if you call that one up just briefly for the final 6 deliveries. 5 sixes in a row there for Stanik Zai. So I tried to commentate both games at the same time. Meanwhile, the ball has been found, and Rahman looking for his 3rd wicket. This, you'd imagine, is a key wicket. Simranjit Singh, if he departs, Punjab CC Amadora very much into the middle to tail end of their batting lineup. Final ball of the 15th is the best one of the over. Genuine play and a miss there from Fahid Khan, who tried to just defend for his life, and it just flashes past the top of his off stump. At the end of the 15th then, 1-2-1 for 5. Expected score up beyond 160. You'd think Punjab CC want that as a minimum. Remember, Lisbon Capitals will start their run chase with a 10-run head start. Runs inflicted on Punjab CC Amadora for being late to the game. That one's played away nicely, and Singh continues to be the glue that's holding the Punjab batting innings together. Just flashes that one through the covers. Samath Patel has come back for his final over here. Not really been his day with the ball so far, but he's got 5 balls to make that right. Over in Switzerland, Stanik Zai is at the wrong end at the moment, 175. with just a couple of balls left, but his strike partner and his opening partner, Ahmed's has just gone to half century himself. 193 not out is the all-time record for a single batter on the network. So unfortunately for Stanek's eye, he's not going to break that one, but he will finish 175 not out, which is not bad going for a morning's work. And the team, Zurich Mavericks, will finish 243 at the end of 10 overs. Which is, well, used to be a decent enough score in 50 overs, let alone in 10. So in Zurich, they fall 14 runs short of the all-time record, which is 257. But still, not bad going. Back to the action, though, in Portugal. And again, just misfielded there. And it'll be a costly misfield as it rolls over the rope. A cry of anguish there from Samarth Patel. Really should have been stopped by the skipper, Rahul Huda. Captain there, just keeping his eye off it and gets punished as a result. Direct hit would be interesting. And well, it was a good piece of fielding and good reactions there from the bowler to pick up the ball, which was thrown in. Let's take a look at this one on replay. Oh, it's a very tight one. We can go back and forward maybe once more as the stumps are being rearranged. Maybe we can take a look again at that one, the next delivery. I think the right call was made in the end by Crew. End of the 16th, then 133 for 5. Let's just take a look at this run out once more. Just intrigued how close it was. I think it was very much a frame-by-frame job. Bat coming down. And the next frame. Yeah, I think that's a good call by Crew. Great capture there by Conrad on the camera and Lucky on the replay. $133 for 5, 4 overs left. Certainly, Punjab CC Amador will be looking to get 160 plus. While Simranjit Singh's out there, maybe even more. Fahim Khan, his job really is just to get Singh on strike. He's 40 off 26, Simranjit. If he gets to his half century and then some, then Punjab CC putting themselves in a decent position. Bat on ball seems to be the trouble here for Fahim Khan. He misses out on 2. Shanto Khan back into the attack. The left arm orthodox bowler. Again, I'll just keep it outside off stump here for Fahim Khan, who clearly favours that leg side. And that's why. That one's hit away and it's dropped. It's a casual effort really in the deep there by Dhaval Kumar. Almost celebrating before he caught it. He got in the right position and just took his eye off it. It's a missed opportunity there for the Capitals. I suppose their argument is Fahim Khan's not doing too much damage. It's not the worst thing to still have him out there, but that single does get Simranjit Singh back on strike, who's watchful. Just biding his time. He's someone who's got so much power, but he does pick his deliveries. Doesn't go after everything. This is a good over from Shanto Khan. Just the 2 singles coming off it so far. If I were Lisbon Capitals, I would almost spread the field here and give the single to Fahim Khan to keep Simranjit off strike. 1 ball left. Chance of a catch, and it lands just short of the outstretched hand. And it's going to just hold up in the the grass here in front of me. And Mittal Patel does the fielding. So they scamper through for 2, but still an excellent over from Shanto Khan. Just 4 runs coming off it. So take another look at this drop. And you can see, just doesn't keep his eye on the ball. Dhaval Kumar last minute looks away and the ball drops to the ground. Remains to be seen how costly that catch opportunity will be, but Fahim Khan's only 5 off 7. It would have been more of a cardinal sin to give a second life to Simranjit Singh. 3 overs left, then 18 deliveries. And it will actually be a 6th bowler that's employed here by Rahul Huda. As Mac Naim gets an opportunity. Oh, he's possibly got 2 overs to bowl here if he bowls the 18th and the 20th. Capitals number 13. Simranjit Singh facing up. Looking to get his 3rd half century of the season. Quite impressive stats for Simranjit that he's 2nd highest run scorer for Punjab CC Amadora, given that he has only played 5 of the 9 games for his side. Mac Naim making his debut on the network. Good to see another player take his bow. He starts with a decent one just over the top of middle stump, and Simranjit Singh unable to make a clean connection. It's just a final word on that. 175 not out after 39 deliveries for Stanikzai over in Zurich. One's clubbed away, and that will be 6 runs, a flat 6 there from Simranjit Singh. Just sat up nicely there for the batter. Speaking of batting then, Stanikzai, his 175 is the 3rd highest individual score ever on the network, after the 193 not out scored by Hamza Alimdar, and Amjad's 183 loose deploy. 173 not out then goes into 4th place, so Stanikzai gets on the podium of all-time highest individual scores on the network. Simranjit Singh certainly won't be up in those echelons, but he can notch a personal milestone here if he gets the 3 required for his half century. You can see the top wicket taker on the right-hand side of your screen in this division is Amninder Singh of the Gorkha 11, who's got 20 wickets. But the 3 wickets taken by Rahul Huda today takes him up to 21. So in fact, Rahul Huda will nick that honour off Amninder Singh for now. Gorkha 11 not featuring this weekend, but they will be playing in the final game next weekend, in fact, against Punjab CC Amadora. Lisbon Capitals also playing next weekend. So a bit of a slugfest there at the top of the wicket-taking charts between Amninder Singh of Gorkha and Rahul Huda of Lisbon Capitals. This one's hit down the ground, and it's taken nicely. Right on the rope, but very much inside of the boundary. It's a good catch, and it's a good wicket at the right time for Lisbon Capitals. Simranjit Singh won't get to his half century, having bigged him up, but still a good shift from him. He'll finish top run scorer in this innings for certain, 47 off 31. You have to say that was a brilliant catch out there in the deep by Shanto Khan, who might still bowl his 4th over. He's got 1 left, but he's contributed well in the field, taking a significant wicket there, with Simranjit Singh being well placed to go big in the final couple of overs. But he does have to depart. 144 for 6 then. 2.5 overs left, and Mac Naeem gets his first wicket. Worth taking another look back at that one. There's a lovely grab in the deep. Of course, there's cricket being played all around the world. With the 100 taking place again today. So in the 100 yesterday, the troubles for London Spirit continue. The men at Lords, they only managed to put on 105 on the board, and Southern Brave, in response, chased down the total with 3 balls to spare. Joshua Archer scoring a Player of the Match award with his 4 for 9 against London Spirit. So Spirit are struggling in that competition, and the women as well are not able to do justice for the strong team they have. As we take a look back at the highlights so far, as we just have a scoring issue to deal with here. Rahul Huda with his 3 wickets in the game, 3 for 27, puts himself at the top of the wicket-taking charts for the season. But just as we wait here, let's take a short break, and we'll be back with you for the final 2.5 overs as soon as we can. Don't go away. We're back in action here at the Santarém Cricket Ground with 6 wickets down and 2.5 overs to play. Punjab CC Amadora probably feel like they're below par here. As Anil Kumar comes out at number 8 for his side. Certainly expect them to want to get 160 here. A big push could get them more towards 170. That's the 11th wide of the innings. Again, probably just too many for Lisbon Capitals. A few opportunities that they've allowed to literally slip through their fingers. A couple of drop catches in the deep. But generally they've bowled quite well. Direct hit here will be interesting, but the throw is somewhat tame from Sunil Kumar Patel. They managed to scamper through for a single. Will be the end of the 18th, as they might think about 2 here, but it's a good recovery in the deep there by Mittal Patel, who first let it go through him. So with 2 overs left then, 1 for 7 for 6. McNayam bowling well there for his first bowl of the day, 1 for 10, so he picks up a wicket. Just got hit for that big 6, but after that, decent comeback despite a couple of wides in there as well. So Fahim Khan is out there, 6 off 8, and Anil Kumar 1 off 2. A couple of options for the bowling side, and it looks like it will be Shanto Khan to bowl his 4th and final. He started off a touch expensive in his opening too, but his previous over went for just the 4 runs. Anytime you're bowling in the latter stages of a T20 and you don't give away a boundary, you can certainly call that a win. He's looking to repeat the trick here. Digs that one in a bit quickly, gets through the swiping bat of Fahim. He's trying again to hoik that to leg side, and that's why if I were Shanto Khan, I'd make sure to keep this as far outside off stump as possible. This time though, he does go offside, plays it inside out, does Fahim Khan, but we'll just get the 1. The fielding in the deep done from the fielder running around from long off. Tries to get funky and misses out, and the keeper misses out as well, but luckily there's an almost backstop fielder in the form of Samarth Patel. It's a full bunger. There's 2 fielders converging. One of them goes for the catch, and Dhaval Kumar for the 2nd time in this innings lets one fall through his fingers at deep mid-wicket, almost catches it on the 2nd time of asking, pops up, but just wasn't able to get his fingers and thumbs in the right place at the right time. And the man with the pink cap just snatches at it. It pops out. Another missed opportunity. Direct hit will be trouble, even an indirect hit. And it is well fielded there by Shanto Khan as the throw comes in, and the bowler quickly gets back to the non-striker's end and dislodges the bails, and it will be a wicket there for Ahmad Khan. So we go frame by frame here. And he is well short in the end. Good call by umpire Andy. New batter coming out here, Absar Alam. 8 balls left, 150 on the board. That one's hit a long way, and it could be another wicket. And it will be 2 in 2. It won't be a hat-trick opportunity for Shanto Khan, but he certainly had a big hand, literally, in the run-out. This time, it's Fahim Khan who holes out, and this Punjab CC Amadora innings is just tailing away. That's how you catch in the deep. It's the first time it actually has been held onto. And it's the skipper himself, Rahul Huda, who shows a safe pair of hands. It's the end of the over as well, so chance possibly for a team hat-trick for Lisbon Capitals. So Shanto Khan finishes with figures of 1 for 29 off his 4, and you'd say 1.5 really with the run out that he was a key part of. So after his first 2 innings were a bit expensive, Shanto comes back excellently. That 19th, it all happened for him there, giving away just 3 runs, picking up a wicket and getting the run out as well. So his final 2 overs, Shanto, go for just the 7 runs, outstanding from the left arm orthodox spinner, having been a bit expensive early doors. McNayam will be rewarded with the final over. So Sunil Kumar Patel will just remain with those 2 overs he bowled. Another chance for a run out, but this time I think the batter does get in safely, and a shake of the head there from umpire Croot. Good throw in from the deep. You can see there that Shad Ali takes a bit of a roundabout route to get to the stumps. Four balls left. Alam on strike. Absar trying to find the boundary one more time. Only finds fresh air. McNayam has bowled excellently here. Brilliant over so far from Naeem. 3 dot balls in a row. Absar Alam just not able to get button ball. Punjab aren't even going to get to that 160 mark as it stands. That one has been clubbed down the ground, but should just be a single. Maybe they'll try and push for 2 with the fumble. It's a yes, no, maybe. They almost have a discussion in the middle of the pitch about whether to go for the 2. But Shad Ali says no thanks, I'll face up the final ball. $153 for Punjab, below par for where they should be and below par for this league as well. McNayam can be more than happy with his contribution. Surely they go for 2 on this occasion, and it will not be a successful 2. So it'll be a 1 and a wicket, which takes Punjab CC to 154 for 9 in the end. Just take a final look at this one. Pretty sure it was a comfortable run out. Wicketkeeper almost clatters the stumps himself, but you can see Shad Ali not able to get his bat down in time. And Punjab CC just trail away at the end with no boundaries coming in the final 2 overs of the game and 3 wickets falling in that time as well. So it's been a brilliant showing from the Lisbon Capitals, who came into this one surely as underdogs, based on the record of the 2 teams so far and the fact that Punjab CC smashed the Capitals earlier in the season. The Capitals, having won the toss, went into bowl, and that looks to be rewarded as Punjab CC finish on 154. Rana Sawa looked impressive at the top of the order, 35 off 27. 35 as well for Ankush Kumar, and it was the partnership between Ankush and Simranjeet that looked like it would kickstart this batting innings for Punjab CC Amadora, but when Simranjeet went holing out and Ankush Kumar played a bit of a brainless shot to Rahul Huda. Then the innings just tailed away, and the final 4 wickets were lost in the end for less than 50 runs. That was thanks to some good bowling, though. Shaido Rahman at the top, 2 for 21 off his 4. And Rahul Huda underlining why he's the top wicket taker in the division, finishing 3 for 27. And a wicket apiece for Shanto Khan and McNaim, as well as 2 run-outs. So there you have it, at the halfway stage, Punjab CC Amadora 154. So Lisbon Capitals, who will have a head start of 10 runs because of the late arrival of Punjab CC, have a target then of 155. That run chase will come to you in about 15 minutes' time. So join us back on the European Cricket Network for that one.
This European event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back to sunny Santarem, where the chase is on here for the Lisbon Capitals. 155 runs required after Punjab CC Amadora posted probably a slightly below par score. 47 the high score from Singh, otherwise 35 apiece from Ankush Kumar and Rana Sawa. As you can see there, some penalty runs have been applied. Punjab CC Amadora turning up late to the party, and as a result, Lisbon Capitals will start their run chase with a 10-run head start. So a score that's probably just below average has now been made even lower in terms of the run chase. So 145 now required. So as a final reminder, Punjab CC Amadora fined 10 runs because of their late arrival. So Lisbon Capitals have a head start in their run chase, which will get going now. Sawa with the ball. And with the bat in hand are Amir Dar and Shanto Khan. Amir Dar knocking that first one into the leg side for a single. So you'd say it's probably delicately placed, this battle. Before the game, Punjab CC Amadora had the slight advantage over Lisbon Capitals, having beaten them heavily earlier in the season. And by virtue of their superior totals so far in the division, 6 wins for Punjab CC Amadora. And in comparison, just the 3 wins for the Lisbon Capitals. But certainly Lisbon Capitals are a much changed team from the start of the season. That one's whipped away into the leg side, and it will land just short of the fielder out in the deep. Lisbon Capitals, if you asked about them by the end of May, you'd say, well, they've got not a cat's chance in hell of doing anything in this division, having lost the first 5 games. But since then, they've had a reversal of fortunes, and they've won 3 of their last 4. So maybe their position in the table doesn't quite tell the whole story. It's a tale of 2 halves for them. Certainly looking to notch up their 4th win of the season here. Yeah, just looking back at that first innings then. There was an early breakthrough as Gulia, the opening batter for Punjab CC, departed in the first over. But the main partnership that really boosted the score was between Ankush Kumar and Rana Sawa. With Rana Sawa and Kumar both finishing on 35, and then Simranjit Singh finished top scorer, 47 he achieved in his 31 deliveries, including 6 4s and 2 6s. Low full toss there is given the treatment. Getting some nice early swing here is Rana Sawa, but just misses his line there and his length. You can see the hoop through the air, but that just turned right onto the bat of Shanto Khan, who hits the first Maximo of this innings. There was only 2 Maximos in the first innings entirely, and they were both off the bat of Simranjit Singh. Surprising, given that Punjab CC Amadora are the Maximo kings. Well, there's Kings of the Hill having a nice time in front of the clubhouse. Having a leisurely start to this Sunday morning, 10 o'clock local time. Enjoying the cricket out there, and probably enjoying that big hit off the bat of Shanto Khan. Shanto did well with the ball in hand as well, finishing with figures of 1 for 29 off his 4. His first 2 overs weren't the best, going for 10 and 13, so he's conceded 23 off the first 2 overs, but then in the latter stages of the innings, just when Punjab CC were trying to accelerate, Shanto put in 2 brilliant overs, going for just 6 runs and picking up a wicket. He's got a job on his hands here now with the bat. Second over will be bowled here by Ankush Kumar, coming in over the wicket, right-hander to right-hander, as that's lifted over the covers, and that will be a 4 to start the second over. Double teapot early on here for Kumar, maybe just thinking the cover fielders could have moved a muscle to that, but it was always destined for the boundary. The 2 fielders he's got out in the deep are at mid-wicket and long on. Might be worth moving one of those over to the offside if he continues to bowl this offside line. Final clarification about those 10 penalty runs. It wasn't due to the over 8, it was due to the fact that Punjab CC Amadora were late to arrive at the ground. As a result, Lisbon Capitals start this run chase 10 runs ahead. So 14 runs have been scored off the bat so far in the opening 7-8 deliveries. 10 runs given as a bonus thanks to Punjab's poor timekeeping. It's drilled down the ground, should be cut off at mid-off. The throw is launched in by Akif Khan. Shanto Khan hasn't really fired yet in this season with the bat. He's had 8 innings, so he's had plenty of bites of the cherry. Scored just the 65 runs across those innings. High score of 20 and an average just a shade above 8, including a duck as well. So not quite found his form with the bat, but this would be a good time to start as we head into the business end of this Liga Grizzly Division 1 season. So that one's launched away into the leg side. And Shanto clearly means business this morning, as he adds another Maximo to his collection. Before today, he'd only scored 4 sixes across 8 innings, and he's already got 2 in the opening 2 overs here as Lisbon Capitals move to 31 for no loss. Just a slot ball really there from Anil Kumar. But it was dispatched by Shanto, who looks to be batting with a bit of confidence here. Maybe on the back of that excellent 2 overs towards the latter stages of the first innings. As we interrupt the cricket to have a mini episode of Top Gear. Into the 3rd over we go then. It's chipped up there by Amir Dar, who of course had the gloves on for Lisbon Capitals. Didn't really have any opportunities behind the stumps, but did initiate the run out of Shad Ali in the latter stages when Punjab CC Amadora were trying to put the foot on the gas. That one did end up racing all the way for 4 runs, despite being just a push for Amir Dar. Shows that the outfield is drying out a touch here. That one will also go for 4. There is a man out at deep mid-wicket, but won't be able to chase that one down to square leg. So 3 boundaries in a row across the 2 overs, and a nice start here from Lisbon Capitals. Amir Dar scoring 3 4s, and Shanto Khan dealing only in maximos at the moment. A very good morning to everyone once more joining in the chat. Chris, looks like you're busy in the chat, but hope your Sunday is continuing to be bright and sunny and breezy. Looks like you're turning into quite a multilinguist as well. That run rate is nothing to be scared of at all at the moment for Lisbon Capitals. It is warped somewhat by those 10 penalty runs that were added at the start of the over. Start of the innings, in fact. So that run rate at 14.6 is slightly deceptive. But certainly the Capitals in contention here and in the driver's seat. Punjab CC Amadora need to get an early breakthrough to just feel like they're still in the game here. And certainly wides like that won't help. As that one goes almost all the way to the boundary, but it's cut off in the end. Solid stroke down the ground again. The chase is on. In fact, it will just bounce and bobble away for 4 runs. 2 fielders absolutely tearing after it. Racing away to almost the half century here. The Capitals 47 for no loss after 3. A costly over there from Rana Sawa. 16 runs coming off it. Wide certainly not helping the cause. Parveen Singh will be the new bowler for Punjab CC, seeing if he can make this early breakthrough that you feel just need to keep themselves in contention at the moment, because it's one-way traffic for the Capitals. It's been sensible batting so far from Amir Dar and Shanto Khan, both waiting for the right delivery to go after. There's certainly been a few bad balls that they have been able to hit to the rope. You can hear there on the effects mic maybe that Kuldeep Golia is chattering behind the stumps. I think he knows that something has to happen here, and well, that one just goes over the top of the sprawling Akif Khan. Everything going the way of the Capitals. They bring up their team 50, and then another 4 added to the collection. Well watched there by Shanto Khan. Just rocks back on it, knows that it's just going to sit up a touch off the bowling of Parveen Singh. He's able to work that away for what is his 4th boundary of the innings. Required rate just a shade above 6, so pretty much already there in this over. Well, they are already there, 7 runs coming off it. That one tossed up, teaser, and actually might end up being a success, but in fact it races away from Ankush Kumar, who's in hot pursuit. They go for 2, might consider 3. They certainly were interested for a moment. Amir Dar noticed that the throw coming in wasn't the sharpest. They settle for just 2 and settle for another over that goes their way. 56 for no loss after 4. Chris rightfully pointing out in the chat that Vinny is on a bit of a break now. He joined Rico for a couple of days in Hornchurch, and it was great to hear those 2 back together, the dynamic duo. As we take another look again at that half chance there, Simranjit Singh, it would have been an all-timer if he managed to grab on. Rico will be back on Monday morning, so Hornchurch, the series is ongoing there, but they don't play at the weekends because they have their regular club cricket, but they'll be back in action on Monday. With the finals day coming away from Hornchurch on Friday. I'm hoping to be there for that one as well. And Phil G is taking you through the action in Zurich, where they've already had boundaries flowing and records tumbling this morning. Take a look at what's happening over there. Sawa continues to bowl here into his 3rd over. Capitals on 60. So Sports Club Roche were always up against it, chasing 244 for the win against Zurich Mavericks, and it looks like they'll fall short. Well, this one's going to fall short and be in the hands of the fielder out in the deep. I think that's Simranjit taking the grab, as Amir Dar goes for 1 big shot too many and is caught in the deep. Bit of an unnecessary one given that his side were so in control. But he does have to take his leave, and Lisbon Capitals lose their first 60 for 1. Still very much in control here are the Lisbon Capitals. They'd need a good few more wickets to fall before they start being concerned, given that that required rate is just pretty much exactly a run a ball. New batter in here for Lisbon Capitals is Rana. Narinder Rana knocks that one away. Starts off with a boundary. Takes no time at all to get into his Sunday morning work. And the runs keep flowing here for the Capitals. Rana Sawa has been expensive so far in his opening 2.5 overs. Again, clubbed away over the covers. And, well, there's a gaping hole in the field for Punjab CC Amadora. It's not been plugged. And on 2 occasions now, Shanto Khan has said, thank you very much. I'll plunder runs through there. Remember, still in the power play, so they can only have 2 fielders out in the deep, but there's currently 1 lurking at deep mid-wicket and 1 very wide long on. It's frustrating for the bowler, Ranasawa, who's been expensive. If he bowls a decent line outside off stump and he has 0 protection out there, there's not too much he can do about it. Goes again, and this one's going to go the distance. Turning on the style now is Shanto Khan. Where's this batting been his whole season so far? Certainly hasn't shown too much of this, but it's coming at the right time here. His high score so far in this season is 20, and he's already moved to 35 off just 14 deliveries, 3 4s and 3 6s. And that's a over that goes magical. And Sawa, despite picking up the wicket, not having the best time of it here. Sawa, 1 for 44 off his 3 overs so far, despite picking up that wicket, which was a nice grab out there in the deep by Simranjit Singh. But after that, one-way traffic, Narinder Rana picking up a boundary himself before handing over boundary scoring responsibilities to Shanto Khan. That one went all the way into the garden there. Such was the power of that hit. But I think it has been found now. Good Grizzly hunting there by the Punjab fielder. So 75 for 1 after 5. $80 runs required. So almost halfway there for the Capitals, given that helping hand of 10 penalty runs for Punjab's lateness. Parveen Singh will continue from this embassy end. His first over going for 9, but desperately need the breakthrough at that required rate, just a touch over 5 now. So you imagine the only way Punjab can get back into this one is if they somehow find a way to rattle through the remaining 9 wickets. Parveen going left arm around to Rana, who's currently saying to Shanto, you can take over from here because he's on such a great run. And that's exactly why Shanto did want the strike, and that one bobbles away despite 2 fielders there interested. He finds the gap perfectly. This time he's watchful, showing a bit of maturity there, having previously hit a boundary and already got 5 runs off the over. He respects the good ball when it arrives. And that's not a good ball, and that's what Shanto thinks of that one as he gets his second boundary of the over and races away to 43, eyeing up that first half century of the season for him. This time he goes straight. I don't think it has the distance on it. And it's dropped. Simranjit Singh, who's usually so reliable in the outfield, has to do a lot of work running in from long on across the pitch. But he gets there, he gets his hands there, and it just pops out living dangerously here. Shanto Khan. Simranjit just doesn't quite grab his fingers around it. And the chance goes a-begging. It's half stopped at point. And the race is on for Jay Parkash. Shanto Khan getting a single on that dropped opportunity. 2 to finish the over. So Lisbon Capitals 87 for 1 after 6. Going along more than healthily here, taking another look at this missed opportunity. Simranjit Singh was in the air for a long time. He came tearing across from long on. Just goes all the way in and then all the way back out. He'll be frustrated with himself. You can see his annoyance afterwards. Would have been his second grab, an important one to get rid of Shanto Khan. That is the end of the power play, as Jay Parkash will come on with some amends to make as well, having been dismissed for a golden duck in the first half of the game. You'd imagine all 5 fielders will be sent out here by Punjab CC because they need to stop the runs somehow. There's a deep mid-wicket sent out, cow corner, long on, long off, and a deep kind of cover point. Oh, he's moving more across to cover now. So they are trying to stem the bleeding here, Punjab CC, but it feels like they've already suffered a critical wound. Jay Parkash does have 8 wickets to his name in the 8 games he's played so far. So usually has a habit of picking up a wicket in every game. But he needs more than just a solitary one here to try and get his side back into it. It's clubbed away into the leg side. There's no one in front of the bat on the leg side inside of the ring. So it's a safe enough shot there. Shanto Khan inches ever closer to his first half century of the season. The Lisbon Capitals know here that playing low risk, sensible cricket will see them over the line. It's not always the case that we see that. But Narinder Rana happy to play second fiddle here. He gets Shanto Khan back on strike, who lofts that one. Not exactly the low risk cricket I was talking about, but it will be rewarded. And whatever happens, that will be his half century, Shanto Khan, as it goes over the rope. That one does hit the rope on the full. So 6 runs. So he gets to his half century in some style. Does Shanto Khan. Great replay there by Conrad doing the camera work up top. And Shanto has put in a great shift so far. Not quite got his side over the line, but already the finish line is in sight and the celebrations can begin. He's really turning on the star now. 6 followed by 4, and Jay Parkash, his miserable day continues as he goes for 14 in his first over. The 100's brought up as well for the Capitals, 101 for 1. And you can see the post-mortem continues there between the 2 fielders on that boundary opportunity. Lands right on the rope, so you can put that down as a missed opportunity. Neither of them were able to stop it nor catch it. Shanto Khan says thank you very much as he goes to 56 off 22. 6 fours and 4 sixes. Narinder Rana currently not out on 10. And the changes are being rung as a result from Punjab, as the ball is being thrown here to Shad Ali, with the bowling team running out of time to try to find a wicket from somewhere. You can't say they haven't had their opportunities, but they haven't been able to make the most of them. That required rate now just a shade over 4. The rate they're going, well, add 10 to that and you might be closer to the reality. It's a good start here from Shad Ali, trying to keep things tight outside off stump. Gets a nice little bit of away shape with his arcing run up. Just a bit of rush of blood to the head here from Shanto Khan. He doesn't need to play these wild swipes outside off stump. Just needs a slight reset here. He's done the hard work getting himself to 56 off 24. But you'd have to say his work's not done until his side are over the line with still 53 runs needed. That's well played, more watchful into the leg side. We can take a look at what a result here, and looking increasingly likely a win for Lisbon Capitals would do for the table. Certainly it's a big win for the Capitals. At the end of this game, then all teams will have played 10 games. Fighters CC will be rooted to the bottom of the table as things stand. Of course, they have the afternoon game, or the late evening game here this Sunday. They're playing against Werewolves at 4 p.m. But if the Lisbon Capitals pick up the win here, the Fighters will be the only team at the bottom of the table with 6 points. Then the Capitals, Supergiants and Werewolves will all have 8. Gorka 11 will have 9 because of that one no-result game against Marlow. Punjab CC will have 12, assuming they don't pick up any points here, which is looking ever likely. And that's certainly something that Marlow and Awarerush will be pleased with, given that Marlow are on 13, just above Punjab, and Awarerush sitting pretty at the top of the table on 16. As we get to the end of the 8th over. Decent one there from Shad Ali, just trying to bring some sanity to the proceedings. But Capitals still very much in control, 104 for 1. Looking very relaxed there in the dugout. Looks like Samarth Patel has got his helmet on. If a wicket does fall, he seems the most likely to come in next. But I'm sure at the moment he's very happy to sit and stand and chat with his teammates as the business is being done out in the middle by Rana and Khan. Yeah, so it's a good time to look at the table after this game because the number of games played is equal. But of course, the cricket action doesn't stop, and we'll go straight into the second game of the day, which is Marlow against Lisbon Supergiants. And that's coming your way in just under an hour and a half's time. So the chase is on here, and the ball will win. It's a brutal downhill run there for the fielder. And despite Akif Khan's best efforts sticking out his boot, the ball wins the race. It was nicely played off the hip there by Narinder Rana, who's in a good supporting role here. Shanto Khan, of course, doing most of the heavy lifting, but Narinder has just stuck around, and this partnership is now worth 48, so 2 shy of the 50 partnership. As Punjab CC just unable to find that breakthrough. This one goes straight and true and all the way for 6 runs. Narinder Rana, his first boundary, or his first Maximo, I should say, of the innings. There's been 5 Maximos so far, which is already 3 more than Punjab managed in their whole innings. Simranjeet Singh was the only one to clear the rope 2 occasions, and Shanto Khan has doubled that tally just by himself. Club down the ground again. Parkash is just having no luck whatsoever today with the Golden Duck in the first half of the game, and now being taken to the cleaners as he's gone for 28 runs in just 10 balls so far. As this now feels like it could be a very early finish indeed. With what I was saying, the next game coming up at 12 noon, Marlow Lisbon Supergiants. It feels like we might have a bit of a extended break before then. Wide certainly won't help the cause for Punjab. Final ball of the 9th, but it's an over. It's already been expensive. That one should be cut off, but you can see the body language here of the Punjab fielders. They feel like this game is already almost beyond them. With the score now 121 for 1 after 9. 34 runs required. Shanto Khan, 58 off 27. Narinder Rana now ticking along nicely himself, 27 off 13. Narinder has got previous in this season as well. His high score 69, not out. Averaging just under 24 in his 6 innings so far. He's playing a great hand here as well. Shanto Khan. Well, in just his 1 innings here, has almost doubled his output in the previous 8. 65 he'd scored in 8 innings, and now he's scored 58 in this game alone in just 27 deliveries, as we have a touch more of nature watch there, thanks to cameraman Conrad. That's a genuine ball that just whistles past the outside edge of Shad Ali, who's looked the most likely bowler to make a breakthrough here for Punjab. Just gets an extra bit of pizzazz on that one as it whistles through into the gloves of Kuldeep Gulaya. That's a big swing, and it's going to race away. And again, a thankless task there for Parveen Singh, trying to reel that one in. Not quite where he wanted it to go, but I do feel that Shanto Khan has earned his luck here. With the requirement now just 30 runs. It's a case of, you'd imagine, when and not if the Capitals win this one, and it will be a hearty boost to their net run rate as well, which before this game was negative. It was negative 0.516. Conversely, Punjab CC before this game had a positive net run rate of 5. So both of these sides will see a reversal in fortunes. Punjab CC Amador, of course, very much eyeing up a finals day berth. I think probably a bit too late for Lisbon Capitals because of their miserable start to the season, but certainly showing that they're no pushovers. And it's great to see them come back so strong after a worst possible start, losing the first 5 games. But then winning 4 out of the next 5 shows that they are a side changed and a much improved one. As for Punjab CC, then they will fall to their 4th defeat of the season. And actually their 3rd defeat in the last 4 games. So very much one team on the up, one team slightly on the slide. So maybe the result is not as big a surprise as the positions in the table might suggest. Final ball of the 10th. Won't be the final ball of the 10th. Strays down the leg side there, Shad Ali. Cheeky quick single taken there by Rana. It was probably always on. I think Shanto Khan just slightly guilty of ball watching, and the fumble from Akif Khan ensures that they will get through for a single, which means Rana retains the strike. And at the end of 10 at the halfway mark, well, it very much won't be the halfway mark the way it's going. Lisbon Capitals 127 for 1. 28 runs required. As Rana Sarwar, the Punjab skipper, shuffles his deck once more, and out comes the card with Absar Alam on it. Number 56 gets an opportunity to bowl here in what is basically a free hit, I suppose. What he can do is put a bit of a shine on his own personal figures and on the score, because at the moment, Capitals are romping home to victory. Absar Alam has got 4 wickets to his name in the 8 games so far. Has only bowled the 16 overs, so not always employed in the attack. But gets the opportunity here as the 6th bowler. Someone's clubbed down the ground, but will land safe with long on and long off, both deep, right with their heels on the rope, and also quite wide as well. So that shot back over the bowler's head is very much on. If Shanto Khan now does want to take it on, the diminutive right-hander. That one's edged away, and it's going to race away for 4, despite Gully interested for a moment or two. But it flashes off the blade of Shanto Khan, who continues on his merry way and has now more than doubled his output for the season in this 1 innings. It's been an excellent shift from him after good effort with the ball as well. 1 for 29 off his 4, so very much, you'd imagine, in player of the match territory. Now just 22 runs required. Make that 21, a wide ball. That will be the 7th wide of the innings so far, with extras notching up to 17, but that's also because of the 10 penalty runs applied to Punjab CC Amadora because of their lateness this morning. But you would have to say, just like yesterday, the penalty runs in the first game of Division 2 on both occasions. I don't think the penalty runs will have made much of a difference to the outcome. EU Pack Friendship easily winning that game yesterday, and I think here you can add 10 to the score, and 31 off 57 would also still be a pretty easy task to chase down for the Capitals. Despite that 4, which was fortuitous for Shanto Khan, and the one wide Absar Alam otherwise bowled quite well in the opening 5 deliveries here. Just 1 ball left of the 11th. Try to get out of the over without conceding another boundary, I'm sure. Well, I apologise, Absar Alam, because that was clearly commentator's curse territory. So wide it was off the pitch. Usually, of course, the law is that if it pitches off the AstroTurf, it's a no ball, but only if it doesn't pitch further than the crease line. That one was very much full and wide, and that one's gone all the way for 6 runs. Absar Alam, just as I said, he was bowling quite well, went to pieces in the final 2 deliveries. Filthy wide, and then a 6, which was pumped away by Shanto Khan, who moves to 73 off 36. So striking at over 200s, with now just 14 runs required. 141 for 1 the score for Lisbon Capitals at the end of 11. Punjab CC Amadora. Fielders deflated. They know this game has passed them by almost before they've had a chance to compete. Shad Ali, the pick of the bowlers probably so far, going for 10 runs in his opening 2, but will be on the losing side here, I'm sure. But he probably, of all the bowlers, would deserve a wicket if he does manage to pick up a consolation one. And he continues to probe and test away. Narana with an ugly swipe, just walking off the pitch, maybe just composing himself, give himself a little ticking off, because with 14 runs needed, it's not the time for a head loss. Narinder Rana clearly deciding that he needs more practice out in the middle, because that was an easy one. Probably could have even tried to go for a quick 2. Nobody on the leg side inside the ring to do the fielding, so Shad Ali had to do it himself, but Narinder Rana says, no thank you. I want to take this time, have a bit of batting practice with the game more or less sewn up. I'm not sure Shanto Khan would be overly delighted with that, given that he's on 73. This one gets clubbed away and should be cut out in the deep by Akif Khan. This time, Narinder Rana does surrender the strike to Shanto Khan. Looks like he's in a bit of a hurry to finish this one off now. 13 required, unlucky for some, and it certainly will be unlucky for Punjab CC Amadora. So we can take a quick look ahead to what's coming your way in just under an hour and 15 minutes time. It will be Marlow facing up against Lisbon Super Giants. That's Marlow in 2nd place against LSG, who are in 6th place, but actually might, based on the run rate of this game, drop down to 7th, because Lisbon Capitals will certainly give their net run rate a boost with this resounding win. So again, probably one where Marlow would go into that one feeling like the favourites. They did lose their previous game against Awarish in that top of the table clash 2 weeks ago. Awarish putting on 206, and in response Marlow only achieving 162. Flicked away into the leg side and will land safely. They jog through for a single, which means the required runs now are just 10. End of the 12th, 145 for 1, the Capitals. In the previous game, Marlow against Lisbon Supergiants, Marlow came into the game as favourites and put the Lisbon Supergiants to the sword relatively quickly. LSG scoring 196, which is a decent score. But in response, Marlow ticked off the runs in just 15.2 overs. So they'll have the psychological advantage going into that matchup at 12 o'clock local time. But as you can see by the result this morning, it's not always the case that the table tells you how the game's going to go. Lisbon Capitals certainly took their time to get themselves into this season, but they're hitting form at the right time. It remains to be seen if it'll be enough to get themselves into those top 3 or 4 spaces. Parveen Singh back to bowl his third here. And that one's going to tickle the under edge and go past the keeper as they jog through for a single. So now just 9 required. Shanto Khan probably deserves to finish this game unbeaten. He moves to 76. Say a late hello to Ash in the chat. Hope you're doing well. As well, we're going to have to see what happened here, because he hits the ball once and then almost hits it again in, well, you wouldn't call it in self-defense because the ball's just popping around. There was no need for him to hit that. There was kind of a half appeal from Punjab CC Amadora, and I think the umpire's just checking now whether they did in fact appeal or what their question was. There's a bit of an unnecessary hit there by Narinder Rana. Take another look at this one. He hits it into his own pad. And then I think he was probably just trying to be helpful, kind of just hit the ball back. But he has been given out on field. And he's been given out, hitting the ball twice. So, bit of a strange one there. Narinder Rana, he's only got himself to blame, really, because he just hit the ball into himself. And I think the ball was very much still live. The bowler was steaming towards him, Parveen Singh, to try and get the ball. And Narinder Rana, maybe just in a brain fade moment, trying to be helpful, just, yeah, difficult to understand why he did it. He then just hit the ball back towards Parveen Singh, who then picked the ball up and threw it, I think, half in anger at the stumps, half trying to get him out. And as a result, then, the wicket does fall. So it's a strange end to this game. Unnecessary wicket there for Narinder Rana, who is out then for hitting the ball twice. It won't make a difference to the scoreline. But a curious one to put into the ECN archives. As Vinny says in the chat, neither of the hits were very good either. I mean, he hit firstly into his own pad. I'm just trying to get into the mindset, crawl into the mind there of Narinder Rana and what he was trying to do. If I'm being generous, I think he was trying to be kind of helpful and hit the ball back to Parveen Singh because there was no indication that he wanted to run. But Parveen Singh was having none of it. I don't think he wanted nor needed the help of Narinder Rana. And then there was a kind of an appeal from some of the fielders because they knew something had happened that they could probably appeal for. And then umpires Andy and Crew got their big brains together and I think came to the right decision. I think the clarification was from the umpires whether Punjab CC Amadora wanted to appeal or were appealing. And then as soon as the appeal was formally lodged, then Narendra was no longer for this innings. So he departs 31 off 21, 3 fours and 1 6. But the mode of dismissal maybe just takes a bit of a shine off his innings. That will shine brightly, though, into the bushes, and that will be the end of the game. And it seems fitting that Shanto Khan will hit the winning runs. It's been an outstanding knock for him. Finishes 81 off just 41 deliveries, 6 maximos and 8 fours on his way to his top score of the season. And it feels here that a case that the Lisbon Capitals have beaten Punjab CC Amadora at their own game. Punjab CC have been the maximo hitters of this Division 1, but they managed just 2 in their whole innings just a couple of moments ago. And in response, Lisbon Capitals says, "Oh, this is how you do it." And Shanto Khan, star of the show, Amir Dar, opened up well with him. That opening stand was worth 60, 10 of which were penalty runs, but Amir Dar also contributed 21 off 14. Narinder Rana almost got the job done, almost saw his side over the line with his 31 off 21 before he was dismissed in curious fashion, with Vinny saying that's the first hit the ball twice since Dom Blampede was out that way in ECS jersey in May 2025. So a good year since that's happened, but always fun to have a funky dismissal on the network. And then Samath Patel comes in at the end and scores 1-4 to help his side over the line. Not much to speak of for the bowlers. Of course, one dismissal was hit the ball twice, which doesn't get ascribed to the bowler. The one wicket that was taken was by Rana Sawa, who was otherwise quite expensive in his 3 overs. You have to say the pick of the bowlers was Shad Ali, seemed to be the only one up for the fight this morning, as he finishes with no wickets but 14 runs coming off his 3 overs. So Lisbon Capitals upset the table and continue on their merry way as they make it 4 wins out of 5. As for Punjab CC Amadora, just not really at the races this morning, but they'll have a chance, both of them, to come back next weekend and to get more points on the board. Speaking of points, Marlow and Super Giants are both vying for them in just over an hour's time, as we've got a bit of a longer break now, thanks to that quick chase by the Capitals. And coming to you then at midday local time will be that one, as Marlow look to cement their spot at the top of, near the top of the table, and Lisbon Super Giants looking to try and get themselves out of that mid-table pack. So it's going to be another interesting one. You've got a bit of a longer break now, and join me, Tina Goff, back on the European Cricket Network for Marlow versus Lisbon Super Giants in an hour's time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome to the Santarem Cricket Ground, where we're in the second game of the day, which sees Marlow line up against the Lisbon Super Giants. News from the toss is that Marlow won it and decided to have a bat, looking to get runs on the board here against Lisbon Super Giants side, possibly bereft of confidence, having not been able to pick up too many wins in their 10 games so far. They go into this one with a record of 4-6. As for Marlow, well, they're hot on the heels of Aware Rush at the top of the table, having won 6 of their games, losing 3, and 1 was a washout. So certainly Marlow going into this one feeling like favourites. As we saw this morning, the favourites tag doesn't cost much and doesn't mean much when, of course, we saw this morning the Lisbon Capitals overcome with some ease the Punjab CC Amadora in a game that they probably went into as underdogs. So Lisbon Super Giants looking to make the most of that underdog tag here going into the lunchtime game. As opening the batting for Marlow, Mian Shahid, who's out there in the middle as skipper alongside Mohamed Adnan. Jivan Giri's picked up the new ball for LSG with that first ball just knocked into the leg side for a single. Both Adnan and Shahid get straight off strike with a run apiece. Taking a quick look at the lineups then. Big miss for Marlow is that Osama is not playing today, but they still have some batting firepower with the likes of Najam Shahzad, Amandeep Singh, Asim Sarwar all in their lineups. As for Lisbon Super Giants, their skipper Srivastav has got the likes of Shahan Khan, the wicketkeeper, to lean on, as well as Jiwan Giri, who's bowling out there in the middle now. And Surya Partab as well will be familiar to those who have watched European Cricket Network cricket from Portugal before. It's a decent delivery there from Giri, just lovely shape on the new ball, getting it to tail away from Mian Shahid. A reminder that this is the second of 3 games that will be coming your way today, with Fighters CC facing up against Werewolf CC in the final game of the day. At 4 p.m. local time. It'll be Shoban on the mic taking you through that one. So this is the final game of the day for me, as I'll look forward to putting my feet up and watching that contest, Fighters Werewolves, this afternoon, which is also an intriguing one. Certainly Fighters have got a point to prove. They're currently rooted to the bottom of the table, and with the win for the Lisbon Capitals earlier, they're in fact slightly cut adrift on 6 points. Werewolves, Lisbon Capitals and Lisbon Super Giants all on 8 points. So if Fighters managed to tame the Wolves, then they'd actually draw level on points with them, albeit they do have a far inferior net run rate at the moment. Just a slight injury here to the wicketkeeper. I think wasn't able to take that one cleanly and got a nasty one on the finger. Looks like he is okay to carry on. With umpire Crute there, providing the first aid and moral support. It's lovely to have your company this afternoon. Of course, it's not the only cricket on the network at the moment over in Switzerland. We had a record-breaking morning this morning with 243 scored by Zurich Mavericks Gawal, thanks to a bombastic 175 not out off 39 deliveries by Malia Stanikzai as we get back underway here. Squeezed off the hip of Shahid for a single. Stanikzai scoring 23 sixes on his way to 175, which is the third highest score ever on the network. Numan Ahmadzai at the other end wasn't too bad himself, scoring 61 off 22. Didn't lose a single wicket on their way to that mammoth score. In response, Sports Club Roche only managed 118 in what was always going to be a monumental task. It looks like Sports Club Roche will lose back-to-back as well because they're currently chasing 172 against the Swiss Dragons as that one rolls away for the first boundary of the innings. Not quite out the middle from Adnan, but enough to beat the boundary. Swiss Dragons posting 171 for 4 and Sports Club Roche with just less than 3 overs left at 87 for 2. So it looks like they'll fall short in that one as well. So not the best day for SCR. It's Phil G on the mic taking you through that one. Back-to-back boundaries as Geary just overcorrects there and caresses that one off his toes for another 4. Mohamed Adnan looking to get into his work here at the lunchtime shift in Portugal. It's the end of the over with those couple of extras as well. 13 runs coming off it, unlucky for Geary. There was that blow that the wicket keeper took. Shahan Khan, painful one for him. Have to keep an eye on that one, but he looks like he's okay to continue. You can see him in front of your screens there. As Adnan Gondal takes the new ball duties alongside Jiran Giri. Starts with a bit of a full bunger that he actually gets away with. Yeah, and Shahid then the skipper of Marlow facing up. That one drifting a little wide, but probably a lot of the movement was after it past the stumps. You can see there Shahid is pleading for a wide. Marlow come into this game actually on the back of a defeat. That's why Awerash are currently sitting pretty at the top of the table, and Marlow were just not able to compete with the Swans' firepower. Awerash scoring 206 2 weeks ago, and Marlow in response mustering 162 in what was the top of the table clash. They're looking to make amends here, Marlow, against a side that's probably much less favoured, as that one's tapped away and will be stopped there in the deep by Nikhil Dhingra. Prior to that defeat, Marlow had gone on a run of 6 games undefeated. One of those was a tie against Gorka. That dramatic low-scoring thriller in the middle of June. 116 apiece there in that contest between Gorka and Marlow. But in between that tie, they've managed wins against their opponents today. LSG, that was actually a relatively comfortable one. LSG posting 196 and Marlow chasing it down with the best part of 5 overs to spare. So they are going into this one on the back of a loss, but otherwise have been a strong side in this Liga Grizzly Division 1. And I've got off to a decent enough start here. Just playing the ball around, playing low risk cricket as the score moves along to 17 for no loss after 2. Good over though from Adnan Gondal, just the 3 coming off it plus the leg bite. So 4 off the over, 3 ascribed to the batter. It's always a bit of a strange one, the leg bite not being given against the bowler. I feel like it deserves to go against the bowler in the same way that runs should do, as we say hi to the scorers over there. Pinto and Josh, and ably supported there by Eli and Kashkash. Probably one of the best spots in the house, I reckon, sitting up on the balcony, watching the cricket, but of course doing the hard work as well, keeping up with the score. This third over will be bowled by Lakman Kumar, so a early change. Not surprising given that Jahangiri wasn't able to hit his straps, but that one is not much better as that one gets punched away for 4 runs. In fact, it goes all the way for 6. Must have gone further than I thought. Good meter over the boundary in the end. 6 signalled by umpire Andy. Must have not quite clocked the flight of that path, and seemingly no one else did either, as Crute has to go and lead the rescue mission. I think he's seen it, but maybe it's just a case of having to get it from the other side of the fence. Good Crute tracking done by Conrad there as well. As Crute heads into the bushes, hopefully coming out with a Grizzly. So the first Maximo of the innings goes the way of Mohamed Adnan. It looks like the ball is still lost. There's now 3 players in the fence. Does look like we'll have to get a new ball then, as that one is lost to the bushes. I'm sure the rescue work will continue, but the game must go on. LSG just struggling early on with the lines here. We take a look at how LSG have fared in the season so far. It's actually a very pleasing pattern in their results so far. They have a tendency to win 1 game and then lose 2. Based on that pattern, they're due 2 losses because they previously did win the game against Fighters, chasing down Fighters 184 with 7 balls to spare. Buzzers here as that throw gets flashed in and the keeper Shahan Khan gets nowhere near it. LSG have as yet not been able to beat a team above them. The only scalp really was against Werewolves and Capitals. So they've got 4 wins so far, 6 losses. So that one gets feathered through to the keeper, and it will be the first wicket to go. Mohamed Adnan swipes at one that was just rising on him, and it was a decent bumper there from Laxman Kumar. And can't have been any other decision there, given that the bat was so far away from the body. And I think Mohamed Adnan knew his goose was cooked as soon as it went through to the keeper. Smart catch there from Shahan Khan. And Marlow lose their first halfway through the third, 25 for 1. We've got 19 off 8, Mohamed Adnan finishes on. So a brief cameo, including that big 6 and the lost ball. And 2 fours. But he has to depart early on in the piece here. As Najam Shahzad comes out at number 3 for Marlow. I did say at the top of the game that Mohamed Osama will be a big miss for Marlow, and he is the top run scorer for the side. Played in all 10 games so far, so it's the first time actually he doesn't feature for the Marlow side. And it'll be a big loss. He's averaging just a shade over 40. Got that big century as well, scoring 105, not out. Scored 323 runs across the 10 innings, but he doesn't feature today, so it gives the opportunity for someone else to step up in his stead. Najam Shahzad has played the 4 games so far, scored 79 runs with a high score of 38. So room for improvement there for Najam as he faces up his first delivery. Well, he might only last 1 ball, but he's lucky because that skews over the top of the skipper, Srivastav. Loose shot there, but it does actually go all the way for 4 as well. Shows how quick this outfield is. Given that was nothing more than a bit of a miss-hit, but a miss-hit that will get him the 4 runs. Meanwhile, Mian Shahid, the skipper, he's featured 6 times for Marlow this season with the bat, with a high score of 34, averaging 14.6. So again, got a chance here to improve those figures. As a direct hit comes flying in here. It's a great piece of fielding with just the 1 stump to aim at. Shake of the head though from umpire Crew. Take a look at this. It was flashed in and almost impossible to tell there, but you can see as the ball comes across there that looks like the bat was already grounded. He was almost at the stumps already, with then evasive action having to be taken by the wicketkeeper. Go back to live. We had a couple of run-outs in the previous game and a couple of appeals, and the umpires today have got 100% record of calling them correctly. So great job being done out there by the boys in pink. 30 for 1 at the end of 3. There's a bit of a mixed bag over there for Laxman Kumar. Picked up the wicket, but also got hit for a 6 and a 4. But probably happy with his overs work on that occasion, as Mohamed Adnan, the opener, had to depart. I think this is Shahan Khan still feeling the ill effects of that one that he took on the finger in the first over. Just getting repairs. looks like to his thumb maybe. It's probably one of those painful ones where it just pings off the end of the digit for the Glovester. And if you missed it in the previous game, we also had a curious case of a hit ball twice dismissal. Narinder Rana, it was in the dying embers of that game and it had no material difference on the scoreline. But a curious one nonetheless. I think by our count, it's probably only the 4th time on the network that someone has been dismissed, hit the ball twice. He ended up on 31 and the game had pretty much already been won for the Lisbon Capitals at that stage. But always fun to have unusual dismissals. It doesn't happen very often at all. Might be one of those where the law changes soon enough, because hit the ball twice, as Vinny mentioned in the chat at the time, could just be rolled into the obstructing the field dismissal. All kind of falls under the umbrella of stopping the fielding team being able to do the fielding the same way with handled the ball was its own dismissal, and now is under the remit of obstructing the field. But it's always fun when cricket throws up these irregularities. Gave us something to talk about in the game that was pretty one-sided in the run chase. Lisbon Capitals taking the win convincingly against Punjab CC Amadora. Chance for a run out, direct hit, and he was gone. Unfortunately, it will end up being probably 4 overthrows the other side, and that's the way the cookie crumbles for Lisbon Supergiants. It was a brilliant piece of fielding, a great pickup by mid-wicket. You can see there that Mian Shahid, the skipper, had given up the ghost entirely. It was worth the effort because getting the skipper out would have been a big boost for LSG. 4 runs given instead to Marlowe. Chance for a catch, and again it's that fielder who takes a outstanding grab. I was just waiting to see if he actually took the catch. And it was Atta Samad who tumbles away, showing just how much of a menace he is in the field after he almost initiated that spectacular run out a couple of balls before. This time the grab is equally as spectacular. I was just waiting to see actually if he took hold of it cleanly, and he absolutely does. Make sure to keep the ball off the ground. Tumbles over his wrist, but it's a clean pickup. And Atta Samad gets into the action here, and Adnan Gondal picks up his first. Najam Shazad has to depart for 9. 2 boundaries to his name, one of which was gifted to him on overthrows by Samad himself, who then decides he's had enough of his generosity and ends up getting the catch. Marlowe lose their second, 34 for 2. Still 2 balls left of the 4th. And this has been what has turned out to be a decent start for LSG. 2 of the top 3 already back in the shed as Amandeep Singh comes out at number 4 for the batting side. Amandeep played 9 of the 10 games so far for Marlowe, scoring 201 runs with a high score of 67, averaging 25. So again, someone who probably feels like he could have had a better season. But as a team, of course, Marlowe have been impressive and the runs have been shared around. But with Mohamed Osama, the top run scorer, missing today, it certainly requires someone to stand up and be counted. As we get to the end of the fourth over. 35 for 2 on the board. An eventful second over for Adnan Gondal. Into the 5th over we go then, which will be bowled once more by Laxman Kumar. His first over going for 13 runs. Did pick up the wicket though, that of Mohammad Adnan. The catch taken there by Shahan Khan on a ball that just got a bit big on the opener. Laxman Kumar getting a bit of extra bounce. Laxman Kumar going into his 4th game for LSG this year, picking up his 3rd wicket in the game, having previously got a couple. I mean, he's only bowled 6 overs so far, so he's got the opportunity here to play a more prominent role with the ball, and he's picked up an early wicket to strengthen his case to be a more frontline bowler to go forward. I'm sure Srivastav, the skipper, is happy with his contribution so far. Amandeep Singh just struggling a touch to get going here. I think he was hoping for the wide call there, but comfortably inside that wide line. Take a look at that on the right-hand side. Malyas Tanaksai, 44 maximos in the last month for Zurich Mavericks Garwal, which is impressive enough. More impressive given that those 44 maximos have come just entirely in the last 2 days, the opening 2 days of the Zurich Mavericks ECS campaign. There's been runs absolutely flowing over there in Switzerland. I'm sure Phil G's having a ball calling that one for you, so make sure you do have 2 screens up with that one also in full flow. Talking about in full flow, this one is swung away and goes all the way for 6 runs. Says hello to the batters sitting there in the Marlow tent. He knew as soon as he hit that one that he got hold of it. Mian Shahid. Get to the end of the 5th over then. Marlow 45 for 2. So it's a pretty even start here between the 2 sides. Marlow certainly a side that loves scoring big runs, but LSG can be pretty happy with the fact that they've picked up 2 early wickets in the power play. We've seen the back of 2 dangerous batters in the form of Mohammad Adnan and Najam Shahzad. Mian Shahid, the skipper's still out there and has been joined by Amandeep Singh. As it's, I think probably siesta time for little Eli and Josh and Kashkaish and Pintu. doing great work on the scorer's balcony. Going into the final over of the power play then. Mian Shahid just doing running repairs to his footwork, his footwear. And it will be Adnan Gondal again. Unsurprisingly, given that he's been the pick of the 3 bowlers so far, gone for just 8 runs in his 2 overs and picked up a wicket, which is his 12th wicket of the campaign. At the top of the wicket-taking charts for LSG is Atos Samad, who we haven't seen yet, but I'm sure we will sooner rather than later. Marlow looking to make the most of the 5 remaining balls of the power play, where only 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring. It's good bowling from Gondal, restricting the batters to just scraps for now, as Jiwangiri does the fielding in the deep on that occasion. It's been relatively tight with the line so far as well, just the 2 wides to speak of. As that one gets big on Mian Shahid, but he stands up to the task and doesn't flinch and gets rewarded with 4 for his troubles. As that one was a well-directed bouncer from Adnan Gondal, can throw his head up in slight frustration there because he thought he might have got that one through Mian, or maybe just feathered through an edge to the keeper or a top edge, but Mian got enough on it for it to race away through the vacant fine leg region. There is a 45 up in the circle, but the fielder in the deep behind the bat is on the offside at third. Good comeback though from Gondal, who's gone all the way down to the batter's ends to maybe impart a few pearls of wisdom. And also maybe to check Mian Shahid's okay. Yeah, I think that one just deflected off the glove. Thanks, Lucky, for pointing that one out to me. Just deflected off the glove up into the grill, so maybe I was looking for malice there from Adnan Gondal. I probably went down to ask him if he's okay rather than to sledge him. Oh, that one took a vicious Tortuga, almost takes the skipper's head off. Srivastav couldn't really do too much about that. He got into the right position, almost stopped it, and almost had a trip to the dentist for his troubles. Mian Shahid tries to work his way through the gears here. You can see him crouch there, ready to load up. And the ball flies away thanks to a bit of a dodgy bounce, which Srivastav did well to get his face out of the way of. And that will be another boundary. So an expensive over for Gondal. Probably didn't deserve to go for so many, as the over goes for 14. It will be the end of the power play then. Marlow 59 for 2. Ticking along nicely now, this partnership worth 25 after Najam Shahzad departed 4 balls into the 4th over. That was the wicket, the last one to fall. Najam Shahzad sent on his way there thanks to a... In fact, that was Mohammed Adnan getting dismissed, the one that went through to the wicketkeeper, and then Najam Shahzad was now then dismissed with a tumbling catch by Atos Samad at mid-wicket. That's the catch there. Great work on the replays. Those are the 2 wickets to fall so far in the power play. 59 for 2. You'd say pretty much honours even, although you do fear for LSG if that score gets anywhere near the 200. Great work done by Hardeep Katan. Doing the scoreboard with a smile on his face. I'm going to be smiling here as this one gets worked away for a couple more. Jiwan Giri doing the fielding in the deep. Surya Partap is bowling the 7th over, first sight of him for LSG, the 4th bowler used. He's also been in the wickets so far in this season, 9 wickets to his name. That one's clubbed away and will go all the way for a Maximo. Big stroke there off the middle of the skipper's bat there. Mian Shahid, 2nd boundary that goes all the way for him. Again, just waits for it. Not too much guile to speak of, just pure brute force. Manages to clear the fielders and clear the rope. You can understand what Surya Partap's trying to do on that occasion, just hide the ball right on that wide line, but it just falls foul. This time it's launched high up in the air. There's a fielder underneath it, and he gets nowhere near it. It lands safely inside of the rope. And another opportunity is missed. It was Kamal Ahmed in the deep. He just came in too hot off the rope. Would have been better off staying back. And in the end, probably even 2 meters it lands inside the rope. Should have at least been able to get a hand to it. But Mian Shahid goes for another big hit. He's 34 off 18. Going along nicely now, the skipper. Big appeal for caught behind, and it is given after long deliberation from umpire Andy, just going through all the permutations in his head. It seems like the only option there was caught behind. If there was a noise, it can't have been anything else. The bat was pretty much horizontal, far away from the body, far away from the pads. And certainly the keeper was convinced. Pratap was slightly more delayed in his appeal. You can see the reaction of the batter. He was almost looking away in a slight show of guilt, which always kind of tells the tale. Amandeep Singh then does have to depart as Marlow lose their 3rd, 72 for 3. Surya Partap picks up his first wicket. A great grab behind the stumps by Shahan Khan. You can see if there was a noise, there's pretty much nothing else it could have been apart from a feather edge. You see that the wicketkeeper was absolutely convinced, as was Slips. Maybe Partap just didn't quite hear it as quickly. But the wicket does fall 72 for 3, which brings Zulfikar Shah to the crease, the left-hander for Marlow. Zulfikar playing his 9th game for Marlow this season. He's only missed out on the one occasion. As he starts off with a single, which will mean he retains the strike. 3 for 3 after 7. Both Zulfikar Shah and Mian Shahid have a top score of 34 in the season so far, albeit Zulfikar's was not out. Zulfikar scored 87 runs in his 8 innings so far. 2 occasions he's remained not out, so his average is just below 15. Again, room for improvement for Zulfikar, and he's got 13 overs here to try and do the damage. Conrad treats us to a panoramic view of the Santarem cricket ground here. Just a wisp of cloud in the sky, but otherwise clear blue all the way. The sun beating down. And it's a pleasant 26 degrees. As we do finally see Atta Samad, the fifth bowler being used by LSG here, but very much not the fifth best. In fact, as wicket taking goes, he's at the top of the pile for LSG, well clear of Adnan Gondal in second place with 11. Although Gondal has added one to his collection in this game. Atta Samad looking to do the same here with Zulfikar Shah facing up the left-hander. In fact, looking at the wicket-taking ranks for the whole league, Atta Samad sitting pretty in fourth place. Amninder Singh of Gorkha was top of that with 20 wickets in his 10 games so far, but Rahul Huda got 3 for this morning and he leapfrogged Singh into first place. So Rahul Huda is now on 21 wickets, the Capitals bowler, after his 10 games. So that one's punched down the field and it's a chance for a catch. Settles underneath it and it's a nice grab taken there by Vijay Kumar. Was calm and collected underneath that one, and it's a big wicket to fall. Mian Shahid, the Marlow skipper, has to drag himself off. A bit of a wicket from nowhere, really. I suppose there was a wicket in the previous over, but Mian Shahid was looking in decent nick. But he goes for one big hit too many. Vijay Kumar says thank you very much. So Atta Samad was teasing the fact that he is a wicket taker, and he's underscored my point perfectly there. Picking up his first wicket of the game and his 16th wicket, which takes him level with Hardeep Khatan, who of course is playing for the other side in Marlow, so I'm sure he'll have an eager eye on the amount of wickets Samad picks up, and we'll hope that he is able to do the same. But yeah, Rahul Huda at the top of that with 21 wickets for the Capitals. Amninder Singh with 20 for Gorkha. And now Hardeep Khatan and Atta Samad both playing today, both on 16 wickets. So a nice little sub-story unfolding there with the battle for the leading wicket taker in the league. Coming out number 6 here for Marlow is Imran Khan, facing up 3 deliveries left of this 8th over. Manages to just fend that one down the ground for a single, despite some fancy fielding, throwing down the stumps. There was Lakman Kumar. There was no doubt of a run out. It was pretty straightforward jogged single from Imran Khan. But maybe a warning shot there fired by the Marlow fielders. Expected score just a touch below 200. Marlow probably looking that as a target, 200 minimum, but they keep on losing wickets at regular intervals here. With still some batting to come in the shape of Gurbaj Singh and Hardeep Khatan. There's big hitters up and down the order for Marlow, but they'd certainly want someone to be the anchor in this innings. That's pretty much what Mian Shahid was doing until he holed out somewhat unnecessarily just a few balls ago. That one will have to be re-bowled, and they get through for 2 extra as well, so 3 wides. smoked through the covers. The first boundary for Imran Khan, and it was worth the wait, as that one was a stylish hit for the Marlow number 5, number 6 in fact. I think he knows the cameras are on him, gets down on one knee and slaps that one away. So the score at the end of the 8th, 83 for 4. That was the demise of Mian Shahid, a safe pair of hands in Vijay Kumar. Again, just probably the wrong shot selection for Mian. He had just seen Amandeep Singh depart a couple of balls prior. Probably just needed a few overs of safe cricket, but I don't think safe cricket is in the Portuguese cricketing dictionary. As a result, Shahid had to follow Amandeep Singh off the pitch. The run rate, though, for Marlow still healthy, going at over 10s. LSG continue to chop and change the bowlers. They've thrown the ball now to Kamal Ahmed, the 6th bowler used already in just the 9th over. Going left arm around to the left-handed Shah. This one goes up in the air and it'll be taken by the wicketkeeper. Simple as you like for Shahan Khan. Marlow just threatening to shoot themselves in the foot a touch here. 5th wicket to go. Zulfikar Shah decides he doesn't need to see the new bowler whatsoever, Kamal Ahmed. Kamal Ahmed says, well, I'll see the back of you instead. Zulfikar Shah has to depart for 3 off 5. Kamal Ahmed straight into the attack, straight in the wickets. That's his 8th wicket of the season. He's played in 6 games so far, bowling 13 overs. And he won't have too many easier wickets than that, as Shahan Khan pouches his 3rd catch of the game, by far the easiest of the 3. Coming out at number 7 then for Marlow is Asim Sarwar. Again, someone more than capable of scoring runs. He's the 4th highest run scorer for Marlow, averaging just over 21. He has also got 2 ducks this season, so it's been a bit of a boom or bust campaign for him so far, for the left-hander. He's coming in at quite a critical stage here in the proceedings. Still plenty of overs to go and the run rate above 10. Just be a case of whether Marlow can keep up that run rate while not losing all of their wickets, because 5 down before halfway is certainly less than ideal for the 2nd place team here. Ahmed probably would have suffered a wide there, but instead it's an easy knock off the hips for Sarwar, who gets a very generous welcome gift there from Ahmed. Not too much danger on that first delivery, which is always what you want as a new batter coming to the crease. Just a free club down towards fine leg. Kamal Ahmed decides he doesn't like that angle to the left armour, to the left-hander in fact, so now it's going to be left arm over to the left-hand bat. Does seem to have found his line a touch better from over, and well, that's an absolutely wild throw that's been launched in from the covers. Completely unnecessary as well. He's pleading his case to his teammates, but even if the run out was on, the throw was diabolical. He manages to avoid any damage because it was good backing up done there by Adnan Gondal. It was Atta Samad with a bit of a rush of blood to the head there with the throw in. His covers are now sent out. Of course, we're at the power play, so they are allowed 5 out in the deep, and 3 of them are on the offside for the right arm around bowler. Left arm around, I should say, to the right-handed bat of Imran Khan. 2 balls left of the 9th. That one's punted down the field, slight mishit, which should just result in a single. Nikhil Dhingra scooting around from long on to pick that one up. Just a bit of a scrappy part of the game at the moment. A few full starts, a few extras. That one's cut away nicely and fielded by Adnan Gondal for what should be the end of the 9th. 90 on the board for Marlow for the loss of 5 wickets. But it's been a period that is kind of gone the way of LSG with 3 wickets in the last 3 overs. Marlow just kind of getting themselves out with, well, shots like that. No need to go for the big swipe. And the first delivery that Kamal Ahmed has bowled in this game. Zulfikar Shah had to depart. As we tick towards, well, we're very much in lunchtime here in Portugal, 10 to 1 local time. There's no break out there in the middle. I did manage to sneak in I suppose you could call it a brunch. Just before this game, I had a lovely samosa, which will hopefully see me through to the end of this game. Although it has been played at a bit of a pedestrian pace so far. Certainly one to keep an eye on with the over rate for LSG, in case they do incur any penalty runs. Be looking for 2 here, Marlow, if they get their skates on. In fact, they get home comfortably, as the fielder Adnan Gondar has to come all the way from the deep mid-wicket boundary to field that one. He flashes in the attempted run out of the non-striker's end, but it was good backing up there from Imran Khan to get back safely. Ato Samad comes in for his 2nd over here, having picked up a wicket in the first. Ato Samad underlining why he is such a key bowler in this LSG lineup. Just not giving away too many freebies at all. Searching for what would be his 2nd wicket of the game and the 17th wicket of the campaign. You see there the player rating for Ato Samad. Up in the 90s is always a good sign. This is just a period of consolidation for Marlow, realising that they can't keep on losing wickets at the same rate that they have been in the opening overs. So just trying to ride this wave and quieten down the LSG bowlers and fielders who have been quite chirpy in the opening exchanges because of those wickets that they were able to pick up. Marlow just need one of these partnerships to click to try and get up to that expected score, which is still lurking around the 200 barrier. This is now match number 41 of this Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1, 56 matches in total across 19 match days, with the final round of group stage games happening the first weekend of September, on the 6th of September, with the last game being away rush. Lisbon Supergiants at LSG will play until the bitter end of this campaign. But for now, we get to the halfway mark. And after 10 overs, Marlow are 97 for 5. So we'll take a quick refreshment break and we'll be back with the second half of this innings in just a few moments' time. Welcome back to this Marlow batting innings, 97 for 5 after 10 overs. So at the halfway mark, they're delicately poised. It's one of those where Marlow could go on to score big, especially with the batting they still have to come. Hardeep Katan is no slouch with the bat himself. However, a couple more wickets and LSG could feel like they could roll Marlow here in what would be quite a surprise, given the form table. So we'll run through for 2 here. There's a tight 2, but managed to get in relatively comfortably in the end. So I say a big hello to everyone joining wherever you're watching from. Hi to Chris in the chat. Hope you had a good lunch. I was just saying, I haven't quite had lunch yet. I had a placeholder lunch in the form of a samosa, as this one's hit high into the crowd. And well, not into the crowd, into the hands of the fielder. So it's 100 up for Marlowe, but it's 100 now for 6 wickets. As the next one falls, and Marlowe here just teetering on the edge of maybe just getting skittled because they keep throwing their wickets away. And it's another one which was just completely unnecessary there from Imran Khan. It's the skipper, Srivastav, who has brought himself into the attack, Anoop, and he immediately gets the wicket. Imran Khan picks out Jihangiri in the deep. And he has to go for 9 off 8, just the 1-4 that he contributed to the score. As Amir Ikram comes out at number 8 for Marlowe. Well, the tail of the batting innings so far from Marlowe can be seen in that kind of top to middle order. Both openers got a start, Yan Shahid 34 and Mohamed Adnan 19. But the scores after that of the departed batsmen, 9, 6, 3 and 9. Kind of tell a sorry tale. Ikram works that one away to get himself immediately off the mark. Asim Sarwar's still there. He's 10 off 7. But since that opening pairing, no one's really been able to kick on for a big score. It's been a curious innings. You would say that Marlowe haven't really fired at all, but yet somehow they're still going at almost 10 and over, which would get them to a very tough score to chase if they get anything near 200. It's nicely collected there in the deep, and the good throw means as well that they only take the single. Anoop bringing himself on to bowl here, the LSG skipper. He's only actually played in 1 game so far. And in that game, he bowled just 1 over and went for 18 runs. So the wicket in that over, getting to the end of it, 103 for 6. The wicket in that over was then his first wicket of the campaign, and it was another one where it just got kind of punted up in the air. Didn't really commit to the full-blooded shot there, did Imran Khan. Jihangiri did the honours on the boundary rope. As we take a peek into the Marlowe dugout. There's still a couple batters to come. Hardeep Katan probably the most notable, but Asad Mahmood and Gurbaj Singh can all swing the willow. But just need someone to grab this innings by the scruff of the neck here for Marlowe. As for LSG, it will be Atta Samad to bowl his 3rd. And he will pick up his 2nd wicket. And it's a genuine edge through to the keeper, and that's the 4th grab already in this innings for Shahan Khan. This one, a regulation nick, thanks to the probing line there of Atta Samad. Amir Ikram has to depart as well, having only contributed 2 off 3. So Marlowe here in danger of getting skittled. Good call there from umpire Crew, raising that finger of doom. And Marlowe 103 for 7 at the beginning of the 12th over. Now then, it's a bit of a turn up for the books. This is Marlowe have been such a powerhouse with the bat this season. Probably didn't expect themselves to be in this position against an LSG side who are 2nd bottom in the table. But it shows just how competitive this division is. Everyone has a chance on their day. And LSG are trying to seize this opportunity here, but they really need to still see if they can get through the batters of Marlowe as quickly as possible, because that expected score is still relatively high if Marlowe do manage to bat out the remaining overs. So Hardeep Katan comes out. at number 9, probably lower than where we would expect to see him, given that he has got a half century to his name in this season and is a known 6-hitter. He's scored 6 maximums as well throughout the campaign. Averages just below 19, which is probably shy of where he would expect himself to be. But he is often then slightly lower down the order and probably doesn't have as much time as he would like out in the middle. But that could be corrected today because he has the best part of 9 overs to try and do some more damage here. And he's got Asim Sarwar for company, who's 11 off 9. Worth noting then in that race for leading wicket taker as well, Atta Samad has picked up another one. That puts him up to 17 wickets for the campaign, leapfrogging Hardeep Katan, who he's now bowling against, so he could get a double win against the Marlow number 13 here if he manages to get his scalp. That's nicely played though by Katan, just dabs it into the gap, to the vacant region there. Well, 2 Marlow players almost take each other out. Probably not what they want when they're already struggling for batters here. Just delicately played by Katan, waited for it and played it nicely through that backwards point region. Chris Smith in the chat saying he had some roast chicken with sage and onion stuffing, parsnips, carrots, spuds. The whole works. I suppose it is Sunday as well. I lose track of what day it is when I'm commentating, but that does sound like a very hearty Sunday roast. Though I do think some of your vegetable selections are possibly slightly controversial. I'm not sure sweet corn belongs in a roast. And my personal preference would be for roast potatoes, but it looks like you had roast potatoes and mashed potatoes, which is absolutely to your credit. I would go all potatoes all the time. Yorkshire pudding can't be lacking either. Flicked away, and it's going to go over the head of the fielder, who kind of, in the end, had to take evasive action. And he doesn't manage to reel it in. And somehow that goes away for 4 runs. Well, this was all a car crash in slow motion as we take a look at back at this one on the replay if we have it. He realises he's not going to take the catch. And whoops, as it bobbles over the rope. To his credit, he does signal the 4. He has sheepishly there signals, and he does keep the ball himself. It's actually the skipper. Anoop then looking to make amends for that comedy piece of fielding. He has got a wicket to his name in his first over. And going for just the 6 runs, but I suppose you can ascribe that 4 to his name as well, because that was a pretty shocking piece of fielding out in the deep. Asim Sarwar has been a little starved of the strike recently, but the left-hander makes the most of it when he does get it. It's a bit of a rank delivery there from Anoop. And it gets given the treatment, smashed away to backward square leg for 4. Looks like that Grizzly has been found. But he's going to have to recorrect his line here. Anoop decides that the problem was not the ball down leg side, but the angle. So he's going right arm around to the left-hander. This time he does keep it far outside the off stump. And it's a better line. You're better off hiding it very far outside off stump than anything down leg side, which is either going to be called a wide or dispatched to the rope. Going right arm over to the right-handed Catan, who absolutely mashes that one down the ground. And it comes almost up towards the embassy here. Brutal hit there from Hardeep Catan. It's 3 boundaries already for him in just the 5 deliveries, so it's clear that he doesn't want to stick around. Clubbed away into the leg side. This is exactly what I was talking about with Marlowe. It felt like the innings could go one of 2 ways. Either it would fall away entirely, or someone like Hardeep Catan could come in and almost take it away from LSG. So we get to the end of the 13th, and it's a bit of a sorry 10 minutes for the skipper Anoop after he misfielded on the final delivery of the previous over, which had never been 4 runs. He then comes on to bowl himself and gets hit for 16. So certainly unlucky for Anoop there, the 13th over. As we go on to bird watch here, thanks to cameraman Conrad. I must admit, I'm not very good at birds. It looks like a bird of prey of some sort, and it's really very much circling above the field, giving us a show here as Birdman Lucky tells me it's a falcon. I wouldn't disagree with him. Well, we did see the Falcons yesterday, didn't we, in action in that final game of the day. Of course, we've got another game coming up after this one. The Fighters against the Werewolves. Well, I think it's probably less likely that we'll see werewolves around the pitch. And Fighters, well, hopefully it's all love out there in the middle. As Jivangiri comes back on for his second over, his first going for 13. These two looking to build a innings salvaging partnership here, worth 28 so far. But they've got there in pretty speedy fashion. And after that expected score was over 200 for most of the innings, it took a bit of a dip with that collapse of wickets in the middle overs, but looking healthy again now, pushing 200. Geary bowling well so far. Halfway through, just giving a single up in this 14th over. Be interesting to see if Anup continues to bowl himself. He's going at 11s. I suppose he did pick up that wicket. But the wickets have been shared round by all the 7 bowlers so far, apart from Geary, who's still searching for his first. He's bowled well, though. It's been the most economical, apart from Kamal Ahmed, who's just bowled the solitary over for 7 runs so far. There you can see on the Manhattan, just a couple of overs that have gone for 14 or more. The most expensive one being the one we just saw from the skipper, going for 16. You can tell both these two in the middle are quite experienced batters. They're not going to take too many risks because they don't have too much room for error with 7 wickets down already. LSG just maybe struggling a touch with the left-hand, right-hand combination. You can see fielders going here, there and everywhere. And the bowler having to pull out of his run-up because fielders are still moving. That one's flicked away. That's one of the shots of the day. Goes all the way for 6 runs. Just all in the wrist action there from the batter. It was pretty much on 4th stump. But that didn't matter to Hardeep Katan, who just whips it away for a flat 6. Geary, almost a great over, but ruins it slightly with that 6. But you have to just take your hat off to Katan because that was an outrageous shot. He moves to 24 off just 9 deliveries. And Marlowe now going into the final 6 overs, 139 for 7. A short drinks break will be taken here. We can otherwise take a quick look at what's happening over in Switzerland with Phil G taking you through the action there. And in that one, it looks like Basel are playing and are batting relatively well going into the final over. 168 on the board for them against the Swiss Dragons. Basel looking for their first win of the campaign, and Abdullah Hamdard's going well for them. Unbeaten at the top of the order, 83 for just 27 deliveries. Swiss Dragons will have a chase. It looks like it'll be around 170, 180. Which is probably around what LSG would hope that they could restrict Marlowe to, but that expected score still creeping around the 200 mark. Anup, the captain, says that's enough from him, and he decides to throw the ball back to Kamal Ahmed. I think that's a good call, given that Ahmed picked up a wicket and went for just the 7 runs. The tall left-arm orthodox bowler going over the wicket to the left armour, and then might change the action to a round for the right-handed Katan. One slapped away to mid-wicket, and despite 2 fielders being in close proximity, the ball will win the race. Just slightly too short there
from Ahmed. And it sits up nicely to be slapped away by Asim Sarwar, who moves to 25. He's not going at a super speedy rate at the moment, but he's certainly helping the cause with Hardeep Khan doing the quick hitting at the other end. He's 24 off 9. The partnership between these two now worth 40. Again, with no fielders on the leg side inside the circle, it's down to Kamal Ahmed to do his own fielding, which is always a arduous task for a bowler when you feel like you're already doing all the hard work and then you see that no one is moving a muscle. You just feel like you got to do it all yourself, and Ahmed does restrict them to just the one, which gets the right-handed Hardeep Khan, dangerous power hitter on strike. And Kamal does indeed go around the wicket, and he brings cover in and sends deep mid-wicket out. That's lofted, and it's going to go over the head of the fielder there. It's Surya Pratap, who again comes steaming off the boundary. How many times do we see that? I think the fielder's eyes just light up, and maybe the hill here is a bit deceptive as well. Almost tries to go for the goalkeeper save, but doesn't manage to get a hand on it, and it's another 4 to the collection for Hardeep Khan. That's the end of the 15th over, 149 on the board, so Marlow just one shy of the 150. As this partnership builds nicely, it's worth 46 now between the two. And they've got there in quick fashion as well, in less than 4 overs, so they're going at well over 10 and over in this period of the game. That's why certainly 200 is still on the cards here for Marlow. As for LSG, they just need to keep plugging away, get 1 wicket, maybe even, in the best case, rattle through 3 and stop Marlow in their tracks. But these two looking formidable. Asim Sarwar, 26 off 21, and Hardeep Khan, 29 off just the 11 balls, striking at a strike rate of 264. Giri comes back on to bowl his 3rd here. They have used 7 bowlers, LSG, so they've got plenty of options to turn to for the remaining 5 overs of the game. Calls of catch it, and that's an outstanding grab. A deep square leg, almost takes his head off, but he manages to hold on just inside the rope. It's a sharp one, and it's a key catch there. By Harjinder Singh. As sharp as you like, and you can see Hardeep Khan, he thought maybe he's got another 6 to add to the collection, just stood and watched, but he goes flying into the hands there of Harjinder Singh, who probably feared for his life for a moment. It was either catch or be caught, and luckily for LSG he did catch it.
Surprised that fielder didn't get taken over the boundary by taking that catch.
The new batter at the crease then is Gurbaj Singh. So again, this game is swinging this way and that. Marlow looked for all the world on for 200 plus at the start and then got dragged back by LSG, who picked up a few wickets. And now it could be that they fall short once more if these wickets get taken quickly. Half stopped there by Surya Pratap. They do manage to get through for a single. Asim Sarwar, well, he kind of has to decide now whether he wants to stick or twist. He's going at a 26 run after 21 balls. It's not slow, but it's not exactly speedy either. And I suppose he doesn't want to take too many risks now when he's marshalling the tail. But equally, if they don't put their foot down, then they could fall short of where they'd hope and expect to be against LSG. Jiran Giri then picking up his first wicket. So all the bowlers that have been used by LSG have now picked up a wicket. Everyone's got one, apart from Atta Samad, who has two. So very democratic bowling performance so far for the Giants. Remember going into this contest then, Marlow were in second place and LSG second bottom in 7th. So it certainly would be an upset if LSG managed to get the better of Marlow here. And this one's up in the air and it could be another catch. Someone's got to claim it, and it was claimed and dropped there by the fielder at square leg. It was JP who got his fingers round it, Kamal Ahmed, but wasn't able to hold on. Maybe put off slightly by the fact that the imposing figure of Shahan Khan was absolutely steaming towards him. Yeah, and just didn't quite get in the right position. And the catch goes to the ground. What would have been the 9th wicket to fall for Marlow. So they're playing with fire here, are the batting side. Gurbaj Singh, who's come in to bat here, has a job on his hands to try and help Asim Sarwar get their side up to something defendable. 150 did come up in that over after the wicket fell. 153 on the board with 4 overs still to play. Gurbaj Singh has only played 3 games so far for Marlow and has remained not out in 2 of those. High score of 12. So he hasn't had too many opportunities to impress with the bat and has a chance here to try and add some more runs to the total as Atta Samad comes back on to bowl his 4th and final over. 2 for 27 off his 3 so far. Changes ends as well as he comes from the embassy end this time. That's worked away off the pad. Asim Sarwar, I think, was quite eager to get back to the striker's end but has to settle for 1. Changes angle to the right hander, goes over the wicket. And they're just consolidating here, Marlow taking the singles. Hasn't been a boundary since the 5th ball of the 15th over. But probably when they were having the chat in the middle, Asim and Gurbaj saying first and foremost, let's bat out the 20. Sensibly played into the covers, and again they're going to look for 2 here. Throw comes in, it goes sailing over the keeper's head. Atta Asamad making the argument there that it could have been a run out of the bowler's end, but the throw was wayward in any case. Halfway through the 17th, Marlow just trying to frustrate LSG here with the tail. Gurbaj Singh 3 off 4 so far. Asad Mahmood is the only remaining batter in the shed for Marlow. course, there's 100 action coming from the UK at the moment as well on this Sunday afternoon. Plenty of sport. So that one's full toss will be called a no ball, and it will go for 4 as well. So it's a costly misfire there from Atta Samad. Unusual for him, usually so strong on his line and length. This one just come out wrong. It will be a free hit then coming up as well. So over in the women's 100, Trent Rockets women are taking on Leeds Sunrisers. Leeds women, with Sunrisers needing 18 in 6 balls. Probably will be defended then. Free hit coming up here in Portugal. And it's missed out on by Gurbej Singh. Although for Sunrisers Leeds, Annabelle Sutherland is still there. She's 49 off 26 deliveries. So a tight finish there. Up in Nottingham. Looking like it might be a tight finish here as well in Santarém. As we get to the end of the 17th. And well, he wasn't really punished in the end for that 4 no balls. Atta Samad. With 3 overs left, 163 for 8. Just keep an eye on the clock here as well, because it's been quite a pedestrian innings in terms of the over rate for LSG. So they might be treading the disciplinary line here in terms of penalty runs. So keep your eyes on the umpires if anything is signalled. Adnan Gondal will come on to bowl his 4th and final over then. Atta Samad finishing with figures of 2 for 37 off his 4. Probably slightly too expensive for his liking, but another 2 wickets to reinforce why he's mixing it at the very top of the wicket-taking charts in this division. Adnan Gondal just making a few adjustments in the field, and Pratap is now lurking at a very fine leg, although he's slowly making his way around. Asim Sarwat facing up then. And that will be the 11th wide of this innings so far. Again, probably just a few too many for LSG. There's actually a double header in the women's 100 as well, with My London playing against Manchester Supergiants. That's starting in just about an hour's time, with the men's game happening after that. There's plenty of action in the One Day Cup in the men's county game as well. I know Chris in the chat mentioning earlier that Warwickshire are playing Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire not doing too great at the moment, 136 for 2 after 35. Although I think nowadays it's always difficult to know what a good 50 over score is, because there's been games warped so much because of the different formats, and T10 and T20 and 50 over as well. Sometimes you get scores in T20s that you felt like 5 or 10 years ago would be a good score in a 50 over game. Now, of course, on the European Cricket Network, you have scores in T10s, which you also think would be good in T20s, or even in 50 over games. If you ask Zurich this morning, scoring 243 for no loss after 10 overs. I think you'd be happy with that in any format. You'd be happy with that in Test match. Adnan Gondal gets the first one to pass the outside edge of Asim Sarwar's blade. So 200 still on here. I think it would be probably more unlikely than likely as it stands at the moment, unless Asim Sawa can really accelerate from here. He seems more content to bide his time and just frustrate LSG by staying out there and accumulating runs any which way. That will be especially frustrating for the fielding side if they give away freebies. I think that's pretty much Asim Sawa's tactics. Just thinking to himself, well, if he stays here, then the runs will come his way one way or another. You can see on the Manhattans, it hasn't exactly been an explosive final quarter of the innings for Marlow, but that is by virtue of the fact that they've lost far too many wickets for their liking. It's very much a game of tap and rush at the moment, although the rush is more like a meander down to the other end. Gurbage Singh, a runner ball 7. Back on strike for 2 balls left of the 18th. It's got him. Finally, one does break through the defences of Gurbage Singh, and Adnan Gondal gets his second wicket in spectacular fashion. It's actually the first clean bowled of this innings. Every other wicket until then has been a catch. But Gurbage Singh is the 9th batter to depart for Marlow. So could still be skittled here. Marlow 168 for 9, 1 wicket left. It will be Asad Mahmood to come out as the number 11. And you'd imagine his job here is just to get Asim Sawa on strike. And Asim Sawa maybe now thinks this is the time to go and go big. You have to say it's been a relatively decent performance from LSG, given that they're slightly low on confidence with their recent results. And of course, lost the toss, were put into the field in the hot midday sun. But they've responded characteristically here and have the chance to bowl Marlow out, which is not a feat that too many teams in this division achieve. Steps right across this one. I think that was probably tailing down leg side. Umpire crew not interested. To get to the end of the 18th, 168 for 9. So that will get Asim Sawa on strike. Now it's just a question of whether he sticks or twists. Adnan Gondal then bowls out with impressive figures himself, 2 for 27. Clean bowling Gurbage Singh previously picking up the wicket of Najam Shahzad. That was an important wicket with the number 3 bat for Marlow, never really able to get going. So 12 balls left as Juwan Giri looks like he'll be bowling out at the embassy end. He's picked up 1 wicket for 26 runs so far in his 3. Umpire Andy checks his watch. I think that might be a subliminal message to LSG to maybe get a move on, because penalty runs might be coming their way. I mean, this innings has lasted almost an hour 40. It remains to be seen whether they avoid punishment. One way to avoid it would be to get a wicket in this over. Slight fumble in the field. Surprisingly there that actually Asim Sawa takes the single, because it gives LSG 5 balls now to bowl at the number 11 Asad Mahmood. Farwa Sawa might have just turned down the single here. Asad Mahmood played just 1 game so far and got 2 not out. Resolute in defence there. You'd imagine Jehangiri's just going for the full and straight delivery, trying to get through Mahmood. He does work that one nicely off his hip. And that one will roll towards the boundary, but be cut off for just a walked single there, as Asim Sarwar sensibly does take the strike back off his teammate. Asim Sarwar surely going for the big shot here now. There's two fielders out the deep on the leg side. Option would be to go dead straight. He decides to play sensibly through the covers. Wants to try and get back for the two, but the throw comes in sharply. And equally sharply taken there by Jehangiri, who has a sting on his fingers for his troubles. So Mahmood, number 11, back on strike. 171 is the score. Again, another look at the watch there from Andy. Big appeal for a ball that very clearly hit the bat first, then onto the pads. One ball left. Maybe worth keeping an eye on the umpires at the end of this over if there is any penalty runs to be meted out to LSG for their over rate. Just as he gets out of what would have been a brilliant final over for himself, Geary just lets one deviate down the leg side. Again, another look at the watch. Not sure how many more signals umpire Andy can give. One ball left of the 19th. There's a half opportunity there that goes a begging tumble forward there from Adnan Gondal. Doesn't actually cost them anything because they don't take the run in the end. So it's 172 for 9. One over left. Umpires here converging. Did carry, I think, that one. Adnan Gondal just bursts through his fingertips. I think the discussion is now happening between Andy and Crew about the penalty runs, because it has taken almost an hour and 3/4 for this innings to be bowled by LSG. Yes, they've taken a few wickets. Yes, there was a ball or two that went into the undergrowth. And we do see the signal here from Crew, and in fact, it's the double signal, which means 10 penalty runs have been given to Marlow. So add 10 to the score, because LSG have been far too slow in getting this innings completed. So there we go. It jumps up to 182. That could make it 188, as that's a beautiful swing of the bat there from Asim Sarwar. And again, just frustration here for LSG, just as they thought they might be able to skittle Marlow. Asim Sarwar has other ideas, and well, now with 6 balls left, he's very much thinking now is the time. He goes again, this time over covers, and that'll be a difficult chase. And again, the ball wins the battle despite Harjinder Singh's attempts. So an expensive couple of balls here if you include the penalty runs. That's 20 runs coming off 2 deliveries. Chris in the chat rightly saying LSG have been slow in the last couple of games and they haven't learnt their lesson. I absolutely agree with that. There's been no reason for them to be slow. They've had parts of the game where they've been really on top, and that's usually when, as a fielding side, you want to go quickly just to keep the pressure on the batting team. But they've just taken all the air out of the balloon here. As a result, 10 runs were added to Marlow's collection, which they would be very grateful for. As a swing at the bat here gets Asim Sarwar to an excellent half century. Gets there in Maximo style. Has played a brilliant knock, to be fair, given that there's been carnage and wickets all around him. He's just been a cool customer, and he moves himself to 53 off 35 deliveries, 2 Maximos. And that takes the score to 199 for 9. This time he goes down the pitch but doesn't make contact with it, so he refuses the single. Two balls left, Asim Sarwar. This one goes up in the air and it goes all the way for 6 runs.
We've got a cameraman that's up there telling us it's got the first time.
I think they were just double checking if that did go for 6, but Conrad saw it on the camera up top. He's got the best view in the house. .200 then is breached by Marlow. They were kind of threatening it all game. This time he goes to the leg side and won't get hold of it. And they just take the single. So at the end of the game, 206 is the score for Marlow. It was an innings that went this way and that. I first thought that Marlow would be romping to something like 220, but then wickets started tumbling. And certainly when it was 100 for 6 at the halfway mark, we thought it could go one of 2 ways, and then another wicket fell after drinks. And it looked like LSG were in the box seat to try and roll Marlow, but then the counter punch led by Asim Sarwar, who finishes with an impressive 60 not out off 38 deliveries, means that Marlow have been able to put on an imposing total. At the top, Mian Shahid, the skipper, scored 34 off 19. Otherwise, there was small contributions from Mohamed Adnan 19 off 8, and Hardeep Katan playing some flair and style shots on his way to 29 off 12 deliveries. In the bowling, everyone who did bowl picked up a wicket. 7 bowlers used, and it was 1 apiece for Giri, Lakman Kumar, Surya Pratap, Kamal Ahmed and Captain Anoop. Probably the pick of the bowlers was Adnan Gondal. He finished 2 for 27 off his 4. And Atta Samad as well picked up 2 for 37. I'd say, though, LSG have got a tough task on their hands against a Marlow side who have got pretty formidable bowlers as well. And they've got 207 as their target, which will be a tough chase, but LSG maybe will come out firing. We'll find out in about 10 minutes' time, as you can join us for the run chase here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground, where LSG have a monumental chase on their hands. 207 is what is required for the win against second place Marlow, who kind of underlined why they are so high up in the table with that first innings score. It was not always on the cards, given that they were losing wickets at regular intervals and found themselves 103 for 7. And from that moment on, at the start of the 12th over, they were able to double their score thanks to an unbeaten 60 off 38 deliveries from Asim Sarwat and a cameo at the end, Hardeep Katan scoring 29 off just 12, including some extravagant strokes to the boundary. Jiwangiri will face up the first ball, bowled by that man Hardeep. It'll go up in the air, and there's a chance for a wicket first up. And, well, two fielders go underneath it, Hardeep plus the fielder. And first and foremost, hoping they're okay, and I think they are. The chance goes down. Could have been, probably should have been a wicket on the very first delivery. Jiwangiri just gave up the ghost. And it's a nasty collision between the two. I was worried for a moment about Zulfikar Shah, who seemed to be the worst of the two in that collision. It was Hardeep Katan who was going a long way to try and take the court and bowled. But in the end, it falls safe. And Jiwangiri gets on the very first delivery of the run chase. He's joined out there in the middle by Laxman Kumar. So dramatic start to the run chase. In the end, they managed to go through for a single. Hardeep Katan hitting his strap straight up here. Would you get a sense that Giri and Kumar not quite up to speed with the pace of the bowling here of Hardeep. Hardeep, leading wicket taker for Marlow, 16 to his name, which is 4 better than Mohammad Osama and Amandeep Singh. Mohammad Osama not featuring today, while Amandeep, I'm sure we will see with the ball at some point. Hardeep Katan then in 4th place in the all-time, well, not the all-time, the all-team season wicket taker list. Just been leapfrogged in that first innings by Atta Ussaman, who picked up 2 wickets for the Super Giants. So Hardeep looking to climb back onto the wicket-taking podium here. That one again just gets a little big on Laxman Kumar, who's just able to fend it away. A reminder as well that 10 runs were added to the total for Marlow because of the slow over rate of Lisbon Supergiants. They were well behind the time. Ended up being 3 overs behind in the end. Katan bowling too well here at the moment. Not able to get bat on ball, LSG. And the first one where they did go for a single should have been a wicket, but since then it's been 4 dot balls in a row. That required rate a shade above 10, and it will only keep on rising and rising every over that LSG don't manage to get into double digits. Just the one at the end of the first over, and 1 collision in the books and 1 drop catch. A bit of everything. Hardeep Katan bang on his line of length early doors here for Marlow. Jiwangiri faced just the 1 delivery and was able to get himself off strike, off the mark. He's averaging just a shade above 10 in this season so far. In his 8 innings, he's managed 85 runs, a high score of 25, which will have to be surpassed and then some if he wants to play his hand in what would be a monumental run chase for LSG. As for Laxman Kumar, he's been a bit more successful, played in 9 games for the Giants, scoring 228 runs at an average of 25. His high score is 71. Otherwise, Surya Partap, also a key batter for LSG. Be interesting to see when he joins the action. Harjinder Singh as well has a handful of runs to his name, so a couple of options for LSG, but really it would have to be the top order that does the heavy lifting here, as we start with a bit of spin at the other end in the form of Gurbaj Singh. Gurbaj Singh, actually a bit more of a seam bowler in the end, as that one just strays down the leg side. He lined up as if he was going to bowl spin. We did see that yesterday. With a bowler changing his action halfway through the innings. Gurbaj very much steaming in here, right arm over. He's picked up 7 wickets so far in the 5 games he's played for Marlow, including a 3-wicket haul. So that one fires off the hip. Jiwan gives it a rub. Be a bit of a painful one. He was very early through the shot there. Just a few tweaks to the field being made in the power play. First 6 overs, only 2 fielders allowed outside of the inner ring, and both of them are lurking on the leg side, just as third has been brought up inside the ring, and deep square and deep mid-wicket have been sent out, so maybe a bit of short bowling to come. Well, that's a bit of wide bowling from Gurbaj Singh. Just trying to seemingly double bluff Jiran Giri there, sending the 2 fielders out on the leg side and then spraying one down the offside. Just not finding his lines just yet. So that's already the 5th wide, or 5th run through wides with those 3 wides of the innings so far. There was 14 wides in the first half of the game bowled by LSG. 27 extras in total, thanks to those 10 penalty runs applied as well ahead of the 19th over because of the slow over rate. But that one goes through the defences, and that'll be the first wicket. Gurbaj Singh, he goes too far to the left, too far to the right, and gets one just right through the middle. And the first wicket does fall as Jiwan Giri goes for 1. Again, just struggling with the pace of the bowling here. I think both openers and Jiwan. He could have been out on the first ball of the innings. And he lasts just 8 balls more before he does have to depart. So 6 for 1 halfway through the second. New batter here is Surya Partap, so he does come into the piece early. And you'd imagine a lot rests on his shoulders here. His high score, 93 not out. By far and away the highest score for LSG. In the 9 games he's played so far, he averages over 40 thanks to 3 not out innings as well. So imagine he's the key man here. Gurbaj Singh probably make the argument that the wides were worth it to pick up that wicket. He hasn't actually conceded any runs off the bat so far in this over. Those will be the first runs off the bat of Surya Partap as it rolls away through the covers for 4 runs. It's been a region that's been very productive for all the batters so far today. I mean, maybe just a question of the field placements here, because it feels like you could drive several London buses through the gap between cover and extra cover. Of course, in the power play, you can't have fielders everywhere. But with the bit of swing that Gerbedge gets, probably could afford to go a bit more attacking and get someone out on the offside, as that one flies through with a good amount of pace into the gloves of Mohamed Adnan, the keeper for Marlow. Get to the end of the second then, 10 for 1. With still the best part of 200 runs required here for LSG. And with that required rate at 10, you can pretty much do the maths yourself. Every over that goes for less than 10 is a tick in the box for Marlow, and every over that goes above 10, LSG can consider themselves happy. I mean, that one did go for 9 in the end with that 4 crash through the covers. But significantly as well, the wicket of Giovangiri, clean bowled by Gerbedge. Hardeep Katan, unsurprisingly, will continue from the embassy end. 37-year-old, of course, with international experience for Portugal. He's played 12 T20Is for his country. Picked up 7 wickets along the way, including a 3 for 16, which was, in fact, a month ago today in Portugal's game against Sweden in a T20I that Portugal ended up winning in spectacular fashion in the super over. Sweden scoring 156. Portugal tying it up. No ball called. Front foot fault seemingly from Hardeep. You can see that the lovely wrist position he gets behind the ball. But it doesn't matter how good your wrist position is if you overstep the front line. So free hit coming up here for Surya Partap. Can he make the most of it? Well, he gets something on it. Again, just probably beaten for a bit of pace there. And the man at third does the cleaning up. It is 1 for the over as well called. If I were Hardeep Katan, I would follow that up with a toe-crunching Yorker. But easier said than done. If only I had the pace of Hardeep. But yeah, that super over was quite the game, wasn't it? Carlos Nunes ending up player of the match for his 46 off 39 for the Portuguese side. Well, there was the attempted toe-crunching Yorker. Does manage to just dig his bat down on it, does Laxman. But he's such an impressive bowler here, Hardeep Katan. Great to see him break into the international side as well. He did play 3 games following up the series against Sweden in Finland. Managed to pick up 2 for 16 in the first game, but remained wicketless in the final game. Looking to make the breakthrough here. I suppose you have to say LSG are being sensible in that they're trying to just see off Hardeep Katan, but the trouble with just seeing him off is that every run that you don't get off his over, you have to get from someone else. And they can't afford to be too watchful with that required rate. Going up and up, it's now ticked over to 11. Two balls left of the third over here, and Hardeep Katan, well, there's almost an argument for bowling him through if he's got the stamina to continue, because he can basically wrap up the game early on. Just as I say that, he throws one in too far wide down the offside. suppose they do have options in their bowling ranks, do Marlow. There's a reason why they are second in the table. And alongside Gurbaj Singh bowling at the other end, they've got Asim Sarwar, Amandeep Singh, to name just two. Najam Shahzad as well. It's handy with the ball. So plenty of options for them to cycle through should they see fit. But for now, Hardeep Khatan is not letting much through. Surya Partap hasn't been able to fire just yet. Just the one boundary to his name, which is not enough when they pretty much need to be going at 2 boundaries minimum per over. And a very warm welcome to everyone joining in the chat as well. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday wherever you are joining from in the world. It's great to have you with us as we go into the second game run chase here, which of course won't be the end of the action after this one at 4 p.m. local time. We have our final game of the day. This one's gone high up in the air. I don't think it's going to be caught. The closest fielder in contention was Asad Mahmood. Hardeep Khatan maybe just losing his rhythm a touch in that over after I was singing his praises, but still not too much damage done with that last over going for 7 runs. So 17 for 1 at the end of 3. That's the panoramic view of Santarem Cricket Ground. Always a sight to behold. It's probably perfect conditions for cricket, I'd say. Not too hot. It has now just ticked over to about 30 degrees, but it's a nice little breeze outside. I mean, I am talking as I'm sitting in an air-conditioned container. But I'd like to be out there in the middle as well, enjoying the cricket. And certainly Marlow are enjoying themselves now, having had a wobble or two in that first innings, looking at one point like they might be rolled over by LSG. But the one thing you have to say about Marlow is that they bat pretty much down to 10, and any of the top 10 could probably open the batting as well. Appeal here is turned away by umpire Crew. So that was heading down leg side. You could see that all 3 stumps were visible there. Optimistic appeal by Gurbaj Singh as he comes on to bowl his second over here. If you have the likes of Hardeep Khatan with his international experience coming in at number 9, then you know you've got quite a strong, deep batting lineup. And that is certainly the case for Marlow. Looking, even at this early stage, to be likely winners of this game, as this one fires through between stumps and pads there of Lakshman Kumar, who's just struggling here. 10 balls he's faced, only managed to score a brace. Big appeal there for caught behind. Certainly the wicketkeeper, Mohammed Adnan, felt convinced there was something on that, but umpire remains unmoved. Certainly didn't hear or see anything from his position. This time Laxman gets on the front foot and gets rewarded. First boundary for him. It's taking him 12 deliveries, but it's a nice hit down the ground once he gets his first. But still a long way to go here for LSG, and the trouble is that they're facing a huge amount of dots as well. 5 of the 6 in the first over bowled by Hardeep Khatan were dots. And 4 of the first 5 in this over as well. So there's 9 dot balls for you straight away. I'd say probably more than half of the balls faced so far by these batters have been runless. just the one boundary to speak of in that over. Get to the end of the fourth, 21 for 1 LSG. And you get the feeling early on here that this is going to be a slow death unless they start going for it and hoping that something might happen. It's one of those where I suppose tactics come into play and maybe a matter of pride as well. LSG don't want to get completely rolled over here, but equally playing for 20 overs and going along at a rate of 5 doesn't really help the cause either. Amandeep Singh gets an early look in here, still in the power play. Looking for what would be his 13th wicket of the campaign so far in the 9 matches he's played. He's got a 3-wicket haul to his name and goes an economy of shade above 8. Again, just taking time in the middle to set the field. The batter's having a long discussion there. Maybe just some of the tactics that I've just mentioned, whether to go for it, whether to stick or twist. Because even at this early stage, it feels like the game is slipping away from them. We're ready to go then into the 5th over. Partap is watchful in his defence, so clearly the discussion was not along the lines of let's go big and see what happens. They're going to keep themselves in the game one way or another. This time he does go for a shot in anger, and that will race away to the boundaries. That's more like it for Surya, who picks up just his 2nd boundary of the run chase. But a lot more required where that's coming from. So we can take a quick look around the grounds, what's happening over in the wide world of cricket. Well, there's a test match starting in the Port of Spain today, the 2nd test between the West Indies and Pakistan, so in just over half an hour's time. Looking forward to that one. The toss result for that must be coming in any moment now. This one goes through everything and everyone. Mohammad Adnan behind the stumps looking perplexed at that, but it will be 4 byes. I think Mohammed just assumed it would hit the stumps, but it bounces over. And a turn away in disgust there by Amandeep. Just teasing the outside edge there, Amandeep Singh. This time, well, it's more than just a tease. That one comes flying off the edge, and Amandeep must be wondering what he's done to curse the cricket gods. It doesn't end up going all the way, and, well, the running there between the 2 LSG players was slightly comical. We're going to have a look at this on the replay because Lakshman Kumar almost gets lapped here. They're both standing at the same end, I think. And then both of them come back to the other end. I don't even know how to work out how many runs were scored here. Partap then comes back. I'm glad I'm not the umpire because I genuinely don't know how many runs were scored there. I think it was 2 runs scored. We take another look at this one. So Pratap thinks it's going for 4. So it doesn't move. Then they both start going for the 2nd. We can look at again at the end of the over as Pratap is
moving very dangerously here, dot ball. So maybe let's take another look at that one, Lucky, because I need to get my head around this. So thick edge, should be going for 4 runs. That's exactly what Partap's thinking. But his buddy is thinking, well, probably should have to run for this, Laxman. So he goes for the second run, and then Surya comes back and he does end up running 2, then almost gets himself out in trying to avoid getting hit, and decides not to use his bat to get in either, but put his foot down. And in the end, it's the most unusual of 2s, with at any given time both batters at one end and then the other at the same time. 31 for 1 at the end of 5. Into the final over of the power play we go then, and it will be Najam Shahzad to do the honours. I suppose if you had a word to describe the batting innings so far, you'd probably call it scrappy from Laxman and Surya. I suppose scrappy but effective if you want to widen that definition. Yeah, Chris Smith in the chat saying cue the Benny Hill music, yeah, and then some. Still trying to get my head around what happened there. I suppose the moral of the story is run until the ball goes over the boundary rope. Certainly something that I'm sure Surya Partap won't be repeating. Then again, never say never. Najam Shahzad looking for what would be his 4th wicket of the campaign, but that's nicely played. Again, Surya decides not to go for the run in the end, just about trickles over the boundary thanks to some ineffective foot fielding. The chase was on there for Ahmad Ikram. Probably should have stopped it, but only sees it trickle over the rope for 4 runs. But Surya clearly deciding for himself whether it's a 4 or not based on how well he hits it, which is not quite the laws of the game last time I checked. This time they do settle for just the 1. Laxman Kumar then back on strike. The opener faced 14 deliveries so far, gone for just 7 runs. And it's all gone slightly pedestrian out there in the middle. LSG not really showing any signs of being able to chase down this big total, and likewise Marlow, after a few early opportunities, not really looking likely to pick up a flurry of wickets. But of course that can change at a moment's notice. That one's cracked away nicely. That's the first, I'd say, proper shot from Surya Partap. I suppose he hit one through the covers earlier, but that one just a bit too wide and short from Najam Shahzad, and Surya leans into it nicely to bring the power play to an end. 42 for 1 at the end of the opening 6. As the test match in Port Spain has actually been delayed due to a wet outfield. So I assume it has been raining over there in the West Indies, but is not raining anymore. So we'll keep an eye on that one. There's other matches that are underway in the men's 100. Trent Rocket's men have just started their batting innings against Sunrisers Leeds. They are 5 for 1 after 8 deliveries. And in the women's contest, My London have got off to a pretty horrific start. 1 for 2 after 8 balls there, with both their batters opening and scoring a duck. Alice Davidson Richards, second ball duck and Hayley Matthews a 4-ball duck for My London. So we just have a brief stoppage in play here. I think an injury to Marlowe's wicketkeeper Mohamed Adnan, who's just down on his haunches. So as he just gets tended to, we'll just go for a brief pause here and we'll be back with the action as soon as it gets back underway. Back we are here with an injury update, which is that Mohamed Adnan at the end of that previous over took a bit of a blow to the head and is feeling the effects of that. So he's gone off for now, hopefully feeling better soon. And Najam Shahzad will take up the glove duties for Marlowe behind the stumps. And the substitute fielder has come on, so they're fielding with 11, just a different wicket keeper, and hopefully Mohamed Adnan is feeling better soon. Of course, safety first when it comes to any injury, especially a head injury. So the umpires rightfully taking no risks and sending him off the field, where he'll have a bit more of closer attention paid to him as Amandeep Singh continues into his second over, as that one's mown away and not stopped by Gurbaj Singh. In fact, might have been an opportunity on the full here. He misses out. In fact, yeah, it wasn't quite an opportunity, but if you're going to go steaming in, you got to stop the ball. And he
doesn't take the chance or stop the boundary, so that one races away. Surya Partap is moving along nicely now, having started off slightly slowly. He's now 26 off 19. This time he goes aerial again. It's going to land safely, and it's going to roll over the rope, despite the best efforts of the fielder in contention there. He tries to pat it back in. Great camera work here once more by Conrad. And yeah, he just slips when he tries to pat it. It's unfortunate for him there in the deep, and Amandeep Singh frustrated here. He's gone for a few more runs than he would have liked, especially that first one should have been stopped in the deep. Does LSG show some signs of life here? Chris with the update. The Port of Spain outfield says looks sodden with sand on it as well, so maybe a longer delay to the start of their test match over in West Indies. Keep an eye on that one. As My London in the women's contest 100 against Super Giants are also struggling, 8 for 2 off just 17 deliveries. There's been a few low scores in both the men's and women's 100 as this one, well, flashes across, and a direct hit would have been gonzo for the batter, but he ends up just giving up and running through and accepting his fate, and luckily for him, the throw came flashing in, but was not on target, and they managed to get to their 50 in that over. 53 for 1 at the end of 7. As hopefully Mohammed Adnan is in the tent somewhere there, just getting a bit of medical attention if he needs it. It doesn't help when you get a blow to the head, and it's also warm and sunny out there in the middle. But hopefully we'll see him back in this contest. So Asim Sarwar comes on to bowl here, over number 8, his first over. 5th bowler used by Marlowe. Asim, 9 wickets so far in the 7 games he's played, including 1 3-wicket haul. Left arm around and through to the right-handed Laxman, who's still sticking around. 9 for 17 at the start of the over. That brings him to double digits. As that one goes through, and I think it might be a missed opportunity for a stumping for the stand-in keeper, Najam Shahzad there. Just lost the ball in the flight here. So too did Najam, trying to pick it up like a errant table tennis ball, bobbling around. Again, a lucky escape for Surya Partap, who's been, well, got to say, living dangerously throughout the innings so far. I suppose no risk, no reward. And he's at least keeping LSG in with some kind of shout in this game, even if it's the quietest of whispered shouts, with still over 150 runs required. More than 2 runs a ball. This one goes up in the air. Who wants it? Cover comes across to it and will take the grab, and it's comfortably taken. A nice catch there by Amandeep Singh, who cut a little bit of a frustrated figure in the previous over, having seen a few balls that he bowled find its way to the rope, but this time it's a good catch. There was no one really nearby, so he knew it was his catch from the very beginning, and he pouches it nicely as Lisbon Super Giants do lose their second 55 for 2, I suppose. Again, it's one of those where it's not the worst wicket to lose. Laxman Kumar never really got going, finishing 10 off 19 deliveries, just the 1-4 to his name. So both openers now have come and gone for LSG, and that brings Shahan Khan out in the middle to try and provide support to Surya Partap, who's going along nicely, 33 off 24 for him. Just watchful in his opening couple of deliveries at the crease here is Shahan Khan, and that will be the end of the 8th, 55 for 2. Asim Sawa picking up the first wicket of his day today. Into the 9th over we go, and this will be bowled again by Amandeep Singh, coming back for his 3rd. Consider himself unlucky that he's not picked up a wicket so far. 0 for 17. That one slapped down the ground, and the fielding done by Hardeep Katan. He's got 2 overs left. Be interesting whether he's brought back ahead of time by Marlow skipper Mian Shahid, especially if they have ambitions to get LSG all out here. 56 for 2. Feels like LSG at some point have to pull the trigger, otherwise this innings will just meander. That required rate now just going up and up with that dot ball, might even tick over 13. Yep, there it does. And the run rate is not even half of that. 6.6 is the current rate that the Giants are going at. Big appeal, and the finger is raised. Shahan Khan trapped in the crease there. It looked very straight. Didn't look like it was going over the top. And a fair there from umpire Andy as he raises the finger of doom, and Shahan Khan goes for a 4-ball duck. Amandeep Singh gets his just rewards for plugging away and having a few unfortunate misfields off his bowling, which have made the figures that he's bowled slightly worse than they probably should be. So 56 for 3, 2 balls left of the 9th. And in at number 5 for LSG is Kamal Ahmed. His high score in the season so far is 21. He's amassed 63 runs in his 5 innings, so averaging just under 13. I suppose that's really where the trouble lies for LSG. Apart from Surya Partap, no one in the squad today averages over 30. That's why they do find themselves at the wrong end of the table. 10 games, 4 wins, 6 losses. And staring down the barrel of a 7th loss here. As for Marlow, they look like they'll be picking up their 7th win alongside the 3 defeats and 1 tied game, which was, of course, that memorable game against Gorka 11. the end of the 9th over, then just the single run coming off it, plus the wicket. As Amandeep Singh ties things up at the embassy end. And at the end of the 9th, 56 for 3 LSG. Surya Partap. Again, it's probably a similar situation to Asim Sarwar in the first innings, where he needs to decide when to stick and when to twist. And again, half opportunity there goes a begging Najam Shazad, not being able to pick it up cleanly behind the stumps. Surya advances there and would have been a half opportunity. Haven't seen any sight of the returning Mohammad Adnan to the stumps here for Marlow. So just as a reminder that they had to change wicket keeper. Adnan took a bit of a blow to the head early on in the proceedings, and Najam Shazad, who's marshalling the troops now, taking the gloves. So a couple of missed opportunities for him, but always difficult when you're thrown into the deep end. Half appeal there from Asim Sarwar, but the angle's always going to be against him. Left arm around. Two balls left before we make our way off for drinks here. 57 for 3. With the boundaries drying up now. The last boundary was on the 4th ball of the 7th over. Just been ground to a halt here, have LSG. That will be then drinks at the halfway mark. 59 for 3 LSG. Very much behind the 8 ball at the moment. 14.8 the required rate, and they're going at just a touch below 6. So we'll take a short break as the players take a well-earned drink, and we'll come back for the final 10 overs of the run chase here on the European Cricket Network in just a moment. Back to live action then here at the SCG, as LSG are meandering their way to a score that's going to fall well short of the target set for them by Marlow. 207 is looking like a long and distant dream at the moment as Amandeep Singh comes on to bowl his fourth and final over. Picked up 1 wicket so far. Looking to try and get into the tail end of LSG, but certainly Surya Partap in particular is, I'm sure, irritating the Marlow batters by hanging around in what seems to already be a lost cause. Probably just seeing it as a bit of batting practice as this one gets clubbed away into the leg side and will land safely in front of the on-rushing fielder. Looks like Gurbaj Singh there, doing its best to try and get out to that one. Left-hand, right-hand combination here, enforcing a few changes in the field. Left-handed Kamal Ahmed just doing a good job of sticking around, supporting Partap for now. But he's not going to stick around much longer as that one breaks through the defences, just slides on. Amandeep Singh picks up his second wicket. Kamal Ahmed has to depart and LSG lose their fourth, 61 for 4, halfway through the 11th. Looked to just work that one to the offside, did Kamal, trying to chop on it, but ends up just seeing his stumps rearranged. Kildingra is the next cab off the rank for LSG, looking to add to the runs on the tally so far. Nikhil actually playing his first game of the campaign for LSG. Amandeep Singh has been good value for his 2 wickets so far. Just bowling with good flight through the air. Not too much turn to speak of. That one just seemed to slide on through the defences of Kamal. Stingra plays and misses on his first time of asking here in this Division 1 matchup between Marlow and LSG, with Marlow looking more and more likely to take the win here. I suppose Surya Partap, we might just see this remaining 9 and a bit overs, 9.1 overs as batting practice to add to his collection of runs he scored so far. He's the top scorer for the LSG side, but he won't add any on this occasion. Gets to the end of the 11th, 62 for 4. That required rate now ticking over 16. Amandeep Singh then finishes with mighty impressive figures of 2 for 21 from his 4. Probably could have wishes he could bowl a 5th and 6th over. I think he would have got more wickets to his name. Asim Sarwar, though, I think he's licking his lips at the prospect of trying to pick up more wickets here. His first 2 overs went for just the 5 runs, and he got that wicket of Laxman Kumar, who hauled out to Amandeep Singh, scoring 10 runs off 19. Dingra, though, on strike now. As a quick single is taken, no pickup to speak of there. Zulfikar Shah. Clean pickup and throw and hit the stumps would have been interesting, but none of those 3 things happened. That's a nice shot down the ground by Surya Partap. Again, very much guilty of ball watching. I think he just hopes that the boundaries will come to him on that occasion. He reluctantly relinquishes the strike back to Nikhil. I suppose with this game all but sewn up, we can already start looking actually at the points that Marlow will pick up and what that might do to the table. That will take them up to 15 points. Still a point behind Awaresh, having played a game more, so Awaresh very much sitting pretty at the top of the table. And that's going to be out. It's a swing and a miss for Surya Partap. Felt like it was finally go time. And it's a nice little highlight there for Najam Shahzad, who's had a couple of half chances as stand-in skipper on that occasion. Takes it nicely. Just look on the replay. Najam Shahzad takes the ball and Surya Partap tries to despairingly get back. And it's a great call there by the umpire. Great footage as well, Conrad and Lucky. You can see that the bat still in the air, frame by frame. It's a good one. And it's a good wicket for Marlow as well as they get out the set batter. Surya Partap has to depart, 37 off 33 for him, and LSG 65 for 5. New batter then, Vijay Kumar.
There's no point being nice if you're wrong.
And now I think that there might be a chance here for Marlow to pick up all 10 wickets now that the resistance of Surya Partap has been broken. Otherwise, there's been slim pickings in the batting. Laxman Kumar is the only other batter who actually got out of single digits. He finished 10 off 19, but otherwise 1, 0 and 3, the two batters who have come and gone. Tells its own story. And Asim Sawa, he doesn't mind as he picks up his second wicket. Impressive figures as well. 2 for 8 off his 3, and I'm sure he'll be champing at the bit to come back for his final over. But for now, though, the skipper has said, I want a piece of that action, and Mian Shahid will come on to bowl here in the 13th over. So the 6th bowler used here by Marlow. Marlow will certainly take the win here, barring something almost unseen, even on the European Cricket Network, where we seem to have seen it all. But that required rate now just below 18. And only heading in one direction. If we look at the number of runs scored in the overs so far, and actually there's only been 3 overs where double digits have been reached, and on that occasion it was 10, 11, 11. That was that slightly better run of scoring for LSG, but since then it's very much been slim pickings. The last 3 completed overs all going for 3 runs apiece. In fact, the last boundary came all the way back in that 7th over. Since the 8th over, we've just had a smattering of
dots and ones and a couple of wickets in as well. That one will be a no ball though, as that grazes past the shoulder of Dingra, so he'll get a free hit for his troubles. Mian Shahid just misfiring on that occasion, the Marlow skipper. That one's pumped away to the leg side and will be a boundary. Asim Sawa, the closest to the Grizzly, isn't able to stop it, so it's a lesser spotted boundary there. A nice hit away, of course, on the free hit, so no risk there for Dingra, but he gets his first boundary. What is only the 8th boundary of the innings so far? No Maximos, all 4s. And remember, this isn't the last game coming your way from Portugal today. It will be my last game as I hand over the commentary reins to Shoban, who will take you through the final game of the day, which is Fighters versus Werewolves, as we get to the end of the 13th. 75 for 5. So 7 overs to go, or 5 wickets, whichever comes first. Imagine it's still in contention for Marlow to pick up all 10 scalps. Mian Shahid, for only the 4th time then in this innings, concedes an over of 10 runs or more. With that required rate now just a shade below 19. And Asim Sawa, unsurprisingly, will finish off his spell, going into his 4th and final over, seeking that 3rd wicket. He's on 11 wickets for the campaign so far, breathing down the neck of Amandeep Singh, but of course Amandeep has picked up 2 wickets as well, so actually all's fair at the moment, as that one's clubbed away and will bounce into the hands of the fielder at deep mid-wicket for just the single. So Fighters Werewolves coming your way in 50 minutes time. Fighters showing not enough fight at the bottom of the table at the moment, losing 7 of their 10 games. And speaking about not enough fight, this one is poorly executed in the deep there, as the ball goes through the hands of the fielder. And a bit of sloppiness creeping in for Marlow here in a game that they know they've almost sewn up. Fighters looking to at least stay in touching distance of the teams above them. There's 3 teams above them, all on 8 points. Fighters currently on 6. Remember, it's 2 points for a win. Werewolves are one of those sides. So certainly a game with a bit of intrigue, as we might have a run out here, and it looks like a direct hit will be trouble, and the finger is raised by umpire Crew. It's a great throw here by Zulfikar Shah. Let's take a look at that on the replay. And that is a brilliant call by Crew there. clearing up a couple of irregularities there, but there's nothing irregular about that one, as the catch was taken on the 45 by Mohamed Adnan, who is back on the pitch. It's good to see him looking in better nick than when he left the pitch. And while the keeper gives a salute to the camera, having picked up a wicket, not with his gloves, but with his hands. And it's 2-2 for Asim Sawa. Of course, the previous one was a run out, so chance for a team hat-trick for Marlow. As it now does look increasingly likely that LSG might be skittled before the end of the innings. New batter here is Atos Samad, facing up the team hat-trick. And he prods it back down the pitch with not too much bother. So the end of the 14th, 80 for 7. Asim Sawa finishes with outstanding figures, 3 for 13 off his 4. Picking up 2 important wickets. Surya Partap, I suppose, was the biggest scalp for him. And he also got the wickets of Laxman Kumar, caught by Amandeep Singh, and Nikhil Dhingra in that previous over, caught by Mohamed Adnan, who is back on the pitch but not back behind the stumps, as that duty has been taken by Najam Shahzad. Coming into the 15th over then, this will be bowled by Gurbaj Singh. As Harjinder Singh is also out there in the middle. With those 2 wickets in 2 balls, one of the run out at the non-strikers mean that Harjinder Singh has yet to face a delivery. Gurbaj looking for what would be his second wicket of the game. Be interesting whether Hardeep Katan, the Portuguese international, is given the nod to come back to try and clean up the tail here for Marlow. He's actually not picked up a wicket so far, not for a lack of trying. Gone for just 8 runs in his 2 overs. Given that Gurbaj Singh has come back on, maybe that will signal the return of his opening partner as well. Clubbed through the covers. Zulfikar Shah was interested, but as soon as it went past him, it was destined for the boundary. So Harjinder Singh gets off the mark with a club through the covers. A nice personal highlight for him, as he just stands and delivers. It was a half opportunity for Zulfikar Shah to throw out a hand and maybe take a spectacular one-handed grab. But no such luck for him and Marlow. Digs it in short again, even shorter than the previous one, so this one will be called 1 for the over. Gurbaj Singh clearly didn't take too kindly to being crashed through the covers. Can always take a look ahead to what is to come for Marlow as well. They have a weekend off next weekend, and then they come back in the final game of Sunday in 2 weeks' time, facing up against Lisbon Capitals in a game that they would probably expect to win as well. Although you have to say Lisbon Capitals have been resurgent in the last couple of weeks, underlining that with the win against Punjab CC Amadora this morning. having lost the first 5 games, Lisbon Capitals have gone on to win 4 of the next 5. So certainly won't be a side that Marlow can afford to underestimate. As for LSG, they have a game already next week. And they will be facing up in the early morning fixture against Werewolves in what is a bit of a mid to lower table clash. Both of these sides will currently be on 8 points, but I suppose it depends on how the Werewolves fare against Fighters in the final game today. So it could be that Werewolves go into that one ahead of LSG. Assuming LSG don't hit the required rate of over 24 in these remaining 5 overs. Hardeep Katan, I did tease that he might be brought back, and that's exactly what has happened. He'll be coming from the top end this time, seeing if that brings about a reversal in his wicket fortunes. Katan proved almost too hot to handle for the LSG openers, so I imagine Harjinder Singh and Atar Samad coming in at 8 and 9 might also feel the heat, but the first one is knocked away in to the outfield for a single as the batters just trot through. Marlow, well, I suppose they're happy to let this game come to its natural conclusion as well, still trying to pick up the wickets, but they know that the 2 points are in the bag, and the net run rate will also finish very healthily. That one's struck away nicely, just a misfire from Atar Samad. From Hardeep Katan, even with Atar Samad capitalising on it. So he gets himself off the mark with a boundary, his 3rd ball faced. Hardeep Katan bring out the double teapot. Just he's been economical, but he's not quite been at his fiery, dangerous best today. Couple of errant deliveries. Also bowling a no ball and a wide in his 3rd over, or in the 3rd over of the day, which was his 2nd over, which is unusual for someone of his international quality. I suppose the one thing Katan can be slightly guilty of is not targeting the stumps enough. We've seen enough balls here flying through the defences with Gurbaj Singh and Amandeep Singh both getting balls onto the stumps and cleaning up Jiwan Giri and Kamal Ahmed respectively. So Katan just needs to get it up there a bit and bring that mode of dismissal into play. That one's been pumped down the ground, and that's a stand and deliver shot from Atar Samad. Suddenly the boundary tap has been turned on once more. It's all very much too little too late for LSG. I think their first and foremost aim here is just to try and irritate Marlow and keep them out there as long as possible. That's a better delivery from Hardeep. But Atar Samad looking very resolute in his defence. We get to the end of the 16th, 94 for 7 for LSG. 9 runs coming off that over with Hardeep Katan, 1 more in his armoury. Atar Samad has faced in 5 innings so far in this campaign, scoring 29 runs, a high score of 19. Has also got a duck to his name. He's 8 off 7 at the moment. Harjinder Singh at the other end, now facing, is on a run of ball 6, and he will be facing up
to Gurbage Singh's final over. 1 wicket for him so far. As that one will be the second wicket. Full and straight, hits Harjinder Singh on the toe. And umpire Andy with no hesitation there. Yeah, going to go on to clatter middle and leg stump. Harjinder Singh's watch is over, 94 for 8. Lisbon Super Giants still very much in danger of getting all out here. As Adnan Gondal comes in at number 10 for the Super Giants. Not even halfway to the total here, LSG. Target 207. See if they can at least get over that 100 barrier. As we can also start to look ahead to the final game of the day, which will see Fighters against Werewolves coming your way. Scheduled for a 4 p.m. start, which will be in about 35 minutes' time. We'll keep you updated whether that one does start at the scheduled time. But for now, Marlowe looking to clean up the tail here. With Gurbage Singh eyeing up a 3rd wicket to add to a 3-wicket haul to his collection. Already got 1 this season, looking for his 2nd. That brings him up to 9 wickets in the 5 games, or the 6 games he's played. This is his 6th game. The only batter not to have been seen out there in the middle yet is the skipper, Anoop, who will be bringing up the rear if he is required in the remaining 6.5 or 3.5 overs. Got him. That's the next one to go, as Gurbage Singh does pick up his 3rd wicket. Rocks the CR7 celebration as well, as that one flattens the stumps of the batter, who comes advancing down the wrong line entirely. Looks back in horror to see his stumps rearranged. Atos Samad has to go for a run of ball 8. Both of those, all 8 of those runs in 2 boundaries. And that brings out Anoop at number 11 to see if he can add any runs to the score, or even just block out to see if 20 overs can be completed here for LSG. 5 runs shy of the 100 they are, as Anoop will face up Gurbage Singh eyeing up his 4th wicket, which would bring an end to the proceedings. 2 balls left to get it. Adnan Gondal currently unbeaten on 1 at the non-strikers. As that one goes through everything, but they decide not to take a run despite the ball going halfway to the boundary. One ball left then. Gurbage eyeing up those stumps. And he gets them. It's the final ball of the 17th over, and ends up being the final ball of the game, as Gurbage Singh finishes on outstanding figures of 4 for 19. And LSG finish on 95 all out in a run chase that never really got going. The only highlight really was Surya Partap scoring 37 off 33. Had a nice little partnership with Laxman Kumar at the top, which was worth 49.
but nothing else really to speak of apart from Nico Dangra scoring 12 at a runner ball, and otherwise everyone else in single digits. Hardeep Katan, the Portuguese star, went wicketless despite toiling at the top of the order with the ball. Gurbaj Singh, though, able to clean up the tail with 3 wickets in the final over there, the 17th. He finishes with figures of 4 for 19. And there was 2 wickets for Amandeep Singh, 2 for 21, and Asim Sarwar finishing with equally impressive figures of 3 for 13. So there you have it, a big win for Marlow as they brush aside Lisbon Super Giants, who finish 112 runs short of the total. Marlow very much showing why they are near the top of the table. That was, of course, thanks to Asim Sarwar's unbeaten 60 in the first innings off just 38 deliveries. Mian Shahid, the skipper, at the top, scoring 34 off 19. So that's the second game of the day done here in Portugal. But luckily, the action doesn't stop with Fighters CC versus Werewolf CC coming your way in just over half an hour's time. Shoban will be taking you through that one. So all that remains for me to say is thank you for keeping me company today. And I'll hear you on the airwaves very soon. But enjoy the final game as Fighters take on Werewolves here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
A very warm good evening and welcome to the picturesque Santarém Cricket Ground for match number 42 of the Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1 2026. You're watching live coverage on the European Cricket Network. I am Shovan Ganaik, delighted to be here for what promises to be another entertaining evening of T20 cricket. Today's contest features Fighters Cricket Club, who have struggled so far 8th bottom the points table, taking on Werewolves Cricket Club, 5th, who are batting first, winning the toss. Both teams know how crucial every point at this stage of the competition. One has 8 points, the second has 6. As first ball deflected on the offside, they get off the mark. And you know there's ideal cricket conditions here in Santarém, and we are expecting an exciting battle between bat and ball over the next 40 overs. Let me go through all the names participating in this contest. For the Fighters Cricket Club, you have got Rahul, Mandeep Singh, Avinash Singh, Jaswant Rai, Lalit Kumar, Jignesh Kumar. As Fuller 1, driven away quite confident stroke from the right-hander, Sunam. He gets off the mark too. There's a couple of runs. And they have got Jaswant Rai, Lalit Kumar, Sajin John, Maninder Singh, Parvinder Singh. For Werewolves Cricket Club, you have got Julie Jelly, Mohit Kumar, Shoaib Akhtar, Daljit Rai, Gurpreet Guri, Ram Haritwal, Bunty Tucker, Rohit Sunam, Gurpreet Mani. Wrapped on the pads, it's close. That's the first one for Werewolves side. And it's a body blow as Guri has to depart. A straight delivery, was trying to flick it away with a new ball. Little bit of swing away. Has got a wicket for Mandeep Singh. It looks quite adjacent. An umpire's finger was up. Quite a confident decision. It's 2 for 1. First blood has been drawn. For Werewolves side, you have Gurpreet Mani Shamrari, Gaganpreet Singh, Lisbon. It'll be important how Werewolves play this out because it's an important contest where the Fighters are in the bottom of the table, and getting this wicket will do a world of good for their confidence. The weather has certainly played its part today. It's warm summer evening here in Santarém with bright sunshine. A few passing clouds. Comes down the track. What a shot that is! Crisp from the right hand, and it's gone all the way for 6. That's belted from Money. Brilliant way to get off the mark. He has no sighters at all. Has hit the ground running. Singh was trying to pitch it up, taking it away from the right-hander, but he covered the swing, picked the line and the length of the ball. Comes down the track again. A little bit of outside edge. First over, dramatic one. You gotta get a wicket, and then a batter comes in. Just bludgeons it. The first delivery he plays, the second one. A little bit of oops here. The final delivery to go on the very first over. What an excitement so far. It's a Fuller 1. That's smeared away on the offside. It's quite a well-placed shot. Sweetly timed from the right-hander. Couple of runs. The first over done and dusted. It's 10 for 1. The temperature is around 30 degrees Celsius. As we approach the start of play of match number 42. This gentle afternoon breeze. I believe it's not expected to trouble either side too much. The breeze might offer a little bit of touch of assistance to the new ball bowlers during the opening overs, as we saw in the first over, particularly if you bowl full length like M. Singh did. However, I believe as the evening progresses, the temperature will become a little bit more comfortable. Batting conditions should improve. Most importantly, there's no rain in the forecast. So looking forward to a full, uninterrupted T20 contest. This pitch also looking quite glorious. very reliable. Down the leg side, straying onto the pads is lucky. The batter didn't get any bat to it. As the first extras of the game. Very reliable batting wickets here in Portuguese domestic cricket. It's very hard, well prepared surface as we saw yesterday with pretty consistent bounce and good carry to the wicketkeeper, allowing openers to play their shots with a lot of confidence. And you know, once you settle in, what Amritpal did this time, little bit shorter. Very ferocious shot from the right-hander. It might race away to the boundary. Oops. We'll have a double check where the fast bowler chasing that down. Couple of runs. Saying hello to Paolo Kempini, Chris Smith, Sev Derrick. And you have also got Tesufi. Christina Goff doing a tremendous job covering first couple of games. This time a rasping full shot from the right-hander. There is a fielder protecting that region of the ground. Believing the first couple of overs, providing a hint of seam movement with the new ball. It's going away. But this over, it has so far been uppishly played. Just one bounce. Shot to the fielder, particularly with today's light breeze, fast bowlers pitching it up, attacking the stumps, can enjoy some early success. As we have seen so far, once that sign wears off, the wicket generally becomes excellent for stroke play. Jacked back in, soft hands from Money for an explosive start to this contest. First ball, skipping down the track and hitting the fast bowler up over his head for 6. It'll be important for Rahul. The variations will be pretty crucial. We'll definitely see Rahul bowling the death as well. Slow balls, cutters into the surface, back of the hand deliveries, accurate Yorkers have consistently been most effective as we saw in the second innings of yesterday. Match number 3. That's got away for a single. And spinners find it unlikely to find any extravagant turns so far. They'll be relying a lot on changing their pace and bowling smart lines, wicket to wicket. You should remember fighters at bottom of the table, 8th, while werewolves are on the 5th. That's a slow delivery gone wrong. It's effortlessly played one more time. Down the ground, over the inner field for 4. That's the first boundary of the second over. That's a high full toss and whacked with disdain. You'll be punished if you're bowling these kind of deliveries inside the power play. There's no room for these kind of deliveries. 21 for 1 after a couple of overs. You are getting that consistent bounce and carry that we saw in the first over. We also saw that slight new ball assistance. I remember batting becomes easier after the power play. Just trying some variations, but first and foremost, you should be effective with your raw pace. That was missing for Rahul. First over, 11 for Nola's beautiful Santarem cricket ground. The outfield is looking outstanding condition. It's quite even, dry. One of the quicker outfields you will find in European cricket, that's for sure. Once the ball beats the infield, it generally races away. This is pretty good reward for good timing. So you don't have to use brute force. Has it got a little bit of outside edge to that? Following the line of the ball, not sure about his off stump. The warm weather, I must say, has kept the grass pretty dry. So the ball is expected to skid quite nicely. I must tell you, the fielders, however, can't afford to relax. Hi, Sky Quest. Down the ground one more time, hammered away over the bowler's head. One bounce to the boundary. Money's intentions are pretty clear. He has come out on a mission here just to destroy this bowling attack inside the power play. It's another sublime stroke from him. Whenever it has been pitched up, he has Been sweating on to that. Anything pitched up, he will go for it. Pitched up one more time. Soft hands again from the right-hander. Has it got a little bit of gap to that? He is driving and is getting a couple of runs. Saving even few runs in the field can make a huge difference between winning and losing. So expect both teams to put a huge emphasis on sharp boundary riding, just like that we saw in the previous ball. Ball is expected to skid quickly. This time, first and dry outfield, helping the ball run away. It's a perfectly timed stroke. Majestic from the right-hander, Money. You give him a little bit of width, he just throws the kitchen sink at it. Lalit Kumar not learning from his mistake. The first one was on that fourth stump. This one was almost on the seventh stump. That's why it was pretty easy for the right-hander to drive it away on the offside, getting his left leg and around that line of the ball. It's a confident stroke. The footwork for Money has been tremendous. Inside edge. Let's put the mockers on. As a batter's perspective, I feel the AstroTurf demands good footwork. It's not necessarily for the movement up and down the track. It's because of the high bounce and speed of the surface. So that's why we saw Money has to stay a little balanced at the crease and play slightly late. Hasn't tried any cross-batted shots. He misses it. Like cuts or pulls, which has been becoming more effective in this Portugal domestic cricket, as we saw Amritpal Singh yesterday. He also had this defensive technique. So whenever the ball was attacking the stumps, he defended, and when it was away, he was going for it. That's the picturesque Santarem cricket ground. Wonderful outfield. Well, that's why on that straight region, you have to stay low and watch the ball close. Cutting off boundaries will be absolutely vital throughout this contest. 3 overs, 32 for 1 has been a very good start. And giving respect, that's what you need to do more often. Attack the stump, the top of the line, top of off line. That should be the most effective strategy with the new ball in T20s. It's a tight line, isn't it? Just outside the off stump. And the previous occasion we saw Money was forced to play. Minimizing the width is important as he comes down the track. Sunam is a maverick. Even he will hit you even if you bowl good deliveries. He has this free swinging shots. He needs a little bit of width. That's why it's very important, this battle, targeting the power play. And thrust on the offside. There is protection. So far, they're respecting the new ball. A typical way of batting here in Santarem, often providing some initial bounce. Where you see Money and Sunam, both are likely to use their feet, getting to the pitch of the ball. Slightly uppish. A lot of use of the bottom hand in that shot. And you also need to target the power play. At least 60 on the board will help the side. And once you loft the ball over the inner field, especially straight down the ground or over the covers, bounce is truest. Slightly short again, missed out. That's what you need to bowl more often. As Rahul, you have a third as well, so any outside edge might carry to the third man. Saying hello to John Gray, Paolo Campini. He's covering all his stumps here. And he's gently defends it off the back foot. Very good over comes to an end. 1.11. 4 overs, 35 for 1. It was in a good start from the batting side. Even the fighters have got the wicket the very first over. After that, Werewolves have dictated terms, are trying to build a platform. The ultimate goal is to reach that sixth over mark, scores around 60 to 65, one wicket down. That will provide the middle order the freedom to launch, as we saw yesterday. So they can just push past that 180 plus bar score typically for this venue. And once you get that, it just gets very difficult in the second innings to chase it down. The last time when Werewolves batted first, actually, it's an interesting story about the Werewolves. Oh, that is a crunching blow, but how far? How far? Fielder takes an easy catch. Money's explosive batting comes to an end. He was trying to take on that fielder at long on, didn't get the elevation nor the distance. So his enterprising knock comes to an end. It was a fuller delivery one more time, little bit of swing away, didn't get the meat of the bat, and he has to depart. A very good catch, didn't panic at all, straight to the man. A second wicket down is 35 on the board. And talking about the toss, Werewolves have won the toss and they had no hesitation to bat first. And why not? As they have won 4 games so far in this season and all have come batting first. So the games that they have played and won is match number 39. Match number 36, I beg your pardon. They scored 171 for 9 in the first innings against Lisbon Capitals that they won. Then we'll move to match number 21. They scored 160 for 9 against Oerash. They won it. And match number 10, they scored a massive 203 for 4 against Gorkha 11, batting first. And then the fourth win that they got, that was 189 for 8. Batting first against Lisbon Capitals. So every time they're batted first, they've got a formidable record. That's why they have 8 points on the board. Also, they've got a very good middle order. Haritwal generally likes to take a little bit of time. Batted at number 5 in the previous game, scored 20 of 19. They've gone with Gurpreet Guri and Rohit Shinam. And they've Gurpreet Mani, that's full toss, muscled away. But there is a fielder, doesn't matter. That's one bounce to the fence. That's a no ball as well given in terms of height. Didn't manage to tip it down. And as a batter, you don't really need to keep it down. He was always trying to hit it out of the park. Toe end of the bat. Fielding restrictions are on. This is a mighty effort so far with the bat. Talking about match number 36. Lisbon Capitals had won the toss and elected to bowl. Werewolves batting first, 171 for 9. Might not go to the fence. Has got plenty of elevation. A single. And Werewolves beating Lisbon Capitals by 29 runs. So in that game, Gurpreet Gori and Rohit Shinam batted first. Both of them putting a partnership of 36. It was a quick fire 36 as well. Gurpreet Gori 23 from 12. Rohit 16 from 19. Struggled a bit. Muscled. And this time bludgeon on the offside. That's his strength. Sunam. He deals with boundaries. Smokes it. Over the top for 4. Lalit Kumar. Even though he's got a wicket, he has to be a little careful here. He's bleeding a lot. And this has been not a good start from him, even though he's picked up that first wicket. But then after that, he hasn't been able to control his length. With the new ball, you have to be pinpoint accurate. So Ram Haritwal, the non-striker, scored 20 of 19. Then they have got Gaganpreet Singh. Daljit Rai is a clutch player. 18 of 8 he got in that game. That's a very good total. Match number 36. that they won quite comfortably, guided away on the offside, a use of bottom hand into play, couple of runs. Talking about Rohit Sharma, the boast of a very good record over the, especially bats top of the order. Has plenty of batting talent when it comes to big hitting. Is showing it. The first couple of wickets are already down. Gurpreet Gori was out first ball. Mandeep Singh took that wicket. And after that, Rahul has been quite decent. Played away on the offside for a single to end the over. It's a 49 for 2. So Rohit Sharma batting on 12 of 10. Gurpreet Mani is a player who generally likes to take on the bowling. That's what he did. 26 from 15. Couple of 4s and a 6. And here Ram Haritwal has already raised to 5 of 3, including 1 boundary. Then they have Bunty Tucker, Diljit Rai, Gaganpreet Singh. There's a very strong middle order. When you talk about the bowlers, Mandeep Singh, first over, 10 for 1. Rahul, couple of overs for 14. Then you have Lalit Kumar, was bowling. Now the opening bowler who bowled the first over, he has been brought back. 5 for 21, couple of months back. A couple of overs from Mandeep Singh. The openers, they'll be pretty satisfied so far. They've got off to a pretty fine start. They have to be a little careful of not losing another. Generally in T20 cricket, you don't want to lose 3 wickets in the first 6 overs. Mandeep Singh 1 for 10. He has changed his ends. The change in ends doesn't reflect in his bowling as he just trays down the pads. The umpire has to do that wide outstretch. Might go for another single. Yes, they do. So 50 in terms of team total up for Werewolf side. Also, we'll let you know how does the ranking looks like. So Oirish have played 10 games, 16 points, healthy net run rate of plus 0.1575. For Mallow, they've got 6 wins, 13 points, plus 1.566. A little difference in terms of net run rate. But Marlow have lost more games than Oirish. They've got Punjab Cricket Club, one of the impressive sides, 10 matches, 12 points, 4 losses, 6 wins. They're also in plus. After that, Gorkha 11 on 9 points, Werewolf Cricket Club 8 points, Lisbon Super Giants, both the teams stuck at 8 points, but all have negative run rates. And then you have the Fighters Cricket Club. They have only got 3 wins with 6 points, minus 2.378. For them to stay in this tournament, this game is very important. It's almost like do or die. So if they lose, it'll be pretty hard for them to qualify for the playoffs. But it's a long tournament. Plenty of chances to come back. Measured stroke. Immaculate timing from Rohit Sharma continues. It was up and it's thumped away. And whenever you saw that length and you all knew that it was always heading one way and that was to the boundary. A sudden free hit for him. He has no protection on the offside back. He might push the man back now. There is a long on and also mid-off has been pushed back. A top fielder in this tournament has been Dalwinder Singh for Fighters Cricket Club. Has drilled on the offside. Is watching the ball pretty close. Is on the outfield is Dalwinder. They need a good effort from him if they want to grab another wicket. Final 3 balls of the power play. And that is up and gone. It's a lovely shot from Rohit Sharma. He's putting on a show here. He doesn't care about the reputation or the name of the bowler. He just has a free swing every single time. He has anything that has been in his radar has disappeared. 64, we're talking about getting 60 to 65 in the first 6 overs. But this time around, they have done a pretty fine job. The fixtures show for the first game that was played today, it was Lisbon Capitals. Let's have a closer look at that game and then I'll update you. So far, there's ECS Switzerland going on as Zurich. Match number 8. That's tomorrow. Zurich Mavericks will be facing Alton. And then you have ECS England Hornchurch. Match number 21 tomorrow. Upminster will be facing Comilla Warriors. And back to Switzerland as Zurich Mavericks will be facing Swiss Dragons. Match number 9. And match number 22 at Hornchurch Upminster will Marcourt London. That's dragged away. And good fielding. The fielder at Midon that brought him in. That's a good decision. The match that was played a couple of hours back, Basel Afghan facing Sports Club Roche. Basel Afghan beating comprehensively Sports Club Roche by 10 wickets. That's the end of the power play. 6 overs, 65 for 2. We saw plenty of actions. And talk about the highest team total in this tournament has been 248 for 4 by Punjab Cricket Club Amadra, but that was broken yesterday. The team scored 266, quite a comfortable one. And then most runs in an over has been 27 by Punjab Cricket Club Amadra in over number 21 of match number 14 versus Gorkha 11. The Irish are enjoying as they have got the maximum wins in this tournament. The total runs that have been scored have been 12,534 with 1,024s, 303 maximos, and with 576 wickets. So it has been quite a decent bat versus ball competition so far. Going back to the match that was played earlier, match number 40, Lisbon Capitals were facing Punjab Cricket Club Amadra. Lisbon chasing it down, a total of 154 for 9 by 8 wickets with 42 balls to spare. It's down leg. Bad delivery, a warm-up delivery from Pawan Singh. Parvinder Singh has been brought to the bowling attack after the power play. Left-arm spinners generally like to bowl slightly older ball so that they can control the movement. In the second match of the day, Marlow facing Lisbon Super Giants. And that was the second match of the day, match number 41. Marlow beating Lisbon Super Giants by Nelson, 111 runs. Marlow scoring 206 for 9. Lisbon Super Giants nowhere near that score, 95 all out. Caught copy-paste. Parvinder Singh has to be pitching it off on the offside. He's got protection on the off. If you bowl down the leg side every single time, Rohit Shinam is a very good sweeper of the ball. So you have to be a little careful. He plays with a low bat lift. It's missed out. It's a full toss in and around that region of. And it's a straight one. Okay, Paolo Campini having some Punjabi flavor to the YouTube chat. It's a bouncer from Pawan Singh saying balle balle kinna sona chakka lag gaya. So Paolo Campini, it's not shakka, it's called chakka. It's Chakka. And it's not kinda sona, it's kinna sona. It's Kinna. As another hammering blow from the right-hander. That's a tremendous shot from Rohit Sunam. He knew that there's no fielder, and I just mentioned he picks the length so quick of his back foot. You give him a little bit of width, he will cut. You bowl down the pads, he will pull that. So he's changed his direction completely. This over is gonna be long. It's wide. 3 wides, wide, dot wide, 4. Oh, no, no, no. Is not able to drag his length. Odd line. Good try, Paolo Campini. बहुत अच्छा. It's 74 for 2. Highest team total 248 for 4. That was previous one. It's Krunal Pandya style from Palvinder Singh. As time cut away, they're all having a giggle because the bowler is trying everything in this over. He's come round the wicket, he's come over the wicket. He's going again back to round the wicket. He's trying to bowl that length that's just going away from the right-hander every single time. But Haritwal, the defensive player, as he just puts it away on the offside, where Rohit Sharma, the roles are clear. Rohit Sharma will be that aggressor, while Haritwal will try to manipulate the strike, give the strike back to the bludgeoning Rohit. That's for a change. He defends it on the front foot. So it's 2 or 6 for 9. Malo scored. And you saw a brilliant knock from Mian Shahid, who's scoring 34 for 19. He'll take a single of the last ball. It's 78 for 2. And Asim Sarwar, 60 of 38. Blitzkrieg of a knock. 3 sixes and 4 fours. He was not out. And Hardeep Kutan, 29 from 12. It was just too much for the Lisbon Supergiants team, who have struggled so far in this tournament. And now, for Malo, it'll be important how they play the next game. They'll facing the Werewolves side. For Werewolves, they have won 4 games, all batting first. Their campaign is depending a lot on this game as well, so that's why. And for Fighters CC, they played their first game on 26th of April. It was 19 over contest. They fell short of 18 runs. It's Gorkha 11 beating them at 172. How far? How far? Not so far. Easy catch for the fielder at covers. Is trying to go over the top. A breezy little knock from Rohit Sharma comes to an end. It occupied the crease for some amount of time. It was kind of hit and miss. And this knock. But here he was trying to go over the top and play that inside out over extra cover shot. A lot of width. I couldn't manage to put it away. It's 78 for 3 as Rohit Sharma departs. Talking about life of Fighters Cricket Club in this tournament, the journey. They also considered 243 runs against Malo in the second match, and they were bowled out for 106. Then that win came that was very much needed. It was a 5-over contest against the Malo, has defeated them and winning it just 1 run. He's cutting for a single. The 4th game, Lisbon Super Giants coming back to the 2 was there's certainty in running between the wickets. Against Lisbon Super Giants, that 4th game, they lost, scoring the opposition 134. They couldn't chase it down. They scored 130. Just fell short. And then against the Werewolves side, they scored 112 and they defeated them. So Werewolves, even though they are on the 5th position, the last time they played against this same very opposition, they lost the game. That will be in the back of their mind. But that's why it's important for fighters to just stay in the contest. That 5th game that they played against Punjab scoring 185. Fighters nowhere in the contest, 92 all out. Against Warish, they scored 110, was defeated comprehensively. Ores side chasing it down with 54 balls to spare. Then after a couple of blips, a win came against the Gorkha 11 side. Gorkha scoring a paltry total of 139, fighters 140 with 22 balls to spare. And then against Lisbon Capital, 184 fighters were ugly, 93 all out. And in the previous match that they played against the LSG side, Lisbon Super Giants, they're like 187 Lisbon scoring and winning it just by a whisker because fighters batted first and scored 184. So even they have been so good or pretty bad. There's two extremes when you talk about the fighters side. And that's what you have seen in the power play as well. The first over, a bowling very good channel, and then they lost it, and now they're trying to pull it back as two new batters at the crease. So Singh will get off the mark, Gagandeep Singh. So for that reason, anything above 180 will be tough on this kind of a surface. So for that reason, they have to stay little alert on the field, have to be pretty sharp. Can't afford to give away a lot of singles because they're 8th in the points table with just 3 wins on the board. They've got a massive encounter. They'll be playing next against the Orish side. That's the underdog story, isn't it? Exquisite timing from Gagandeep Singh. And there he has thrown the kitchen sink at it. It's a pretty easy shot for Gagandeep. As outside the off stump and straight away he's freeing his arms. Going over the inner field. There's no man there. There's a pretty big gap. He's exploiting those shorter boundaries on the offside. 87. Gagandeep pulls. Might not get a boundary. There is protection. Gagandeep Singh is also known for his beginning skills. Generally likes to bat in this kind of a situation. Talk about the previous game. Similar knock was played when Malo were slightly in trouble. They were 83 for 5. And then that brilliant knock from Asim Sarwar came in. 8 overs, 88 for 3. So far, plenty of actions we have seen. John Gray saying transliteration is never an easy task, don't worry. Yeah, I've seen Paolo Campini and John Gray trying some Hindi, Punjabi. That's pretty good. A multilingual. When you're among a lot of Hindi and Bengali fans, bound to learn a little bit of different languages. That's trying to cut. It was too wide for Palvinder Singh. He has struggled massively in this contest. I'm surprised that he has been given the ball one more time because neither he has been able to put any kind of doubt in the batter's mind. This time around, his bowling pull tosses is hit away on the offside. Is not able to control his length as well. Also talking about the West Indies taking on Pakistan. West Indies batting first, 49 for 1. Well, Pakistan side have a couple of changes. Muhammad Ali picking up a wicket. There's Ubaid Shah. I'm pretty sure he's making his debut. And Ali Usman, Pakistan side, looks quite promising under Babar Azam's captaincy. Mohammad Rizwan, Salman Ali Agha. They all are under scanner because they lost the first match to their West Indies side. Pulled away. Pretty effective shot on a track which is staying a little bit low. Chandrapal getting out for 15. Brandon King, 33 of 27. Love Brandon King. First time I saw him, he was playing T20 cricket for West Indies. A brilliant batter, a free-flowing stroke maker, and now he's trying to cement his place on this test side. West Indies choosing to bat. 49 for 1 from Port of Spain. The match is delayed by a wet outfield. He's trying to pull it on the offside. It was the famous expression of Rico when he calls a six. That Paul, yeah, absolutely, John Gray. I got it. He also has this jalebi catch. Have you guys tried jalebi? It's a very famous Indian sweet. Most everybody loves in the ECN crew. Jalebis. 93 for 3. 7 shy away from 100. And they have also dropped Muhammad Abbas. Babar Azam mentioned that it was down to conditions, but it's a shocking one because Abbas was quite impressive in the first test. And I talk about the Sunrisers Leeds are chasing a total that was set by Trent Rockets, 146 for 4. Also, the MI London facing the Super Giants, 92 all out, MI London. And then Super Giants need 16 from 41. There's plenty of cricket. Also Derbyshire facing Sussex. Derbyshire have scored 325 for 7, while Sussex Sharks 88 for 5. Case cutting or an effective stroke for Haritwal so far. Loves to pull and cut. There's plenty of cricket. One Day Cup. Not Outlaws are playing Kent. And there is also Leicestershire facing Somerset. Middlesex versus Yorkshire. And then Lancashire facing Northampton. Gloucestershire are locking horns with Warwickshire as they need 155 runs from 30 overs. 9 overs done and dusted here. 94 for 3. There's plenty of cricket. Also, India is going to play Sri Lanka in the upcoming tests. It's a massive encounter when you talk about India's chances in the WTC final that will be played next year at Lord's. South Africa winning the previous one. The first one was won by the Black Caps, where they upset India and beat India by 7 wickets. Southampton, Ross Taylor and Kane Williamson scoring runs. Played away straight down the ground. It's pretty hard for John to field of his own bowling. Also, you must know that Ajinkya Rahane, the former Test captain and batter, quite a reliable one, announced his retirement a few days back. That's a biggie! And one bounce to the boundary. And, oh, in fact, it has gone all the way. Very good strike from the right-hander. When he hit the ball, it just looked like it has got one bounce to the fence. But, oh, yes, I have got bad eyes. That's comfortably carried to the fence for a maximum. So Ajinkya Rahane retiring from all forms of cricket. Has missed out. 100 comes off for Werewolf side. It has been a great show from them. And when you have got 100 in the first 10 overs, it just lays a very good platform to launch for the rest of the batters who will be coming after 5 wickets down. Trying a little bit of slow delivery, cheeky from John, going wrong. He's trying to deceive the batter with his pace. And the last delivery is important for Fighters CC just to stay in the contest, try different stuff. You've got to make some valuable contributions with the ball And one more time, slow delivery from the right arm pacer. And you have seen after this phase, the acceleration phase will come up as they have built and set this platform in the first 10 overs. They will be looking to target that fifth bowler the next few overs. So far, to be honest, they've rotated the strike consistently. They're able to convert the singles into twos, also ensuring at least one batter bats deep. At the look of things, Haritwal has taken the responsibility at the non-striker's end to bat through, while Gagandeep Singh will look to muscle it away. And this is the phase where good totals can become great totals. That's why it's important how they just pick up the pace from here. Slow delivery to finish off that 10th over. They might look for the second run. At the end, Haritwal was interested, but Gagandeep Singh said, nahi, 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 nahi hoga. 10 overs done. It's 105 for 3. Has been an interesting contest so far, and we have seen plenty of actions. So time for now for the drinks break here at the Santorum Cricket Ground. It's been an absorbing contest so far, with both teams have enjoyed. And one team have picked up 3 wickets, the other team have scored above 100. So just an opportunity to rehydrate, regroup, and perhaps rethink their plans for the next phase of the innings. I'll catch you in a flash. Welcome back. The Werewolves are sitting comfortable at 105 for 3 after 10 overs. They've built exactly the kind of platform they wanted from their batting first strategy. Scoring at 10.5 runs per over, they've absolutely absorbed the initial pressure. Also, honestly, they capitalized on the power play. The way Rohit played and then Money. And now it's primed to launch. 10 overs, 105 is a very good target, very good effort so far. As Sig continues to bowl left arm spin, driven away nicely from the right hander. Confident stroke after drinks break. It's a classic T20 inflection point. The acceleration phase will be on. I've got a rock solid foundation with 7 wickets in hand. The Werewolves are in the driver's seat. It's slightly short, and it's pretty nicely fielded from a long gone fielder. As played quite nicely from Avinash Singh. That's one bounce and top effort from Avinash. Doing a great job. And here, Parvinder Singh has constantly struggled in this phase. When we talk about the launch phase, is important to push for 200 plus. A score of 180 is now the bare minimum. Down the leg side. Easy pickings for the right-hander, helping the ball on its way to the fence. Haritwal so far has been that accumulator, but now he's showing his improvisation. It was slightly on the leg side. He picked the line of the ball and that puts it away to the fence. 210 plus will be effective. Batting first. The Fighters Cricket Club will be definitely out of the game if they have got a total above 210. And now you can clearly watch Haritwal and Gaganpreet Singh. One is batting on 22 from 13. Hari is batting on 15 from 13. The anchor versus the aggressor. So Hari might try to just be well set. And his role is just to bat through to that 18th over. Has to maintain a strike rate around 140 to 150. So far, it's 107. The batter at the other end, Gaganpreet Singh, is batting at a striker of 169. He has got total license to go for the thrill because his strike rate is pretty nice. And now he's targeting this weak link. Parvinder Singh has struggled. Werewolves will know precisely that Fighters are lacking that fifth and sixth bowling option. That's why they're giving a lot of overs to Palvinder Singh, targeting the weaklings. And that's what happens when you go for this containment and wicket hunting. It just gets away from you. The mindset is to be breaking this partnership. Even if it costs runs, take a wicket. And I just get a feeling that Palvinder Singh might not be that prospect that is reliable and can drag this projected total back down. Giving him constant overs is just creating confusion from all ends. 11 overs is 117 for 3. They've tried to have this squeeze on while the Santorum pitch is slowing down a bit. This is where you have got quality spinners, can just slow it down, and flighted deliveries can induce some mistakes from the batters. And there's my co-commentator, Christina Goff, enjoying her time in Portugal. And we saw Gaganpreet Singh didn't try to do anything different. He was just flat and quick into the pitch. He was just avoiding being taken out of the park. So this defensive mindset has gone the other way. There's no variations when you also saw the fast bowlers. We'll also read out how the fast bowlers have bowled so far in this game. So they started off getting a wicket in the very first over. That's Mandeep Singh, couple of overs, 26 for 1. Then Rahul, couple of overs, 14 for no loss. Lalit Kumar was impressive. He picked up a wicket. Parvinder Singh has been the most expensive, the left-arm spinner. Then Sajin John, couple of overs. He's also going an economy over 10. Picked up a wicket. His ball is third over. Oh my goodness. My goodness, that's erratic. What was he trying to do there? John has to be careful. And it's a clear free hit. No hesitation for the umpire to give that a no ball. Luckily, Hari is wearing a helmet. Hari bunts it towards the onside for a single. Has missed out. That's why I was talking about the variations. The field placement has to be quite proactive. Get a feeling the captain has also struggled. That's Mandeep Singh is fielding at long on region. Gaganpreet Singh will try to hit those big shots. We have mentioned about his strike rate and his batting power. There's some message from the dressing room. It doesn't matter if you lose a wicket, just go for the big shots. You've already got a very good platform. One more wicket might come, and John finishes the job. Picks up his second wicket. Wicket number 4 for Werewolf side, 121 for 4 against the run of play. They have able to bag a wicket, and it was quite important for the Fighters Cricket Club, and that might open a bit of door towards the vengeance. Is executing his plan. That was this wide slow delivery, perfectly positioning himself to take that catch. So for the Fighters, the 11th to 15th will be critical. So if they concede 60 runs here without taking wickets, they've got a wicket so far now. The final 5 overs will be brutal. But for Werewolves, if scoring somewhere around 50, even they're losing a couple of wickets in this phase, it doesn't really matter. Be able to have a manageable total on the board. 121 for 4 after 11.3 overs. John has got his tail up. Guiding it, just helping the ball on its way this time around. And we'll get a boundary. He's not wearing a helmet. Is lucky that it didn't come in the direction of his head. Is pretty down the leg side, far away from his face. As the second no ball, big discussions. Once you have bowled couple of high full tosses, he might be taken off. And the umpire having a strong word with Mandeep Singh that John cannot bowl anymore. It's a no ball signaled, but I just get a feeling he might be allowed to bowl because both the no balls were away from the line of the danger. And if he bowls now another one, he will be certainly taken off from the bowling attack. It's 126 for 4. Plenty of things happening here. The Santarem Cricket Ground, we have seen plenty of big strokes, but a serious warning from the umpire. A swing and a miss. As also challenging that wide line. And that's the variation that John has brought into his bowling by bowling way outside the off stump. It was almost challenging the batter to go for that big shot and drag any delivery towards the leg side. That's played away nicely into the gap. Running between wickets has been quite good so far throughout the day. Even in the first couple of matches, Marlow batters were quite good, converting ones into twos. Serious communication there from both the batters. Full toss. The umpire, what will be his decision? That's hit straight down the ground. Oh yes, that's a no ball. I believe that's over legislation. And now the umpire has signaled to Mandeep Singh, the skipper, that you have to replace him. He can't bowl anymore. He has already bowled 3 no balls. That's a red card. As in Endo Fernandez, isn't it? That was clearly a no ball off the waist line. And it was not dipping as well. While while Singh just puts it away on the offside. Yeah, too high. There's a margin for error, but you keep on bowling no balls. John, even though he has picked up a wicket, but 3 no balls, it's a little too costly. As a bowler will be brought back only to bowl 1 delivery. So upcoming features of the ECN events, ECS Estonia 2026, and then ECS Women's Estonia, that'll be happening on 16th. ECS Belgium Challengers, 17 August to 21. You've got the Premier ECS Belgium. Then you've got Portugal, Battlebond. Then you've got Belgium, Wasland, ECS. There's a brilliant encounters coming up here exclusively on the European Cricket Network. It's dragged towards the leg side. It's a single to end the over, even though that was a full toss from the other bowler, from Parvinder Singh. Doesn't really matter. 12 overs, it's 131 for 4 so far. I have seen after the drinks break, dramatic things have happened. And now a strong score will be above 185 plus. It'll be an outstanding total. And with scoreboard pressure, Fighters Cricket Club might struggle to chase that big score. So 8 overs to go. If they get 80, it'll be above 210. It'll be effectively putting Fighters Cricket Club out of this contest. Remember, the bottom of the table. And so far, they haven't been able to put their A game. There's plenty of discussions. This over has been brought back. Number 17, Lalit Kumar, who picked up a wicket. He bowled the first over. Has changed ends. So it's his third over. 2 overs, 25 for 1 for Lalit Kumar. And he gets this delivery that just goes away from the right-hander. He absolutely was warned a couple of times. Pete says, where is the ground? It is Santarém Cricket Ground, SCG. Live from Portugal. I've seen slight assistance of the track from Lalit. A fuller delivery. Sweetly timed. Tucked away towards the onside. That's how you play when you are set. Haritwal has already faced 21 deliveries and his strike rate is going down, while the other batters, that's what it's also mentioned, that 20 of 21, that's his role. So if you are a little surprised that what is he trying when the score is 133 for 4, he's just trying to play the full quota of 20 overs. He has got this responsibility as well. There's a couple of runs. Very good running between the wickets. There's a certain urgency. And now the projected score 213 at 10.7 run rate. That's slightly short. Plays with the full face of the bat. That's cut away from Haritwal. So for now, they should be having this expectation of going over that par score. A total of 200 will be more sensible. So the consolidation phase is still on. Then the launch phase when it comes. The fall of 4th wicket with 2 batters currently at the crease. Need to spend an over or 2 just rotating strike. That's what they're doing at this point in time. So it's the end of another over. It's 137 for 4 after 13 overs. A very good start from the Werewolves side inside the power play, and after that there's been consolidation from Haritwal and other batters. A very good start from Rohit Shunan, 30 of 21, and then Gurpreet Mani, 26 of 15, just gave them the launch pad. And after that, it has been quiet. Ram Haritwal, 23 of 23, Gaganpreet, 24 from 16, included a 6. Then now Bunty Tucker is playing his role. They're well positioned for that final surge in the remaining 7 overs. I also believe that the consolidation is almost completed. Having navigated this mid-innings wobble, the current partnership should feel settled. The primary objective is to avoid losing wickets in clusters while keeping the scoreboard moving. We will be getting a total of well past 180 as Ray has come in. Bowled that for only a solitary delivery in the previous over, and now Jaswant Rai has been given the ball. The captain trusting him because John was warmed and removed from the bowling attack. Rai is that weak link in this bowling attack, so has to be careful here. If he bowls full tosses to Tucker, he might be pumped. And he is pumped out of SCG. That has gone miles. Wow. Bludgeoned away with some finesse from the right-hander. Help yourself. Go back and fetch it. Jaswant Rai is the 6th bowling option, clearly targeting him. I'm pretty sure he hasn't bowled enough overs in the nets as well. Everybody thought we had 5 quite strong bowlers, but if one bowler goes down, it's just exploiting that weak link. Talking about the launch phase, and now they're containing the surge. They're not able to break this partnership. The Fighters Cricket Club are facing a daunting task here. Not able to contain the Werewolves scoring rate to have a realistic chance of chasing the target. 145 for 4 after 13.2. Goes over the top on the offside. That's an eye-catching stroke from the right-hander. Will get a couple of runs. I just get a feeling the Fighters' primary focus just must shift to taking wickets, even though it means leaking some runs. A breakthrough now could definitely disrupt the Werewolves' rhythm and expose their lower order. By the looks of it, Jaswant Rai is bowling full tosses after full tosses. There's no pace variations or yorkers. He's relying heavily in terms of variations in pace. He's tried a couple of slow deliveries that has gone wrong. A well executed yorker is needed. He keeps on bowling full tosses. He's lucky that hasn't been put away to the fence. For some reason, the captain is still sticking to him. He's continuously adjusting the field based on Jaswant Rai plans, but the batter's strength of Tucker. Oh, that's up. That's high. Might not reach the fielder. Will only be a single, and that will be the 150 for the Werewolves side. It has been a commendable effort from all the batters who have walked out to the crease wearing the jersey of the Werewolves. 150 for 4 after 14 overs. The next few overs will be pivotal. If the Werewolves can maintain their momentum and capitalize on any bowling errors, they'll be able to set a formidable total of over 210. For the Fighters, they need to strike early, have to somehow restrict the scoring rate just to keep themselves in the game. 150 for 4 after 14 overs. There's plenty of time left in this game, as Lalit Kumar will finish his spell. 1 for 31 in 3 overs. That's a fuller delivery. It's pretty hard to hit that for 6. But they have bounced back brilliantly, isn't it? The Werewolves side, the fans will be happy. They're around the 13th over. They have added 19 runs in the last 2 overs, keeping their run rate well over 10. This is how you play. It's a swing and a miss. Smith Devanath, also Chris Smith, quite active in the chat. Pete, John Gray. Also like and subscribe to this channel, European Cricket Network. If you like the video, we'll take the video to places. This is a classic. Calm before the storm as Lalit Kumar, you miss I hit, finally somehow gives some momentum and fight to this onslaught from Werrell's side. Fighters Cricket Club have come back finally, picking up a wicket. The Werewolves were perfectly positioned, but Fighters CT in this danger zone have shown their character. The all-out assault was definitely on. But Haritwal trying to go for a shot he is not renowned for is a proper slog. And 24 of 26, strike rate of 92, might be a blessing in disguise. A score of 180 is now the absolute baseline. With still 33 balls left, adding 60 to 70 runs will be highly achievable. Just push the target towards 210, 220 range, which can be match winning on most days at Santarem in the second innings. Generally, it gets difficult to chase. So Samari at the crease, must be having a total freedom here. A complete license to swing, edge and taken. One rings to Lalit Kumar, making a comeback. 151. The score remains, but 2 wickets back to back, consecutive wickets, is helping fighters to come back. They're fighting their way back. It was one-way traffic before this over. A lot of inspiration and sublime bowling from Lalit Kumar has brought back the fighters, and now they're having their say. It's 151 for 6, 3 for 32, back-to-back wickets. A little bit of premeditation from Samrari, I feel, because he just started to drive the ball, didn't have a look as well. It was on the offside. Attempted to go for that big shot, that glory shot straight away. Trying to disrupt the line and length of Lalit Kumar. Has lost his wicket. It's driven away on the onside. Quite a good one from Jelly. With now 151 for 6. A remarkable comeback as a proper damage limitation mode from the bowling side. Now they believe they can expose this tail. That's a swing and a miss. Another perfectly bowled delivery from Lalit Kumar. A great spell comes to an end. Amidst all the big hits, Lalit Kumar, you just have to applaud. 4 overs, 3 for 33. It's 152 for 6 after 15 overs. It has been a remarkable comeback from the Werewolves side. Fantastic job there from Lalit Kumar and from Christina Goff, who's managing the manual scoreboard. There you go, 152 for 6 after 15 overs. The game has flipped entirely on its head. Just an over ago, the Werewolves were seemingly cruising at 150 for 4, ready to launch an all-out assault. Losing 2 wickets while adding only 2 runs has changed the landscape of the final 5 overs dramatically. It's a driven away, quite confident push from the right-hander. You have seen Jelly playing one on the onside in the previous over and now driving it. There needs to be little strategic readjustment from both the sides in this critical death overs. While the Fighters Cricket Club, they're spelling the blood. They've executed massive double strike, dragged towards the leg side. Explosive shot from the right-hander. Have not only stemmed the run flow but have exposed the werewolf's stealth much earlier than anticipated. That's the mind shift shit. When you go from the survival mode to dominance, the defensive damage limitation mindset is gone. Mighty shot from the right-hander. And it's taken. One more wicket. Wicket number 7 for Werewolves. The squeeze is on. This time around, the strike bowler Mandeep Singh, the skipper, has done the trick. He's just trying to attack the stumps even though it was a full toss. His strategy was to bowl that Yorker aimed directly at the base of the stumps. The batter trying to go for the big shot didn't recognize there was a fielder at mid-wicket and he has to depart. Tucker, 22 from 13, stuck at one end. Diljit Rai is the new batter. Has come out to the crease. But I'm surprised that Diljit Rai has been pushed down so far back. In the previous match, I mentioned that they won, smoked it to all parts. The holding to the batting prowess of Diljit Rai, who can be a ferocious player in this death overs. They're now in a precarious situation. 154 for 7. And he gets beaten outside the off stump. The dream of 200 plus is gone. The focus now should be ensuring that they bat out their full quota of 20 overs. Some urgency there. Absolutely, Paolo Campini under 200. Now, a score above 180 will still be very competitive here in Santarem. They're going for the third run. Sloppy work. The fielder at third. Only need to get run a ball to get there. I just get a feeling for the Fighters Cricket Club, the panic needs to stop. They need to realize that they are in a very good position now. He swings it quite wild. That's the strategy for Baljeet Thakur, that he wants to get on with things. Stoppage in play. That's the over. 16 overs, 157 for 7. Have got a couple of batters who can definitely bat, that's for sure. The momentum is squarely with the Fighters Cricket Club now. If they can maintain this pressure and pick up another wicket, most importantly, pick up Diljit Rai, they could be chasing a target significantly lower than anyone expected just a few minutes ago. So now it's 157 for 7 after 16 overs. But it has been a dramatic comeback when you talk about match number 42. Fighters Cricket Club have absolutely ripped through the Werewolves' lower order, taking 3 wickets for just 5 runs in a single over. Across the last 2 is a momentum-shattering passage of play. His bowls a fuller delivery. The complexion of this match has changed entirely. What looked like a 200-plus pitch is now looking like a struggle to reach 180. Final 23 deliveries to go. Punts it towards the onside. Might look for the second run. Tucker has been sent back. We're talking about the Werewolves side. They might not look at the pure survival strategy. The Werewolves, they have lost their recognized batters, but remember, Diljit Rai is no mark with the bat. Even though the tail is fully exposed, they have the tendency to pull it back. Plays a shot which the top order will love to play, going on the back foot and playing that lazy, elegant cut with that intimidating total of 210 plus is over. That's high. That's up. Hasn't timed it perfectly enough. Fielder might get across, but it'll fall short of him. The block and run strategy isn't helping so far the Werewolves side. The remaining batters should not be trying to hit boundaries unless it's a terrible delivery. Just like a full toss down the leg side in the previous over. Now, the strategy is to push the ball into the gaps, run hard for your singles, and let the scoreboard tick over slowly. So, for that reason, Daljit Rai might be looking to play some along the ground shots. The ball is tailing away from Jashwant Rai, and another over done and dusted. I also get a feeling that they're shielding the number 9, 10, and 11 because they know after this partnership, there's no recognized batters. So, for that reason, they're just trying to take singles on the 4th, 5th, 6th balls of the over so that they ensure that they face the majority of the deliveries. And for Fighters Cricket Club, they have to go for the kill. They've got their foot on the throat. They know that the finishing this innings is quickly not only reduces the target but also gives their batters a massive psychological boost going into the chase. The mindset just finish them now. The goal is to take 10 wickets, not just containment. As Rahul has been smoked towards that onside boundary. Lot of power there. A one bounce, 4 from Tucker. He has seen it enough. 27 from 16. Attacking from the very first ball. The captain has to be little aware. There's no need of a slip now, or the fielders inside that mid-wicket region should be protecting on the back of the back foot. All his balance and weight was going back. It was pretty good delivery from Rahul, who gets a little bit of extravagant movement of the pitch. The base of the stumps should be the plan. So Rahul should be looking at variations, slow deliveries, cutters. But right now I get a feeling he's just bowling as fast as possible. No mood to take that single. That's Daljit Rai. He's been among runs in the previous match as well. Also, I believe tailenders rarely have the technique to keep out genuine pace aimed at their toes. So base of the stumps plan might work. There's a critical juncture. Powered away. Wow, that's belted over the top for 6. Another boundary, the second one of this over. It's 4-1.6. Tremendous couple of shots. One from Tucker, the second one from Rai. We spoke highly about Talvinder Rai's batting, and he's showing why he's rated so highly. The dugout of Werewolves Cricket Club has been sent down the order, and he's doing a tremendous job. So the match I was talking about was match number 39. It was Werewolves side facing the Gorkha 11. Gorkha 11 scoring 201 for 5 after 20 overs. Werewolves capitulating to 157 for 8 in 20 overs. In that game, Daljit Rai scored 37 of 28. 4 fours, 2 massive sixes. Slow ball again. 4. Oh, brilliant piece of fielding. Excellent piece of fielding. Behind square, the sweeper does a phenomenal job to stop a sudden boundary. It's 4-1.61. Only 13 deliveries to go. 200 is looking possible. They need 27 from 13. Final delivery for Rahul to bowl. Rahul bowls a very good delivery. And it's a perfect one. Length coming back in with some pace. So it's 173 for 7 after 18 overs, only 12 overs to go. The projected score 192. They'll get if they score at a run rate of 9.6. The match is hanging in the balance, leaning slightly towards the Fighter Cricket Club, who have successfully pulled down the scoring rate in the death overs. But remember, Fighters Cricket Club don't have an impressive batting top order. So restricting Werewolves to just 16 runs in the last 2 overs will be crucial. So if they restrict in 16, it'll be 200 to chase. 200 in the second innings of day. It's match number 3 will be tough. But they should be looking to squeeze out every last run. Talk about the batting of the Werewolf side. Every run is gold. They need to target 200. A score of 195 plus is still highly competitive, especially if the pitch is slowing down. Has it got a wicket? No, it was a wild swing of the bat. Good reflexes there from the wicket keeper, but the batter was well in. Brilliant camera angle. Great job, the camera person. That's slower. Hasn't timed it so well. It'll be a tough one for the fielder to gather himself and pick up the ball and throw it straight to the bowler. Running between the wickets. The batters should be looking to convert this. Has to be a little frantic here. Need to turn these ones into twos. They have pushed the fielders into the deep. So now they have made a perfect 2 here. Final over coming up in the next one. They'll be able to connect, get a bonus as well. So every single delivery, even if the ball goes straight to the wicket keeper, they should be looking to run. 9 deliveries to go. The final squeeze is on as far as Fighters Cricket Club are concerned. Have done a great job just nailing the execution. The basic death bowling skills perfectly, isn't it? Dot 1-2 wide. And they have Mandeep Singh, the skipper, one of the best bowlers, the captain, bowling the penultimate over, ensuring that the death overs are operated by him. He's actually trying the technique of bowling this wide line Yorkers. I feel the strategy should be simple. This wide Yorkers, calculated strike, but straight to the man. A very good catch there from Rahul, who was simply standing at one position and just waited for the ball to come to him. The excellent field placement from Mandeep Singh. It was set to protect the boundaries, the deep fielder patrolling the ropes and taking the catch. So Tucker's greedy innings comes to an end, 30 of 21. That really helps and push the total above 170. And now just looking under 190. If they can just execute the Yorkers or slow deliveries at pace, they might even bowl them out before 20 overs are up. It's a huge psychological advantage into the chase. Couple of wickets to go. It's 177 for 8. Shoaib Akhtar. Shoaib Akhtar has been beaten outside the off stump. 19 overs done. 177 for 8. People enjoying this contest. Also let you know what's happening in international cricket. That's for sure. So it's West Indies still 49 for 1. The rain is on. Also Super Giants winning that contest by 6 wickets against MI London. Rockets have also won by 5 runs against the Sunrisers. Leeds, for Trent Rockets, they have got runs from the bat of Ben Duckett, scoring 64 of 27. Donald scoring 40 of 19. Tim David at the end, scoring 24. For Sunrisers, Mitchell Moss 41 from 35. Jack Crawley 26 of 16. Harry Brook impressive 46 from 33. But at the end, Rockets winning by 5 wickets. Rahul has been given the responsibility to last over. Let's put away nicely, couple of runs on offer. It will be important for Daljit Rai to keep the strike. We saw what Shoaib Akhtar did in the last ball that he faced. He had no clue whatsoever where the ball was heading. Now Daljit Rai gives us the sign that he will face the last 4 balls. Will he go back for the second run? It'll be tough. Against the arm of the fast bowler, and he does it. John was the fielder. Slightly sloppy. Had an off day by bowling three beamers. Was warned and taken off from the bowling attack. Has had long gone boundary protecting that region of the field. I've got one more fielder. So there's a long gone mid-wicket, square leg, long leg. Oh, bowled around his legs. Daljit Rai's stumps have been disturbed. It's 181 for 9, trying to be a little bit improvising. But then, it's a very clever stuff from Rahul, sticking to his perfect line and length, understanding the situation of bowling at the stumps. So it's 181 for the loss of 9 wickets.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground as we are all set for the second innings of match number 42 in the Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1. Werewolves Cricket Club have posted 181 for 9, setting Fighters CC a challenging target of 182 runs from 20 overs. It's a competitive total on this surface. The pitch has played nicely throughout the first innings as we saw the openers doing the bulk of the damage and the number 3 as well. And with the evening conditions become slightly cooler, the batters should enjoy good value for their shots. Having said that, the required run rate stats is just over 9 runs per over. So for Fighters CC, you will be looking for a positive start without throwing wickets away. But remember, the previous match they played against Lisbon Supergiants, match number 38 for Fighters CC. They scored 184 for 2 in 20 overs. Dalvinder Singh scored 100 of 65 with 3 sixes and 10 fours. And Rahul Dip 57 of 47. So this opening partnership is highly crucial for their chances. They've made a change as Parvinder Singh is at the non-striker's end. The first ball, it's a dot delivery. Ravi Rulan also scored runs, 19 of 10. It's a big, massive change. Dalvinder Singh has been replaced by Parvinder because he was one of the batters to watch out for in this contest. But unfortunate, Eggman will have to wait. He wanted to get a single here and he does it. A lot of yes and no's. We're talking about that innings from Dalvinder, 102 from 65, which included 10 fours. This he started his innings slightly slower fashion, but then just picked up the pace. And at the end, he was quite a damaging batter. But unfortunately, he's not playing in this game. He was also the best fielder in this tournament with 12 catches. Portugal event winners Malo winning the ECS Portugal Premier Division 2026, Fighters Cricket Club, ECS Portugal Challenger Division winning that, Lisbon Supergiants for Portugal Challenger 2025 last year, Lisbon Capitals also winning the ECS Portugal. Saying hello once again to SkyQuest, Paula Kempini, Mr. Biscuits, Manoj Katiwada, Every Frame, Smith Devnath, Tucker, who batted extremely well, will bowl the new cherry, and this time he has been lofted. Lovely shot from the left-hander, but there is protection. He will get off the mark in a very dangerous fashion because with the new ball, when you're going for those half-hearted, lofted shots, we'll have a challenging time. So it's important the way they start the first 6 overs. Is every single time the ball was pitched up in the first innings, both the batters were happy to go over the top. That's what we saw in the first innings. We're watching match number 42. Werewolves scoring 181 for 9. Brilliant innings from Rohit Shunam, 30 of 24. Gurpreet Mani, everybody got starts. Gurpreet getting 26. Ram Haritwal scoring 24. Gaganpreet 24. Then Bunty Tucker was played that pivotal knock of 30 of 21. And the first over has been quite economical. It's only 3 for no loss. Daljit Rai's innings is also important. He scored 18 of 19. The partnership they lost was the opening one. That was 2 for 1, then 35 for 2. Then a partnership of 43 runs, 78 for 3, then 121 for 4. then a quick fire partnership of 30, then 151 for 5. At that stage, they're looking solid, but they lost 151 for 5, 151 for 6, 154 for 7. Just in span of 2 overs, they lost 3 wickets for just 4 runs. Then 177 for 8. A lot of extras, 26 in total. In form of wides, 22. The no balls, 4. Is Guri. The ball from the other end. The wides have been a lot in plenty. When you talk about both the weekends, we have seen yesterday as well. Jun really likes to build that in dipper. Talk about Guri. It's a 4 for no loss in the first over. Fighters will look to pace this chase. The classic 108, 182, you require a little bit of maturity rather than reckless slogging. I can imagine Rahul playing that role of accumulator while Balwinder Singh will look to slog it. A required run rate of just over 9. There's nothing to panic at this point in time. That's wrapped on the pads, going down. Not out, says the umpire. So the blueprint of the power play, they should be aiming for around 50 to 55 runs in the first 6 overs while keeping all the 10 wickets intact. It will just provide them the ideal launch pad. That's what we saw in the first innings as well. Werewolves are also targeting the middle overs. Once the field was spread, this time around, there's no one stopping that. That's a rasping pull shot from Rahul. His first boundary. Got a little bit of big on him, but then a major stroke from the right-hander. Uncomfortable one. But he loves to play those, isn't it? The middle overs we saw once the field was spread, both the batters were just rotating strike, quite meticulous at finding gaps for those hard twos and hitting one boundary per over. That just kept the required run rate under control. So without taking excessive risk against the spinner, that's exactly the blueprint that fighters CC can follow from the werewolves. They can exploit the pressure because werewolves will be slightly deflated after losing that momentum at the end of their innings and getting nearly bowled out. So fighters should be looking to capitalize on any early sloppy fielding or erratic bowling lines, as Guri is doing at this point in time. Has struggled. That's Gurpreet Guri. On the other end, Werewolves Cricket Club will be looking slightly comfortable to defend this high total. It's above par, especially in the second innings. And your main batters, Dalwinder Singh is not playing. Has been replaced by Parvinder Singh. So defending 182 for a bowling side is a very healthy cushion. Just need to strike early to disrupt the rhythm of the batting side. You can clearly see in the very first over, attacking with the new ball. And that's the one. Optimistic appeal. Going for that slog. Rahul is feeling a little bit of pressure there. The opening bowlers just cannot afford to ease into their spells. They need to pitch the ball up and consistently on top of off line. That was missing in the very first over when you talk about the first innings. Short ball that rust to the batter. He's trying to pull that in front of square. Not an easy shot to play, not even for Rohit Sharma. 2 overs, 11 for no loss, but it's quite an aggressive field setting. You saw 3-4 fielders protecting that offside boundary inside. They've also placed an extra catching fielder inside the 30-yard circle for the first 3 overs, I guess. Just puts immediate doubt into the minds of Rahul, who's tried to flay it on the offside. So for Tucker, it'll be important how will he execute under pressure, because both the batters are looking for the big shot. And the power play, looking ominous here, slightly short, dragged down the leg side, lot of power there from Palwinder Singh. That's why you need to always keep those boundary options shut down. As a bowler, those high-risk aerial shots are inevitable when you talk about T20 cricket. But 12 for no loss. It has been a quiet start. There's clear intent shown by Rahul and Palwinder. He beats him. That's a very cagey delivery from the right arm seamer. He was not in a position to play that shot because at this point he's just feeling a little bit of pressure, I guess, because he's understanding that this is a situation where he needs to do most of the job. The whole batting lineup depending on his shoulder. For Rahul, Rahul is slightly tempted to go for the big shot on the offside, but at this point, the current run rate is clearly 5.14, the required rate increasing after every single delivery. They need a solid base. For that, they need momentum. Rahul might look to preserve wickets. The first 6 overs, we mentioned 50 to 55 will be an ideal total, but he needs to up the ante. That's how he ups the ante as he plays a classical stroke, almost a glorious one to the fence for 4. That's how you need to bat inside the power play. You don't need to fear the air. Immaculate timing from the right-hander at a languid looking stroke. The required run rate creeping up every single delivery. That's a release stroke. The execution on point when you talk about the batting side. But so far, Tucker has been quite impressive, even though he bowled that fuller delivery outside the hop stump, where Rahul just climbed onto that. But after that, it's 1.41. So a couple of dot deliveries, couple of singles, a boundary. I just get a feeling that Palwinder Singh might feel the urgency to go for that big shot. Tucker needs to maintain a tight line on off stump, wrapped on the pads, pitched outside leg, little bit of variation in pace. Was trying to force the batter to hit against the line. It's 3 overs done. 18 for no loss. You can clearly see that aggression from Rahul, but Palwinder Singh didn't have a great day with the ball as well. He struggled massively. He was also taken off from the bowling attack. He bowled 3 overs, didn't complete his quota of 4 overs, 3 overs, 31 for no loss. Got a damaging figure when you talk about the bowling. Yeah, Chris Smith absolutely going down the leg side. That's what everybody's suggesting. Batters getting ready. Big game for Fighters Cricket Club. They need to win this to stay in contention for the playoffs at Gurpreet Guri. A real Punjabi celebration there. You see this all the time with Nikhil Chaudhary as well. That's his signature move. Look at your right of your screen with Gurpreet Bari giving that kabaddi signature celebration. That's his signature stroke, a pulverizing strike. I'll go to the fence for 4. He's a big man, is Palwinder Singh. And there's no half measures when he goes for those big shots. It was full toss on the offside. And easy pickings for someone of power and the man and the class of Palwinder. Enjoying his batting here. The first ball has gone to the fence. Such a good sign when you get a boundary of the first ball. Because you know that after that you can just rotate strike. just like that. Because at this stage, it's all about building the momentum and the foundation. They've done well to see off the initial burst of the bowlers, the new ball, without giving any wickets. The focus now shifts towards maximizing the remaining 3 overs to go. Powered away on the onside. No chance for anyone to get near that. That's a mighty shot from the right-hander. It's gone to the fence like a tracer bullet. Second boundary. Gurpreet Guri is under pressure here. He's targeting those weak deliveries. The first one was a full toss. The second one was a single. And the third one, again the full toss. The openers actively looking for scoring opportunities. They're capitalizing on any width or full tosses down the leg side, ensuring they're punishing those bad deliveries. So remember, they respected a lot when the good ones came in. The strike rotation has been impressive. They're keeping the scorecard ticking with those singles and twos. Is as important as hitting boundaries. What will be the response of Gurpreet Guri? Will he be able to prevent the batter from settling into a rhythm? Constant field change. We're still inside the power play. Werewolves need to maintain the pressure. They started off well, conceding 18 runs in 3 overs. They were hoping for a breakthrough to establish some kind of dominance and put a little bit of pressure onto the middle order of the opposition, but it has gone the other way. In process of trying to hunt for wickets and not being able to build pressure through dot balls, and they've given 9 runs in this 4th over. And that's a challenging length. Fuller one, the batter has something different to deal with as he forces a stroke on the onside for a single. That's the pace variation. A subtle change in pace, utilizing that deceiving slower Yorker. I get a feeling there's just a little bit of premeditation when you talk about Rahul's batting there. He was all set in his mind that whatever the delivery is, I will go for a single. Constant field changes, moving fielders to plug that gap on the offside. Nobody was ready for that. He's looking to score. It's important to induce a fall shot here. The next 2.2 overs will be telling. Oh, helping the ball on its way. Crest away on the onside. Easy pickings for Palwinder Singh one more time. Slightly, fractionally short. Exquisite timing continues when you talk about Palwinder Singh's South Pawness. Impressive stuff. I was watching Brian Lara scoring a century against Australia, and he was playing shots like that. It's just fractionally shot from Brett Lee at that occasion, and he was just cutting and pulling Glenn McGrath, Brett Lee for 4s and 6s in Antigua. And he respects. Couldn't induce a false shot. Tried to deceive the batter from the back of the hand, slow delivery. But a very impressive job done. First 4 overs, not losing a wicket. 33 for no loss. That's what you need. And also Mandeep Singh will be very happy with this start. Glorious Santarem cricket ground. Has been a very good deck to bat on. We saw Malo scoring 200 in the previous match, the first innings. In the second innings, the opposition was nowhere near, getting bowled out for 95. But here, it just looks promising T20 encounter, as the fighters have effectively doubled their score in the last 2 overs. Exactly the kind of intent that Mandeep Singh and co needed to show. They're taking control of the power play. Daljit Rai, crucial runs at the end. Now he has an opportunity to break this partnership. So looking at the match context, 33 for no loss after 4 overs. Runs required 149 of 96. Pressing the advantage. Just short of the fielder. Was trying to capitalize on that width, but lucky that it didn't carry. They were looking to shift gears and now scoring at 9.4 and over. They're also looking to bring down that required run rate. At this stage, quite manageable, 9.4. Okay then, he leaves it alone. How many times have you seen that in T10 cricket? The last gold medal of the Com Games go to Isle of Man. Congratulations, says Save Derek. Chris Smith's mentioning the need up the run rate through, otherwise it will be soon be over 10 and over. They're trying to deceive with different stock deliveries. Important for openers not to lose this momentum. They're dictating the field by scoring boundaries. In the previous over, we saw 3 boundaries. The batters are also forcing the fielding captain to make some defensive adjustments. And you see Ram Haritwal, the wicket keeper, is constantly looking at all corners, trying to plug the gaps everywhere. And he's defending it off on the front foot. Both the openers looking to manipulate the field, trying to rotate the strike. And if the boundaries are protected and punishing, and if they punish those loose deliveries, they'll be able to target that weak link that Werewolves did in the first innings as well. They targeted massively. And you talk about Parvinder Singh was hit out of the attack, and then Jashwant Rai as well. The 6th option. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant response from Daljit Rai. He's a seasoned professional cricketer. Scores runs. When his side in this trouble, is able to deliver that sucker punch. Almost a Jasprit Bumrah kind of a delivery. He's looking to break the rhythm. And that's drilled on the offside. The Werewolves were slightly losing their grip on the early phase of the match. And now, what a over it has been from Daljit Rai, only conceding 1. 35 for no loss after 5 overs. Conceding 1 in the last 6 deliveries indicates the fighters' batters are not able to find their timing. Even though there's an urgency for a wicket, but still, the contentment was done in a very good fashion in the previous over. And now the captain must bring on a bowler who is capable of making a breakthrough. It's very important. Even though it means using a frontline bowler earlier than planned. But it has been a defensive start from the fighters. 35 for no loss after 5 overs just says that they are trying to protect their wickets. That's a nice delivery. Attacking the stumps. The fighters cricket club have dramatically hit the brakes right when they needed to accelerate. Adding just 2 runs in an entire over inside the power play. It's a massive win for the Werewolves Cricket Club now. It's a tactical stumble for the fighters as one more delivery has just been taken for a single. They need 146 of 88. The required run rate now for the very first time reaches 10. Not been able to break the shackles. The momentum that was built in the 4th over has been completely stalled. The required rate reached 10 with all 10 wickets intact. It just means the openers are just playing too conservatively. It's dragged towards the leg side. They have got protection. That's how big teams play. The Werewolves side, a well-oiled unit, a very cohesive one. They saw that somehow they need to tighten the noose, and they've done it. They've executed a brilliant bounce back overs. Last over one, and this over challenging line and length. Has he got the wicket? Yes, it is. Rahul's outside edge has been taken by the skipper. And Gurpreet Mani with his high bounce and pace has disrupted the batter's rhythm. He set the trap. You saw Rahul desperate to score runs. And terrific catch from the captain. They're certainly winning this power play. It's 37 for 1 after 5.1. The psychological advantage that was won by the first 3 overs by the Fighters Cricket Club has gone away. It just looks like they're able to build the pressure. The strategy for the 6th over was to maintain this suffocating pressure. When Gurpreet Mani came in, he just stuck to that plan outside the off stump, and it has worked. Top of off line and some disciplined use of pace variations have brought a brilliant wicket. Match number 42 is an exciting encounter. Fighters Cricket Club languishing at the bottom of the table, where Werewolves side have done plenty of damage. First to score runs above par total at SCG, and here they're struggling big time. Brendan says Werewolves games to lose in my point of view because the Fighters ain't lifting their bats at the moment. Absolutely. But the 6th phase over, I was just going to mention, will define the next phase of the chase. And so far, it has been solid bowling from Gurpreet Mani. He's an excellent cricketer as well. Didn't score much with the bat, only scoring 26. But that intent in his batting, coming out at number 3, hitting the first ball for 6, just defines him as a cricketer. And here, he's just giving his heart out here. He's winning the power play for his side. A fantastic over comes to an end. He set the trap, caught the wicket. Both the batters frustrated at this point in time. And suddenly I just get a feeling Werewolves will look to land a knockout blow after this over. 6 overs, 37 for 1. The power play done and dusted. Excellent control with the ball. Very good phase of bowling. When you talk about high class seam bowling, I've seen in the past when you talk about international cricket, Dale Steyn, Morny Morkel, Tim Southey, Trent Bolt, Mitchell Stark, Josh Hazlewood. When you talk about England, I've got Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson, even in T20 format. Those two guys were highly successful because they stuck to a line just like that we saw in the Gurpreet Mani over and Daljit Rai. Excellent change of pace, and we just saw that one team which was just taking the game away, but always the stronger opposition with a lot of high class pedigree players somehow have managed to come back in very good fashion. And at one end, Balwinder Singh is stuck, is batting on 14 of 14. They have themselves to blame, honestly. They've got off to a good start, but then those shots from Rahul, playing too defensive and conservative cricket, has put them in this shot of, oh, that's a sign of aggression. Gurpreet Mani, after taking a wicket in the previous over, now takes a catch. This is formidable stuff from the Werewolves side and is showing levels on the field, the fitness standards and The catching has been incredible. It's 38 for 2 as they lose another wicket, and it's a big blow as well. It's Singh who departs. 14 of 15, was looking set at the crease, had played 15 deliveries, but then going for a big shot at a very wrong end. And now the Werewolves bowlers have struck back-to-back wickets, have been quite decisive at the bowling crease, are losing 2 wickets for just 3 runs, has brought 2 new batters to the crease who will be under immense pressure. The required run rate is still climbing. And now they're in a phase where they have to rotate strike. The field is likely to be spread out. The batters should be focusing on taking singles towards long on and long off and deep mid wicket. Try to find gaps. Running hard will keep the scoreboard moving without taking unnecessary aerial risk. As we saw Palvinder Singh taking that aerial risk and suffocating. Oh, knocked him over. Class delivery from Daljit Rai. He just keeps on impressing everyone at SCG. Runs and now wickets. Very important stuff from Daljit Rai. Squeezing the grip, and the Werewolves have executed a brilliant passage of play. The fighters are on the ropes. The vulnerability of playing a straight ball. That's a massive wicket. As one more bites the dust. Is exploiting the weaknesses in the camp of fighters. As Daljit Rai, 8 deliveries he has bowled, he has picked up a couple of wickets, and Mandeep Singh, the skipper, is walking to the crease. That team in tatters. Castled. And not being able to maintain that aggression, that early aggression they got. They were 3.327 for no loss, but now 38 for 3. Oh, has it got the edge? The fielder, the wicket keeper, the skipper has dropped the catch. Now you can look at the reaction of the bowler, and that says it all. Lack of footwork there from the batter could have resulted in an LBW or a bold dismissal. Luckily, he got that outside edge. And we'll look the second time, and it didn't bounce at all. Held the edge. He stumbled badly there, the wicket keeper. Constantly bowling that inevitable line, trying to induce a mistake here. The fighters, Sissy, have been terrible, honestly. If they lose a 4th wicket before reaching 60, this chase will likely be out of their reach. Right on the pads again, missing here, lucky here. The captain has kept an attacking field, and that has perhaps been able to put pressure on the batters. That's why you see they're attacking the stumps. Here, Daljit Rai is constantly bowling full and straight, challenging the new batter's forward defense. As he drives in on the offside, any hesitation or lack of footwork will definitely result in LBW or bowl dismissal. That's how you should bowl in the middle overs. It's 41 for 3 after 7 overs. This looks terrible if you're a Fighters fan, because so far you haven't been able to bring your A game. You're depending a lot on Dalvinder Singh's availability once he was unavailable, because he scored a century in the previous game. Can you believe that? When you lose, it's like Barcelona without Messi. It's like Virat Kohli, India without Virat Kohli, or David Warner without Sunrisers Hyderabad without David Warner, Australia without Steve Smith, New Zealand without Kane Williamson. That's what Dalvinder Singh means to this batting lineup. And now, officially, it was swung heavily in favour of the Werewolf side, losing 3 wickets for 41 runs in the first 7 overs while chasing 182. Puts fighter CC in a massive hole here. That's a bouncer. It should be given as wide. The required run rate has crossed the 10.8 mark. That means a panic button is definitely on. If fighters don't handle this next 3 over stretch, it'll be absolute carnage for fighters' side. Applying maximum pressure, fielders inside, extra fielders, keeping their catchers active. With 2 new unset batters at the crease, the captains just looking to have a catch at mid-wicket or cover, not giving any easy singles inside the ring. Building dot ball pressure. Whoa, wow, Calypso stuff. Couple of deliveries that have taken off. This one? Yeah, absolutely. You needed a chair. And even if you were standing on a chair, you would have struggled to hit that. But every dot ball just pushing the required run rate up and up. But bouncers, that's the line they are sticking to. This time around, Gurpreet is just trying too many things here. And both the batters must plan a rescue here. They just simply cannot give the game away in the next 3 overs. I'll tell suddenly losing it, but you can lose with a lot of pride as well. So another wicket here will effectively seal their fate in this game. That's a fuller one. Inside edge. That might race to the boundary. So just trying to bowl that fuller one, trying to attack the stumps. The batter, both are quite conservative at the crease, but somehow then when they saw that free hit, had to go for that swing of the bat. The need to identify this release over, the need that 15 run over. At this stage, the strike bowlers are on. How much will they be able to grab from this over? They've bowled plenty of extra deliveries. We saw 3 wides. Now the scorecard is moving somehow. At this stage, there's plenty of debate. Who should they go for? Because Daljit Rai has bowled a very good spell, but Money, they might look to remove him and bring someone who is much more healthy with the line and length. Oh, that's just perilously close to that off stump. Somehow that has missed it, but Gurpreet Money is just showing his true colors here with the ball. And he has also injured the captain, Haritwal, who is trying to take that delivery using his left hand. That's a pretty tough for the wicket keepers, isn't it? Those gloves are not really designed to take those deliveries coming at 145 kph or even more. But so far, the downfall for Fighter CC has been the back of the openers, the way they batted. Only 50 for 3 at this point. Massive struggle with the ball. 181 on a pitch which was gripping and turning a bit. Even with the new ball, when the Werewolves started, they got that first wicket thanks to Mandeep Singh. But after that, Rohit Shunam, 30 of 21, Gurpreet Mani, 26 of 15, and then Ram Haritwal, everybody getting starts. That just helped them. And when you lose Dalvinder Singh, you'd have very little to play with. Rahul scoring 57 in the previous, this time around failing to repeat his glorious performance from the other evening. But tomorrow is ECS Zurich, match number 8, Zurich Mavericks. Gowell will be facing Alton. Then match number 9, Zurich Mavericks will be facing Swiss Dragons. And match number 22, when you talk about ECS England Hornchurch, Upminster will be facing London. 21 will be Upminster facing Comilla Warriors. There's plenty of action. And you have seen the match that was played between Basel Afghan and Sports Club Roche. Or Sports Club scoring 101. That's another wide added to the extras. But Basel Afghan getting that by doing that by 10 wickets with 29 balls to spare. Quite incredible. And now it's 51 for 3 here. But the action never stops here in European Cricket Network. We have got plenty of games. We've got 3 today. Lisbon Capitals were facing Punjab CC. Then 41 was Mallow facing Lisbon Super Giants. Then Fighters CC were facing the Werewolves Cricket Club. And next Sunday, we will have 3 games as well from both the divisions. For Division 1, we'll have match number 43, Werewolves CC facing Lisbon Super Giants. Match number 44, Warash facing Lisbon Capitals. And Punjab CC will lock horns with Gorkha 11. Action-packed schedule. So finally, Gurpreet's money over comes to an end. It was a long one. 8 overs, 52 for 3. The 50 has come up for the batting side. It has been a massive struggle. When you talk about Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 2, we'll have match number 43, Lisbon Super Giants 11, second 11 facing Rangers Cricket Club. Then match number 44, Oirash second 11 will be facing Precious Cricket Club. And match number 45, Brothers 11 Portugal with lock-ons with Tiger Strikers. And you talk about the other week, Lisbon Panthers will be facing Lisbon Spartans, Lisbon Kings 11 versus Gamblers SC, match number 47. U Park Friendship will face the likes of Falcons, the match number 48. Coming back to this contest, it's 52 for 3. And it tries to go for the glorious shot on the offside. The languid one, but it's pretty hard to execute. As Mandeep Singh, the captain, is batting 6 of 12. Oh, bit of turn there from Samrari. Trying something different. Back of the hand. Going the other way around. Because that was a ripper of a delivery. And we have seen turn in the first innings when Palwinder Singh was bowling, but he was bowling wayward. And here the spinners are getting big turn. This over will be interesting. He bowls a faster one, just stuck a little bit on the surface. When you are facing these kind of bowlers, you have to be a little careful. You have to get that bat flow in check. You cannot have that big bat lift. It has to be low. You have to stand a little low. The more low you stay, it's easier to judge the length of the delivery. And the wicket keeper, the captain, Haritwal, after every delivery, he's just mentioning you should be bowling slightly on the offside. And here he moves it again. And that is exactly, wow, bounce and turn. That's exactly the thing that the captain was wishing for. Samrari not giving anything here. He's putting a show here. Is guided towards third. A very good over comes to an end. It's just conceding one. Samrari just bowling that nagging length outside the off stump. Impressive stuff from Money. It's 53 for 3 after 9 overs. The Fighters Cricket Club have somehow stabilized after losing their top order, just adding 12 runs since the 77th over. They've not lost another wicket. But however, the required run rate has climbed dangerously close to 12 runs per over. They need this acceleration, isn't it? The rescue operation has brought them a few overs, but they can't afford to drift. The required run rate is dictating the terms now. Need to target this 10th over. They need some release strokes. It's trying to pull it. Didn't manage to read the length of the ball nor the line. Then have to identify if the Werewolves is bowling a weak fifth or sixth option and attack them to ensure that the required rate doesn't cross 12.5. That's bunted down the ground because it's important to look at that required run rate. Even though you have wickets, but you still need to accelerate. And now, so far, there are 5 bowlers, and Singh is bowling his new over. Has he hit it straight to the man? And the man has dropped the catch. So he's the 6th bowler. So there's clear strategy of bowling the 6th bowler and trying to get some cheap overs out of him. Because Bunty Tucker, 2 overs, none for 10. Gurpreet Guri has been expensive. Couple of overs, 22. He's conceded, not picked up any wicket. Daljit Roy has been that significant pacer who has impressed with the ball. Couple of overs, 5 for 2. Gurpreet Mani, couple of overs, 9 for 1. And then Mani Samrari. The previous over he bowled, he got bounce, turn, drift. And the same has been picked up by Gaganpreet Singh. Time is ticking. They need some big shots. It's not easy because the ball is staying a little low. They need to find a boundary. And this over has been brilliant from Gaganpreet Singh. They're missing the likes of Dalvinder Singh, that launch batter, designated hitter. That's why they're stuck in the mud and the spin trap. You saw how Money is operating from the other end. I'm pretty sure the captain should give him more attacking fields. That was the effort, the catch that went begging. Also not offering any easy singles. A slight mess in the field. The fielding has so far been sharp, but here you can see Ram not impressed. He just wanted that boundary rider to position him exactly where the current batters are trying to hit. And that will be a drinks break. We'll just take a little bit time off. Here in Santarem, this contest is beautifully poised, more in favor of Werewolves' side. With 10 overs remaining, both teams will head into a crucial tactical discussion. Welcome back. After 10 overs, it's 56 for 3. The Fighters Cricket Club have reached the halfway mark of their innings. They have steadied the ship slightly since the top order collapse, but the situation just remains incredibly tense. Is it the first wicket for Mani? Oh, that just falls short and might race to the boundary. Brilliant bit of fielding from Gaganpreet there. Behind square. That was a catch. Certainly induced the fall short. You can clearly see the intent, the required runs. 124 from 59 deliveries. He set the trap. Then just fall short. The required run rate going over 12.5. It's a hit over the top. Finally, is it going to be a boundary? No, they're not able to break the screws. I've tightened the noose massively in favor of Werewolves. And this is the tipping point. The required run rate surging past 12.5. The consolidation phase must end immediately. Fighters Cricket Club are entering a now or never territory. As he gets beaten one more time, they attack the first ball, but then after that they've tried to knock the ball for singles, but that phase is over. They need boundaries, ideally 2 per over to claw back the run rate. But here, so much of bounce and turn and lot of control from Samrari, executing his plan, showing the captain that he is the top spinner when it comes to tense movement, looking to target the 11th and 12th over. Off the back foot. Good shot for a single. Does need a massive release right now. If I was the Werewolves captain, I'll try to sneak in another over from Samrari. Fighters must capitalize, but they are not, as they're looking to go for that 15 to 20 run and over, but that's not coming. Paolo Campini says Werewolves hold all the aces at the moment. Absolutely. As long as they don't make any howlers. John Gray just looking one-way traffic. 11 over 63 for 3. Taking those calculated risks, but the batters must accept the risk of getting out. Hitting over the top, utilizing some sweeps or reverse sweeps against the spinners. We haven't seen anything when you talk about the fighters lineup, isn't it? They haven't even stepped out to the fast bowlers. Have all stuck on the rot. And they haven't taken that necessary tactic to disrupt the bowler's length. And that's what missing. Big time. Down leg. After a long time, extra comes. The Werewolves looking to squeeze. No easy boundaries. And they're saying that if you want a boundary, you must earn it through high risk shots. That's a no ball. That's a no ball, and that might reach the boundary. After 2000 years later, have managed to get a boundary. That's a no ball, rewarded as free hit. That's somehow the timing. Yeah, that's a very perfectly timed shot. And the first warning has been given to Gagandeep Singh. A change in field. The captain is proactive. You see Ram going straight away. Both the batters are trying now to hit over the top. That's a free hit, doesn't matter. He was trying to hit over the inner field. The fielders were pushed back to the boundary. But that's what he needs to do more often. The strike bowler at the other end, Money doing a lot of damage, but here Gagandeep is struggling a bit. This might be his last over, and Ram might be tempted to bring back a premier fast bowler or a key wicket taker for the next over. They'll just deliver that knockout punch. If they take another wicket now, the fighters' chase is effectively over. Short ball, just plays it away on the onside, not helping himself. Where will that batting assault come from? Mandeep Singh, the skipper, is batting too defensive here. 16 from 20. At the other end, Rai, 4 of 13. might go for the second run. There is a chance, plenty of gaps on the onside. They take 2. That's what we are talking about. The next 3 overs will define the rest of this match. If fighters can somehow find a way to score 30 plus runs quickly, then there is a chance of a comeback. But with the look of things, it's going to be pretty hard unless and until they bowl a lot of extras. And Gagandeep is not helping the skipper Ram, who is constantly having a chat with him, and he's dejected behind the stumps. He just wants the bowler to bowl with a lot of discipline here. But that's missing. One more wide. Forgotten to bowl legal deliveries. And Paolo Campini and John Gray is enjoying. Mentioning 4 from 13, you normally expect the captain maybe to retire out, even in T20. They can do that. Mandeep Singh is the captain who is currently on strike, so he can have a gentle word with Rai and just tell him that thanks, mate, thanks for coming, and we're giving a chance to another batter. What happened there? Gaganpreet Singh bowled the delivery, and Mandeep Singh played it like he was not interested at all. We'll have a closer look at that. It's quite a amusing stroke from the right-hander. This over has been quite rough. Oh, he has given. Oh dear, how unlucky is Mandeep Singh, who has struck at the other end. Gagan got little bit of finger to that. It was struck and drilled straight down the ground. It was out of the crease. And he has got a little bit of touch to that. Unfortunate to get out on this fashion. You're mentioning that you're out of your craze. Mandeep Singh isn't impressed, is dejected. What? Why not? Another wicket. It's 76 for 4 after 11.5. Oh dear, this is getting back to worse when you talk about the Fighters Cricket Club. This over, dot 2 wide, 3 wides, 1 by, a wicket finally. The situation for Fighters Cricket Club has officially turned critical. The need to add another 20 runs. But the chase is just looking unraveling rapidly. Off the back foot. That's a dot ball to finish. 76 for 4 after 12 overs. The pressure is certainly building for the Fighters Cricket Club. It's clearly taking a toll. The current run rate 6.3, the required run rate 13.3, and this just looks like the point of no return. As sun shines here in Portugal, brilliant view. The required run rate means the Fighters Cricket Club needs to score at more than 2 runs a ball for the rest of the innings. At one stage, they were looking solid with 27 not out for partnership 3.3, but after that, there's been a massive slump. The time for any kind of building is over. As Samrari bowls big turning leg breaks. This should be the mind of total aggression. Here, Lalit Kumar should be looking to adapt a T10 mindset, isn't it, guys? A proper T10 knock is needed. Every single ball must be looked at as a boundary scoring option. That's what Lalit is doing currently. It's all or nothing approach for Lalit. That's a short ball. And here he has sweetly timed it. But straight to the man. They've got options on the boundary on the onside. Are trying to hit a single towards that long leg region. is not a viable strategy against the main bowler. And here he just tries to give the strike back to Lalit. I'm slightly concerned for Rai as his strike rate is below 50. It says everything that Rai is now the set batter. There's no return for the fighters. It just looks like that. And the way Money is turning that ball is just whipping past that outside edge. If he tries to bowl a googly, he will get a wicket. I'm pretty sure. Also, I've seen nobody. Okay. That was slightly short and might run away for 5 wides. But nobody has targeted that short boundary. The Santarem cricket ground, especially the straight, just generally is slightly shorter. The batters haven't been able to manipulate the strike. That's 5 wides. They will have to try swing hard, try to clear that inner field and accept that getting caught on the boundary is a necessary risk. The Werewolf side closing the trap and now dictating terms completely. Another swing and a miss. It's 83 for 4 after 13 overs. The fighters' batters are so desperate, which just makes them highly predictable that a wicket can fall anytime. But talking about the Werewolf side, the mindset, have exploited the desperation. They knew that fighters are languishing at the bottom of the table. They needed this win massively. That's why the bowlers haven't tried to bowl any magic deliveries. They've simply have bowled to the field, and that has led that required run rate, force the batters into making mistakes. Christina Goff, tremendous work throughout the day, first behind the mic and now adjusting the manual scoreboard. And it doesn't matter how they come, as long as they come. When you talk about the fighters, batters getting some runs, a little bit of extra bounce, and that's buys, and that's 4. That's a tempting stroke. Pace off the ball from Gurpreet Guri. Given the desperation, it's pretty incredibly effective right now. Just trying those slow deliveries, forcing the batters to try and muscle the ball over the ropes just like that. But Rai hasn't been able to clear that infield. That's why you see Ram just setting a field that tempts the batter on the offside. He's keeping that fielders on the boundary. There is also that there's a tempting gap in the infield, the vacant mid-wicket, and the extra cover region. That's encouraging the batter to go across the line. Another delivery which has gone for a dot, able to force the play. So the leg side, able to finish the job. Will it be wicket number 5 for the fighters? The timing is so bad that it didn't carry at all. The Werewolves side will be looking to finish the job. Fighters Cricket Club need a miracle innings from someone right now. A 15 ball 40 kind of a knock or a 50 kind of a knock. Otherwise, the Werewolves are cruising towards another victory batting first. It's 89 for 4 after 14 overs. It has been a tremendous performance for the Werewolves side. And now, Gurpreet Guri, none for 24. The spinners have got the turn. That's important. But it's an incredibly steep task for the Fighters Cricket Club. Managed to score 13 runs of the last 2 overs without losing a wicket. But when you are chasing 182, The steady accumulation is no longer enough. Required rate officially crossing the 15-run mark as they need 93 from 36. As the highly impressive money has been slashed towards that offside. A little bit of clumsy work at the boundary, and that has gone to the fence. After an eternity, the boundary has come. Big shot on the offside. Exquisite one, but then they've gifted away. Just in a miracle territory. We talk about the Fighters Cricket Club. They roughly need 2 boundaries, isn't it? And a couple of hard run twos every single over just to keep the pace. And the pure mindset of T20, T10 has absolutely no room for dot balls. So they've hit a boundary, but then suddenly there's another dot ball. The batters just playing some premeditated shots here. Will it be one more? It'll be a tough catch, and it's dropped. It was never looked to catch that. Highly unlikely. We're struggling under that high ball massively. A Gurpreet Money, he should look somewhere else, isn't it? The first one was misfielded on the offside. The second one, a high catch, goes begging. The batters just trying to clear their front leg, and they're targeting those boundaries on the offside. As Money charges and gets punted on the onside for a single. Currently, the batters, one is batting at a strike rate of 73, the other batting at a strike rate of 32. Oh dear, oh dear. He has to sacrifice the role of an anchor, is Rai, because he's struggling big time. The Werewolves Cricket Club shutting the door. It's nicely played on the offside. Will it be a boundary? It'll be. Yes, it is. That's quite a crisp stroke on the offside. A little bit of room presented, and there he goes. Bang. Glorious stroke on the offside. Even though the Werewolves side have got this game firmly in their grasp, they have to win in a massive fashion. 100 comes up for the Fighters Cricket Club. Bouncer. Gurpreet Money. Oh dear. This over, he has done everything to bag a wicket, but unfortunately, he hasn't been able to get any. As 15 overs done, it's 101 for 4. That base strategy bowling onto the body of the batter has worked. The goal was simply to bowl legal deliveries, isn't it? Because the previous over, he was quite erratic. Last 5 overs, they need 18 to 20 runs from every over to have a mathematical chance in this game. 81 from 30. They need some big strokes. Can't afford to play more dot deliveries and rise. Slow innings just continues, and this time around he tries, but the protection is there. The spinners have done an incredible job so far for the batting side, for the bowling side, in fact. The Werewolves have stuck to their plan. The fielding has been sharp. The fast bowlers like Gurpreet Mani has charged in with the new ball, picking up wickets. The spinners, Samrari has been one of the bowlers to watch out for. After 15.2, they're 102 for 4. They've showed some amount of intent by taking 12 runs over the last 6 balls, by pushing past that 100 mark. However, our brutal math of T20 cricket just shows despite a good over, the required rate is still above 17. You can clearly see total crease disruption as Guri charges every single delivery. And Lalit Kumar standing still and swinging won't work against a high-class bowler like Guri. And need to use the depth of the crease. Also not putting those half volleys. 4 dot deliveries in a row. And this is a death bowling masterclass. 16 overs, 102 for 4. Always had the mindset of execution over wickets. I've got this game almost done and dusted. The only way Fighters Cricket Club will be back in this if there is some kind of self-inflicted wounds, especially wides or no balls or some predictable full tosses can change the game. But 80 of 24 required run rate of 20. Super stuff from Werewolves Cricket Club. Gurpreet Guri finishing his score of 4 overs, none for 25. In the previous over, we saw heat from Money. Will it be the same? As Rai waits. Rai swings wildly. And it's a one bounce boundary. It just helps the cause. And Rai's strike rate improves after a long time. As the final 4 overs starts and first ball is swung away for 4. The captain will tell the bowlers completely to forget about taking wickets. The sole objective is not to concede 10 runs per over, or in fact 20. The wickets will naturally fall. As you just saw, Rai will swing at everything. They can try to execute some of the plans here. The wide line Yorker can be something which Money can try to bowl here. It's just bowling length at the wickets. That's why just giving hittable deliveries for the right-handers. Back offside field, the deep point, sweeper cover, long off. And also if Lalit Kumar wants to hit a 6, he has to fetch it from outside off and generate all the power. Well, stoppage in play. First ball has gone to the boundary. The second one has been taken for a single. Remember, we'll have Division 2 and 1 games next week. 6 games in total. The Werewolves, the great thing they have done, they've given all their premier bowlers a very good run for their money. If you see Rahul has bowled 4 overs. Yeah, I'm talking about Bunty Tucker. Couple of overs, 10 runs, no wickets. Gurpreet Guri, 4 overs, none for 25. Daljit Rai, couple of overs, 5 runs and 2 wickets. And now Gurpreet Mani, 1 for 26. A wicket for him. Mani Shamrari, 3 overs, none for 15. And Gaganpreet Singh, couple of overs, 14 for no loss. So in total, they have used 6 bowlers. Last 3 overs, I'm pretty sure they might want to experiment with Mani Samrari, how he bowls at a death, because leg spinners are generally quite successful in T20 cricket, bowling at death. We have seen Piyush Chawla, Yuzvendra Chahal, Adam Zampa bowling at the death. It's quite an underrated art, bowling leg spin. The last 2. Okay then. It's a couple of runs from Lalit Kumar. Quite an interesting shot. A dug out a Yorker, but that ended over that cover fielder. So leg spinners bowling at the death is quite an underrated art. It's quite a difficult one as well because you have only 5 fielders to protect the boundaries, but when you have got surface which turning massively, you also have a big chance of picking up wickets. That's why you have seen a lot of teams opting for leg spinners to bowl at the end. Mostly happens in the subcontinent, in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, where the pitches generally turn. Has also happened in the IPL. Will he be able to break the shackles? Not quite. Couple of runs to end another quiet over. 9 runs from that. It's 112 for the loss of 4 wickets after 17. Just 3 overs to go. It's been a splendid performance. And for the Werewolves Cricket Club, if Werewolves Cricket Club win this, they'll be getting a couple of points. So they will be dislodging Gorkha 11 from that 4th position. So they'll be climbing up. Fighters CC will remain at the same position, while Oresh 10 matches, 8 wins, 16 points. Malo 3 losses, 6 wins, dragged towards the leg side for a single. So for that reason, it's very important for Werewolves side to get this. And then we have Lisbon Super Giants. So every team has some kind of opportunity. When you talk about the percentage of qualification, Oirish have the maximum, that's 80%. Then you have 65% chances for Malo Cricket Club. Oh, that's an easy run out. Easy run out. Lalit has been sold down the river. The batter playing it towards the onside, calling for a single, but at the end, he gives him the death call of no run, mate. He is on his bike. He has to leave SCG. It's 113 for the loss of 5 wickets. So Punjab CC have also a pretty nice chance, 60%. There's Gorkha 11, 45. Werewolves Cricket Club have 40%. Lisbon Capital the same. Lisbon Super Giants with 40 as well. Fighters Cricket Club, if they lose this, it will be 25%. So plenty of cricket left to be played, but it just looks like the top 4 teams will qualify for the semi-finals or the playoffs. That's a single. Rai is still trying to push the envelope. It hasn't been able to do so for last 6 overs. There's a lot of damage when you talk about the Werewolves side. They have been so professional. The captain, just look at him behind the wickets. Ram has kept the team focused. It's easy for the fielders to get sloppy. Or if you talk about the bowlers, just trying something new, some unpracticed delivery when they know they have won, but still Ram is telling them not to give any extras. No extras policy has been followed. He has instructed the bowler to bowl legal deliveries. No balls, no wides. They're going for the swing. There's a chance of a run out. That's close. And this time, G Singh has bowled extremely slow. He's tried some leg cutters, which has forced the batters to swing out of their boots. Let's get 3 runs for that. We've seen whenever there's top leading edges or top edges, the catches have been taken. So then 18th over comes to an end. It's 119 for 5. So the fighters, it should be a goal to get past 140 to save face. For the Werewolves, the goal is just to wrap this up clinically, because their bowlers have been quite clinical so far. Honestly, the way they have bowled, particularly in the mid overs. Read out the bowling chart. They have been professional. Bunty Tucker, Gurpreet Guri haven't been able to pick up wickets, but Daljit Rai, couple of wickets. Gurpreet Mani, a wicket for him as well. Mani Shamrari, for me, has been one of the pick of the bowlers. And now they want to introduce their 7th bowling option. That is Mohit Kumar. So let's see what he has got. The wheels have come off for the Fighters Cricket Club. They need 63 of 12. Well, remember, we have got match number 43. Lisbon Super Giants will be facing Rangers Cricket Club next Saturday. And then we have got Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 2, match number 44. Oeiras second 11 playing Precious Cricket Club. Then match number 45, the third match of the day, Brothers 11 Portugal will be facing the Tigers Strikers. Plenty of cricket actions from Portugal, as you have got 4 tournaments running on European Cricket Network. Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 2, Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1. Then you have got ECS England Hornchurch and ECS Switzerland Zurich 2026. There's plenty of action. We've got tomorrow Zurich Mavericks Gowel will be facing Alton in the ECS Switzerland Zurich match number 8. Then you've got match number 9, Zurich Mavericks Gowel will be facing Swiss Dragons, ECS Switzerland. And then you also have action from England, Hornchurch, match number 21, Upminster, Lock-ons with Comilla Warriors, Upminster Macro. Upminster will be facing the likes of London, match number 22. So tomorrow, if you are from India, it's 1 p.m. Standard Time, 9:30 Central European Standard Time. So don't forget to watch. It will be a very exciting encounter. Zurich facing Alton. But here, it's almost done and dusted for the Werewolves side. I have done a tremendous job. They need to keep an eye on the extras because they have failed. When you talk about the extras rate, this time around, finally getting a boundary here. Slightly short, and he smokes it away to the fence for 4. I have to be careful with the extras. They have given 32 extras with 9 byes, leg byes 3, 18 wides, and 2 no balls. That's why here in Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1, they have struggled in terms of bowling. Fighters 126 for 5. That's feasted once again on the onside. Easy pickings for the right-hander. The bowling full tosses at the end of this game almost. Mohit Kumar is trying different variations. They have a couple of deliveries to go. He's trying to bowl faster and shorter. Maybe has been given the ball for the first time. Well, that's a tremendous catch as well. What a take that is from Gurpreet Mani. We are all shocked in the commentary box. Didn't realize there was a wicket. So it's another wicket. 126 for 7. Mohit Kumar picks up his first wicket. And they keep on swinging for the heels. But this time, one more wicket goes down. Final delivery to go. 126 for 6. That's a dot delivery to finish. So we're almost at the end of the play. It's 56 needed of the last over. A brilliant display with the ball when you talk about the Werewolves side. The Fighters CC have completely fallen out of contention They require an impossible 56 runs off final 6 deliveries. Just feels like the competitive aspect of the run chase ended several overs ago. Now it's just playing for pride. For fighter Sissy, the final over is purely an exercise in terms of damage limitation and just personal statistics. You just stay not out, your average goes up. And then also the net run rate protection. That's very important. The margin of defeat matters significantly in league formats like the Riga Grizzly. Oh, that's knocked him over. Base of stumps. It's a very good delivery. A brilliant execution of a Yorker. Immaculate line and length. Talking about the margin of defeats. A 40-run loss is bad, but a 60-run loss can just ruin fighters' CC net run rate, and that might cost them a playoff spot later in the season. The batters just most focus on scoring as many runs as possible to minimize the deficit here. For both the Saints, maybe a couple of sixes. They'll be looking to actively swing their bat and reach that personal milestone here. Might provide a small confidence boost despite the team's loss. And now they have a chance to swing without pressure. The psychological weight of the chase is gone. And he has hit him almost there. You saw batters often playing with a lot of freedom when the game is lost. So it just looks like Daljit Rai is trying to bowl his best delivery here. But batters should be looking to salvage some pride. The Werewolves side have been clinical with the ball. They've executed a brilliant defense of their 181 run total. The goal should be to finish the game clean here without any late drama. Another professional execution, but then again, just missing the stumps. The skipper has to be a little careful here. His wicket keeping has somehow gone down in the last couple of overs. He just needs to focus the sloppy fielding, just some drop catches, some bowling extras, not acceptable. Even when the game is on, they want to have a ruthless finish. The bowler has the task just to bowl one more legal delivery. They don't need any aggressive bouncers here, or just not attempt to take any wickets. It's almost over. Captain ensuring all the fielders on the boundary. Final delivery to go. And that's it. The Werewolves have done it. The final over was always a formality, and now they will celebrate. A perfect batting first winning streak continues for Werewolves as they defend 182. The final ball goes to the boundary, but it doesn't matter. Who cares? The fighters scoring 131 for 7 at the end. They fall short massively. And the opposition have won. The Werewolves Cricket Club have done it by 50 runs. The Werewolves are winning the toss and electing to bat, posting 181 for 9. Brilliant innings there from Rohit, Gurpreet, Ram, Gaganpreet, everybody chipping in. And for the fighters, nobody really chipped in except Jaswant Rai. And the bowlers, the man, Daljit Rai, 3 overs, 10 for 3. Is definitely going to be the player of the match. He scored runs with the bat as well. And that was 18 from 16 with a massive strike that went out of the park. That's a wrap from the Santarem Cricket Ground after another thrilling evening of T20 cricket. Congratulations once again to Werewolves Cricket Club, who hold their nerve and came away with 2 valuable points. Thank you for your company throughout the today's broadcast on the European Cricket Network. Paolo Campini, Chris Smith, John Gray, Sky Quest, 2K18, and also you've got Manoj Khatiwada, Bikramjit Singh, Christina Goff, everybody doing a fantastic job. So the cricket continues tomorrow from Switzerland and England with another exciting day of Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1 action. This comes to an end. So make sure you tune in once again on the European Cricket Network. Until then, from everyone, this is Shobhan Gurnaik. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Stay safe and goodbye. Bella ciao.